Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, showcasing programs from radio's yesteryear. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. In this hour, mystery. Later on, we hear John Gielgud and Ralph Richardson in Sherlock Holmes, but right now it's the Adventures of Sam Spade. Howard Duff stars in the CBS broadcast, first heard on December 12, 1948, in The Bouncing Betty Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Very funny. Certainly took you long enough.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Well, do you like them? My girls?
I guess so. It's your own hair, I trust.
Oh, yes, Sam. When it's brushed out, you'll never know anything happened.
Whenever you're ready, curly.
Oh, gee, you like it that well?
Yeah, very cute.
Well.
It's a business. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject, the Bouncing Betty Caper. Yeah, Dundee. It all began on a Wednesday. My secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, tiptoed into my office and laid an engraved calling card on the desk in front of me. The name on it was Randall Carruthers. She said he looked like money, so I said, show her in. Or him in. She did.
Good morning, sir. Do you wish the morning paper?
Thanks, I've read it.
Dear me.
What's the matter?
Well, this ashtray, sir. Have you a silent butler?
I don't even have a noisy one.
No. In all my years of service, it has been my constant endeavor to keep things neat and tidy, down to the smallest detail.
I see. Well, if it bothers you, just dump those butts into the wastebasket.
Very well, sir. If you will pardon the presumption, sir, you could use a well-trained servant in this establishment. Wastepaper baskets clean and empty at all times. Never allow refuse to accumulate.
That's not refuse. That's this month's bills.
So I noticed, sir. I also noticed that you have not opened them. From this, I conclude that your services are immediately available.
Yeah, and I conclude that in spite of your glad rags and fancy handle, you are somebody's butler.
Oh, that is correct, sir. I am first butler in the household of Dr. Mark McGraw.
First?
Yes. Bleakcliff is the name of the estate. It's near the village of Squid Beach, some 50 miles in a southerly direction on the Pacific coast.
You know, I think I'm going to like you as a client, Mr. Carruthers. I mean, it's refreshing to get a few accurate facts without, shall we say, priming the pump.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
To continue, not counting the staff, there reside at Bleakcliff 3 persons. Dr. McGraw, master of the house since the death of his wife, his stepson, Mr. Anthony McGraw, of whom more later, and Mr. Anthony's sister, Miss Cathy. It is on her behalf that I've come to you, sir.
What is her problem, Mr. Carruthers?
The correct form of address is Carruthers, sir, not Mr. Carruthers.
Check.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, as to Miss Cathy's problem, sir, someone is attempting to murder her. Specifically, she has upon several occasions been shot at from ambush. Twice she has awakened in the night to feel the hands of an assailant closing about her throat. And only yesterday, she narrowly escaped death when her motor car went out of control owing to some blackguard tampering with the steering mechanism. And upon numerous other occasions...
That's enough. You have convinced me that she indeed has a problem. What do the local police think?
No one has been to the police, sir.
Why not?
It's a delicate situation, sir. Miss Cathy's brother, Mr. Tony, is undergoing treatment for nervous disorders.
Mm-hmm.
The family did not wish to place him in an institution, and since Dr. McGraw, his stepfather, is a psychiatrist, he is allowed to remain at home.
I see. He's flipped. Where do I fit in, Carruthers?
Well, sir, if a reputable gentleman such as yourself were to come to Bleakcliff and witness these persistent attempts upon that girl's life, perhaps they could be forced to put the boy away where he belongs.
It's possible. I'm willing to try. For money.
Oh, splendid, sir, splendid. I took the liberty of drawing, in your favor, a draft upon the First National Bank of Squid Bay, 1 week's remuneration in advance of your services to the Bleakcliff estate in the capacity of chauffeur.
Chauffeur?
Yes, sir. I thought that might be a capital disguise. Have you a better suggestion, sir?
Well, no, that's okay. This check.
Yes, sir.
$200. It's a pretty big weekly salary for a chauffeur, isn't it?
Well, you will be allowed to shop for the vegetables, sir. Your cut has been added in.
I told them I didn't know one vegetable from another, that I was a lousy driver, and in more time than it takes to tell, I was installed at Bleak Cliff in a room above the garage and told to wait there until summoned. I put on my pearl gray uniform with the brass buttons and leather puttees, looked in the mirror, and decided I had missed my calling, but not by much. Nothing happened for nearly an hour, and then I got my first buzz. Yeah, I mean, garage.
Phillips, the car, quickly. The main entrance. Keep your motor running. I have it locked in the living room, but it's breaking up.
Okay. Yes, miss. Let me see.
Get that door open. Open that door. Why didn't you have the door open?
I'm sorry, miss.
Well, get going, please.
Darn it, miss. Where's the spark on this?
What's the matter with it?
Well, it's flooded. The house,
he's got the meat cleaver again. Can't you get this started?
Well, I'm trying.
Get out, I tell you! Get out! Stop it! You're hurting him.
All right. Put it down, kid. Put it down. Come on. Give it to me.
What's going on?
Tony.
I say, who are you? Haven't you been instructed not to disturb my patient?
I'm sorry. I'm new here. When I saw him coming at Miss McGraw with that meat cleaver, I naturally thought
Oh, well, no harm done. Come along, Tony. Come along now. Come along, boy. We'll have a nice long talk. What shall I do with it now? We'll put it back in it.
You all right?
Oh, sure. I should be used to it by now. By the way, you're new here, aren't you? What's your name?
Sam.
Sam? That's nice. Turn to the left outside the gate, Sam, and drive straight out to the shore road.
Well, if I can just... Hey, I just turned that little key. Look, Ma, I'm driving. I adjusted the rear view mirror so that it showed more of her and less of the rear view. A mile from the house, she ordered me to stop, moved up to the front seat with me, and asked me to drive on. By the time we got to the shore road, she was driving, and I was resting my head on her shoulder. Where are we going?
I've got a little hideaway down the coast. It's right on the beach, at the foot of a tall cliff. There's a fireplace, a little bar, some records.
Got some bop?
It's wonderful there with the surf pounding outside, hidden away from the world. You feel so safe.
Don't stop.
You'll like it there. You feel as if there's no one else on earth. Time standing still.
Oh, if I could just be sure that Mother wouldn't worry about me.
You're impossible.
Okay, Kathy, I'll be serious. What's with that brother of yours?
Tony? I'd rather not talk about that if you don't mind.
Well, maybe I can talk about your stepfather. I really should know what kind of a man my boss is.
I go for these drives to forget all that. Please don't spoil it for me.
Okay, Kathy, okay.
Oh, please. The sharp turn into this driveway. Now, we get out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Down this path.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You afraid of high places?
Yeah, you just pushed me off of one.
Oh, Sam, don't be like that. You're pouting like a little boy. Come on, I want to show you my little house.
What's so special about your little house?
Oh, Sam, if you only knew what my life is like.
You only knew what mine is like.
I need someone so much to talk to, Sam.
As long as you can steer the conversation, you mean.
Come on, Sam. I'll show you the house.
The path led to a flight of wooden steps that clung to the face of a sheer cliff. There was something like the stairs you find yourself falling down in nightmares. They dropped maybe 200 feet to a crescent of white sand.
Watch out for that one step. It's broken.
Yeah. You have to make your dream house this hard to get to?
Because of Tony. He has vertigo.
What?
When we were kids, he used to chase me, and I'd run down here, and he was scared to follow me. Afraid of heights. He still is.
Oh.
Well, you light us a fire, Sam. The wood's there in the box. I'll go make us a drink.
Fire? Who needs a fire? I'm hot.
What'd you do before you took up driving?
Oh, I was a private eye for a while.
Oh, how exciting.
Nah, it's a sour racket.
Tell me about it.
Nah. Let's talk about you.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, What do you want to know about me?
Oh, me? Come here. The cinch she was wearing was 20 carat, but the story of her life was heavy melodrama. It seemed that Dr. McGraw, a handsome fortune hunter, was a folly of her mother's middle years. But she had come to her senses shortly before she died and cut him out of her will. But that was not the end of it. When Kathy's brother had been faced with the alternative of entering an institution or remaining at home under his stepfather's care, she had begged the doctor to remain in spite of his warnings that her brother might take a notion to kill her. But get this, Dundee, it's real deep. In spite of visible evidence to the contrary, she was convinced that her brother was not out to kill her, but that the doctor was. I couldn't sell myself on that part of the yarn, but she looked so awfully pretty while she was telling it. And suddenly, she didn't look so pretty. An expression of terror was on her face.
No! No!
Get down! I rolled her onto the floor and kicked the lamp out. By the glow of the embers in the fireplace, I could still see the gleam of the gun barrel shoved in through the broken window. I hoped he couldn't see so much. I knocked over a chair to give him something to shoot at. He was already halfway up the face of the cliff on those rickety wooden stairs. At the top, he turned and looked back.
Who was it? It was Mark, wasn't it?
The doctor? You know better than that. It was Tony. I thought you told me he was afraid of heights, couldn't come down those stairs.
He never did before. Don't you believe me?
Yeah, Kathy. I may wind up believing the rest of your story. I took Kathy back to Bleak Cliff and stashed her in my quarters over the garage. Then I went into the main house via the back stairs, found her room, and shook it down. In a cabinet, a bunch of war souvenirs, German helmets, grenades, rifles, and other lethal gadgets. In a desk drawer, I found a letter headed U.S. Army, Office of the Surgeon General. It certified that one Anthony McGraw was unfit for military service. Vertigo. Origin, childhood injury to middle ear. Downstairs in the library, I found a shelf of medical books. Vertigo. Vertigo was almost incurable, and there was certainly no quick cure. But some patients had lost their symptoms temporarily under hypnotism. Then it said, see narcosynthesis. I did.
Oh, Spade. I beg pardon, sir. Mr. Spade. Yeah, whatever are you doing in the butler's pantry, sir?
Looking for a butler. Namely you, Carruthers.
Oh, may I serve you, sir?
Yeah. How do I get an interview with Dr. McGraw?
Well, sir, I should... Oh. Strange. After all my years of service, I still start at the master's summons. Hey.
You did it again.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better see what Dr. McGraw wants.
Forget it. I'm answering this one.
You're not going to drop your disguise, sir.
Why not? Who am I kidding, anyway? You rang, Dr. McGraw?
Oh, I didn't ring for you. I rang for Carruthers. I ordered him to tidy up my office while I was at dinner. And look at it.
Looks neat as a pin to me, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, sure new here. Chauffeur, eh?
I'm only wearing his uniform. Here's my card.
Oh, detective, eh?
That's right, Doctor, and this one's just about ready to wrap up.
Well, you interest me. Go on.
I will. I think you've been trying to use that boy as a murder weapon against his sister.
Oh, and you call yourself a detective?
If you can call yourself a doctor, I guess I can. You've been treating him with narcosynthesis, haven't you?
Yes, that's right.
Hypnotic drug. While he's under it, you brief him on his activities for the day, and he follows through, including assaults with deadly weapons.
That would be possible with certain very suggestible patients, but I'm afraid impossible to prove.
I think I can prove it, Doctor. You shouldn't leave your textbooks lying around loose. I found out the only way Tony could have walked down that stairway to Kathy's beach house without falling would be temporary relief of his symptoms due to hypnotic suggestion, unquote.
I see. What do you intend to do about this theory of yours?
What do you suggest?
You see this row of buzzers here on my desk?
Mm-hmm.
This one is for my secretary. This is to summon Carruthers, and when I press this buzzer, two of the most hideous plug uglies you've ever seen will rush into this office, beat you to a pulp, and dump you outside the front gate. That's what I think of your theory.
Buzz away, Doctor. I think I like them better than I do you.
As you wish.
From where I was on the other side of the room, I didn't know what had happened at first. All I saw was a lot of paper gushing out of the wastebasket. The doctor sure was dead. His midsection was perforated like a shower drain. And in the wall, spanning out around the end of the room, about a yard up from the baseboard, there was a straight line of holes. I dug into one. What I took out wasn't a bullet. It was a perfectly round steel ball. Then I remembered the wastebasket, the paper flying out of it just before the explosion. In the bottom of it, I found the answer. The base of a steel mechanism with German lettering on it. It was a wartime anti-personnel mine that the GIs called the Bouncing Betty.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
I didn't wait for the Squid Beach law to arrive. Who could? I went straight back to San Francisco. You, Lieutenant Dundee, were waiting at my office.
Morning, Sam.
Hello, Dundee.
About that McGraw killing, Sam. The chief down at Skid Beach has asked us to cooperate with the department down there at Skid Beach.
Squid Beach, Dundee.
That's right. They say you caught a bus at Skid Beach.
Squid.
That's right. At 1:45 in the company of a young woman answering the description of the McGraw girl.
They say that, do they?
They say they got a statement from that butler,
Carruthers.
Well, it's open and shut anyway. The butler hired you, the girl is wanted, and you're hiding her out. Why?
Why not?
Well, it's established that the girl hated the deceased and bickered with him constantly. The doctor and the boy were pals. That girl's guilty.
You've been able to place her in the murder room?
Well, no, but here's an item. She worked with an Army ordnance during the war in research. Subject, I made a note of that. Enemy landmines, anti-personnel. One of the reports she helped put out was on the Bouncing Betty.
Yeah?
Definitely. Hey, where you going, Sam?
Sam, it's been so lonesome cooped up here all day.
Why didn't you tell me you were with Army Ordnance during the war?
Well, I don't know. I suppose I thought it was unfeminine or something.
Try again.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. I had a copy of that report with instructions for the operation of the Bouncing Betty in the desk in my room.
What the devil are you doing with a thing like that?
I don't know. I was proud of it. It was the only report I worked on with the general.
Should have got rid of it.
I did. I burned it in the fireplace as soon as I learned what had killed him.
You didn't burn it good enough.
Sam, they found it.
Yeah.
Have they arrested Tony?
Not yet, but he's definitely sane. He'll have to take the rap for anything he's done.
I see. Well, I guess there's no other way. Tony didn't do it, Sam. I did. I want to make a confession.
Not to me, please. Not to me.
After what happened down at the beach when I knew I was no longer safe anywhere, I realized I had to do it. For Tony's sake as well as mine. When we arrived back at the house, I looked into the dining room and I saw Dr. McGraw eating dinner. I knew it was my chance to get into his office.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, the Bouncing Betty was in my room. There was some wire in the tool chest, and I knew that Carruthers always went to tidy up while the doctor was at dinner. So I waited until I saw him come out, and then I went in, and I looked around for a place to plant it, out of sight. Then I saw the wastebasket full of papers. It was the perfect hiding place. The whole thing didn't take more than 5 minutes. Well, say something.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Go on, say you hate me. Say it.
I don't. Wish I did.
Oh, Sam. Help me. Help me.
I'm sorry, baby. I am sorry. I don't know how long we sat there. I held her in my arms until she cried herself out, then we just looked at each other. I knew if I put it off another minute, I wouldn't call you at all, Dundee. So, with my arms still around her, I reached for the phone.
Homicide.
Lieutenant Dundee, this is Sam Spade.
Lieutenant Dundee. Hello. Hello.
Give me that. Lieutenant, this is Catherine McGraw. I wish to make a full confession in the murder of my stepmother.
I walked out while she was still talking to you, Dundee. I knew she'd wait for you, and I didn't want to be there when you took her away. As I walked over to my office, everything she'd said kept coming back to me. I could see her sneaking into her brother's room and getting a contraption out of the cabinet. I could see her hiding behind the door until Carruthers came out after tidying up McGraw's office, dumping ashtrays, emptying wastebaskets. And that's as far as I got. I went back to my office to wait. And sure enough, 20 minutes after the papers hit the streets with Kathy's confession, the door opened and he came in.
Well, sir, I believe it's turning a bit raw out of doors. Gardner was saying only this morning that we should order out some shrouds for the Cyclist Noir party. Am I discommoding you, sir?
No, Carruthers, I've been waiting for you.
With your permission, sir. The ashtray?
Just dump it in the wastebasket.
Well, I am gratified to note that your secretary has been looking after things and has emptied your waste paper basket. This is right and proper.
Quite.
Yes, sir. And, speaking of waste paper baskets...
Allow me, Carruthers. You have come to apprise me of your part in the death of the late Dr. McGraw. Am I in error?
You've already divined my purpose, sir. Yes, it was I who placed that infernal machine.
In the wastebasket, Carruthers, yes, I know.
It struck me as a bit of poetic justice that the buzzer, which that dreadful man used as a symbol of his despotism, should be the instrument of his own destruction.
I'm sorry, Carruthers. I'll do all I can.
No need, sir. No need. I'm aware that there is no final justification for taking the law into one's own hands. Every man is entitled to trial by jury of his peers. But where, Mr. Spade, where could be found 12 good men and true who would allow themselves to be called the peer of that monster, Dr. McGraw?
Period. End of report.
Sam, there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Effie? Mistake? Huh?
Well, the butler can't be guilty. That's old-fashioned.
He was an old-fashioned butler, sweetheart. Where today can you get help like that? Somebody who empties the ashtrays, keeps the waste paper baskets clean, tidies up around the place.
Well, I'd be only too happy to do the same for you, Sam.
I know you would, doll.
But considering what happened to Mr. Carruthers' employer,
Effie, you mustn't allow your mind to dwell on such matters. It's wicked.
Sam! Who emptied an ashtray in that wastebasket that I just finished cleaning out?
Pay it no heed, sweetheart. I'll buy you a silent butler. I'll go type that up.
Here it is, Sam. I hope I haven't made any mistakes. I'm in such a hurry.
Whatever did you do to your hair?
Well, I brushed it out, Sam.
What happened to the pin curls?
I told you, Sam, when it was brushed out, it wouldn't be noticeable.
Hours of torture sitting under a hot dryer for something nobody will notice.
But, Sam, it puts bounce in your whole makeup.
I get it. The bouncing Effie caper.
Oh.
Eyeshadow, new shade of lipstick. You look real gone.
Oh, no.
Whom is it tonight?
Well, it's this friend of Maud, Sam. Of course, she's not really serious about him, so it's all right.
Your conscience bothering you?
Oh, no, Sam, no. He's definitely not serious about her. I mean,
Well, have fun, sweetheart, while Maud burns.
Oh, well, she won't. And I suppose you'll be seeing that girl, what was her name? Oh, yes, Kathy.
Well, at least if I'm not playing in someone else's garden.
No. Well, have fun anyway. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, on Tuned to yesterday from December 12, 1948 on CBS. One of the more popular detective shows on the air at that time, mainly due to the chemistry between actors Howard Duff and Lorene Tuttle. It was part of the Columbia Broadcasting System's Sunday night lineup at 8. Nearly 11 million people tuned in for that episode. Thank you for tuning in to this hour of mystery. On Tuned to yesterday, I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now it's on to Sherlock Holmes, an NBC broadcast, with a turning point in the stories from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, where Holmes returns after 3 years gone. This called The Adventure of the Empty House, heard in 1955.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes. And now, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
It has been my privilege in these past few weeks to come before you with some of the exploits I shared with my friend Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective the world has ever seen. I had to conclude, alas, with the account of his death as he fell into the great chasm of the Falls of Reichenbach in Switzerland, locked in the arms of his deadly enemy, Professor Moriarty. For 3 long years I mourned him, my loneliness deepened too by the loss of my dear wife. To pass the weary days, I tried to interest myself in crime as a gesture, so to say, to Holmes' memory. Our old associate, Lestrade of the Yard, was sometimes even good enough to consult me with some of his problems. And so, in the spring of the year 1894, I came to hear of the singular mystery surrounding the death of the Honorable Ronald Adair.
Murder, Dr. Watson. It's stark murder. To tell you the truth, Doctor, this is the kind of problem I wish to heaven I could have talked to Mr. Holmes about.
Aha. Well, we all wish that, Lestrade. Tell me what your problem is.
I thought we might even walk round to the scene of the crime together, Doctor, if you can spare the time. It's a queer business, this Adair case. Deuced queer.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers. Found dead, wasn't he?
That's right.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, he was fond of cards, you see. He never played for very big stakes, but he couldn't resist a bit of a flutter now and then.
No gambling enemies or anything of the kind?
Shouldn't think so. Seems to have been very popular. Anyhow, he was playing at one of his clubs the night it happened. The Bagatelle, you see.
Who was he playing with?
Well, there was a Mr. Murray and Sir John Hardy and a fellow called Moran, a Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Murray, Hardy, Moran. Well, what next then?
Well, young Adair got back home about 10. He shut himself in his room. He lives in Park Lane, you know, one of those big houses, and his room was at the front. His mother got in from a theater about 11:30 and went in to say goodnight to him. She couldn't get any answer. Had the door forced.
It was locked then?
On the inside, Doctor. And they found him dead, you see. All horribly mutilated about the head by an expanding bullet.
What a dum-dum, you mean? Mm-hmm. Suicide, maybe? Did you find any weapon?
No, Doctor. Not a single blessed sign of one. He was slumped across the table with bundles of notes and stacks of coins laid neatly out all around him.
Huh. Remarkable. But he couldn't have been shot through the window, I suppose.
Well, it seems the only way, of course, and the window was open. But the minute you have a look, you'll see it was pretty near impossible. Let's go round, shall we?
Right. I'll get my boots on.
Now, Doctor, that's the house, you see. Tall one with the blue railings and the crocus bed in front.
Yes, I see. Yes. Quite a crowd outside, isn't there, Lestrade?
Oh, usual sightseers. It's all in the papers, you know. Morbid tastes people have.
Which is the room where he was found?
Up on the 2nd floor, up there where one of my men is. They're still looking around for clues, you know. Body was taken away some days ago.
Ah, quite so. Was the window open as wide as that when it happened?
Every bit. We haven't touched it at all. Step aside there, will you? I'm a police officer.
And taking up the old blooming pavement.
I suppose the murderer couldn't have locked the door on the inside and then made his escape through the window, Lestrade?
Not a chance. And you see for yourself there isn't anything you could climb down by. If he dropped there would have been marks on the crocus bed.
Yeah, I see.
Well, aren't you coming in, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. You've given me most of the facts. The clue must lie outside somewhere. Young Adair must have been shot through the window.
That's what I said. But whoever did it must have been an uncommonly good shot. He'd have had to stand right back at the roadway almost to avoid leaving tracks in the garden. You get the young chap in range as he sat at the table.
Almost impossible with a revolver at that distance.
Besides, you know, there's that cabman's shelter just there, by the gate. They say there wasn't a sound of a shot that night. They'd be certain to have heard it. I tell you, it's a puzzle, Doctor.
It is indeed, Lestrade. I almost wish, like you, that...
What?
Well, you know what I mean. It would have been a problem after his own heart. Oh, well, I must get back, I suppose. Well, if I think of anything...
Be careful, Doctor.
Oh.
Kindly watch where you're going, sir. You nearly knocked me down.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I've made you drop your books.
Well, you certainly have, sir. They're exceedingly valuable books.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
There you are. Yeah, I picked them up for you. Oh. It was quite an accident.
Well, I should hope so. I should hope so, indeed.
Poor old fellow. You know, I must have given him a little bump. Lame, too.
An old bookseller, I should think. Looks it with those thick glasses. Too much peering over small print.
For myself, you've been studying poor Holmes' methods, Lestrade.
I only wish I could use them on this case, Doctor. Well, goodbye. You'll let me know if you have any ideas.
Yes, I will. Goodbye, Lestrade. I'll certainly think about it. And so I did indeed as I walked back home. The Park Lane mystery, as I'd already decided to call it if ever I should write an account of it. The first that I should ever write of my own small efforts in detection as opposed to Holmes. Adair had plainly locked the door himself. He'd therefore met his death from the outside. And yet, what shot could possibly have traveled such a distance and still caused so much mutilation? And who had done the deed? And for what motive? I was still pondering when I reached my study. And I'd hardly had time to light my pipe when, to my astonishment, my maid ushered in no other than the old bookseller with whom I'd collided in Park Lane.
Well, sir, you're surprised to see me, no doubt.
Well, I most certainly am. How on earth did you know where I lived?
Apology. It's been on my conscience a bit the way I spoke so rude to you when you bumped me.
Oh, but really, you make too much of a trifle. Well, why don't you put your pile of books on the table and sit down for a moment? You look tired.
Right enough I am, sir. You went pretty fast for my old legs. I had a job to keep up with you. I was thankful when I saw you turn into the house here, and I could come up a bit slower.
Ah, well, will you have a little refreshment? I've some brandy here, or some whiskey and soda.
Thank you, Watson. I rather fancy a little hock and seltzer.
Holmes. Sherlock.
Watson, my dear friend. Oh, my dear fellow. Here, sit down. You'll fall. Quick, quick. Here, drink this.
Holmes,
There, that's a bit better, isn't it? There, you're all right now. My poor old Watson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have fainted. First time in my life.
Oh, it was unforgivable of me, my dear fellow, but I simply couldn't resist it.
No, it can't. It's really you, Holmes?
Yes, really, Watson, really and truly. Here, touch me. I'm flesh and blood, you see. The same old Holmes.
But the falls at Reichenbach, the cliff edge.
Yeah.
How did you ever get out alive?
Here, sit back, old fellow. Take another sip of brandy. Here, I'll take my wig and whiskers off, and then you'll be able to believe it's really me. You're the second person you know who's fainted at the sight of me today.
What? Oh, who else?
Well, dear old Mrs. Hudson back in the old rooms in Baker Street. Upon my life, I didn't think she'd ever stop crying after I'd pulled her round from her faint.
I see the deuce of it is. It never helped liking you, Holmes, for all your confounded ways.
Well, that's very nice of you.
I can hardly believe it now. But when I tell this straight, when I tell the whole world...
No, not yet, Watson. Not yet. Lestrade, perhaps, but no one else at all. And for a very good reason, I assure you. We are back in harness, my old friend.
What? How? What do you mean?
Well, this very night, provided you can spare the time. A hard and dangerous task, Watson. Are you still game?
Well, of course. It's what I've been longing for. But I want to know what's been happening, Holmes. You must tell me.
A million things, but all in due course, my dear fellow. We have our work to do first. You think you'll be all right?
Oh, I'm all right, Holmes. 100 times the man I was. I'm sorry I went to pieces like that.
Well, that was the greatest compliment you could possibly pay me.
But your escape, man. How can you be so calm about it?
Oh, that was all so long ago. 3 years, after all.
But how did you get out of that dreadful chasm?
Because, my dear Watson, I was never in it.
Never in it? My dear Holmes.
I assure you my note to you was quite genuine. I hadn't any doubt that I was done for when I stood there confronting Moriarty with that inexorable purpose in those eyes of his that you described so vividly.
You read my account.
Of course. I congratulate you, my dear fellow. It was the most convincing thing you've ever done. I was even strangely moved by it.
But the 2 sets of footsteps to the cliff edge and none returning, the signs of a struggle.
Oh, we fought together. Of course, there was no doubt about that. We fought most bitterly. But you know the curious bypaths of my knowledge, Watson. I have some acquaintance with Baritsu, the Japanese system of wrestling, and I managed finally to slip out of our friend the professor's grip, and down he went at last, uttering the most horrible scream that I've ever heard from human lips.
You're the devil, Holmes. You truly are.
Well, the only one, however, who's always been on the side of the angels. You know, Watson, at that moment I suddenly realized what a heaven-sent opportunity had come my way.
How do you mean?
But Moriarty wasn't the only man who had sworn my death. There was another, his chief lieutenant, who had also managed to escape the trap which the police had laid for the whole gang at my instigation.
You mean you deliberately chose to make it appear that you died so that you could delude this fellow into a sense of false security?
Precisely. Well, I began to climb up the face of the cliff.
But you couldn't have, Holmes. It was almost sheer.
I had an anxious moment or two, I'll confess, but I did manage it somehow. You know, I could even hear your cries and see your tragic face when you thought I was gone. I was there above you on a ledge about 100 feet or so up.
Oh, Holmes, and you never made a sign.
It was my strongest card, old friend. If you believed that I was really dead and wrote of me as you did, then the whole world would believe it too. And that was why only one person knew the secret, that I was safely on my way to Italy.
And who was that?
My brother, Mycroft.
Huh? You could trust him, Holmes, and not me.
My dear fellow, I know you're the very soul of discretion. But you could never have written so vividly and so convincingly if you'd really known the truth.
But the years of misery I've undergone, the years.
It was the only way. I couldn't even reveal myself to you in the street today because the place was so crowded there might have been spies.
Not because of Lestrade, because he was there.
No, I'll tell Lestrade this afternoon. We'll need him badly for tonight's adventure.
What are you planning, Holmes?
I've been planning all these years I've been away, traveling in Tibet, Persia, France, planning to defeat this last member of Moriarty's gang. And tonight, at last, I think I'm going to get him.
Who is he, Holmes?
Not yet, Watson. Not yet. You'll see and hear enough before the morning. The game's afoot, Watson. Old times. Come, the adventure, as you no doubt call it, of the empty house.
In a moment, we continue this week's story in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now we continue The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes called for me at 9:30, and we set off on our mysterious journey. His knowledge of the bypaths of London was extraordinary. We twisted through a maze of hidden alleys and narrow passageways until I was quite bewildered. And always as we went, I saw his brows drawn down and his thin lips compressed in the old sardonic smile I knew so well.
Watson, this is like old times being with you again. If you only knew how I've looked forward to this moment.
Where are we, Holmes? You've completely lost me.
You'll see in a moment. Yes, that's right. I thought so. Along the Mews, turn to the left, and we're almost there.
You still can't tell me what we're after?
You know already. Moriarty's right-hand man, the last of his whole gang.
How does he know you're alive?
That's been part of the whole difficulty, my dear fellow. One of the reasons I've had to lie so low. He saw me that day at the falls.
But you mean that Moriarty wasn't alone that day after all?
Oh, yes, he was. He was quite chivalrous in his own strange way, but this lieutenant of his must have followed him some way behind to see that all went well. I caught sight of him for a moment when I was right at the top of the precipice looking down and realized that he could see me climbing up.
Good heavens, Holmes.
Yes, he tried to dislodge me, of course, a boulder or two, gave me a few uncomfortable moments, but I managed to get round by another path and elude him.
Did he know for certain that you'd escaped?
Well, I was never sure until these last few days, and that's what's brought me back to London.
But I don't understand how...
Watson, I told you this was the adventure of the empty house. Well, here's the door. I'll use the skeleton key. Ah, yes, that's it. Now, quietly, my dear fellow.
Dash it.
Same old Watson.
Well, I'm excited, Holmes. I'm a bit out of practice, you know.
This way, through here, this passageway. Careful now, Watson. There's a low doorway. Don't bang your head. Oh, what on earth's the matter now, Watson?
Something brushed my face.
It's a spider's web or a strip of wallpaper. Can't you see how it's peeling away? The place hasn't been lived in for years.
I still wish I knew where we were.
This is the room, Watson. Now then, look out of this window.
Good.
There.
Good heavens. Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, my dear fellow. Don't you remember it? Exactly opposite our own old quarters at number 221B.
But what are we doing here?
We are here because the window commands such an excellent view of that picturesque edifice of ours. Come closer, Watson, and just look up at the window of our old sitting room.
Oh, heavens. Holmes, I believe I'm almost going to faint.
Oh, hold up, my dear fellow. There's no brandy here, unfortunately. I thought that even 3 long years could hardly rob me of my powers to surprise you, Watson.
But, Holmes, it's you up there. It's your shadow on the blind up there.
I trust that age cannot wither me, Watson, nor custom stale my infinite variety. It really is rather like me, don't you think?
But it's marvelous. I could swear that you were sitting up there.
Yes, the real credit belongs to Monsieur Oscar Meunier, the distinguished sculptor. A bust of me in wax, Watson, placed very carefully so as to cast its silhouette upon the window blind.
I'm out of my depth, Holmes. The whole thing's beyond me. What does it all mean?
Simply that I have the strongest possible reasons for wanting a certain person to believe that I'm up there when I'm really somewhere quite different.
This lieutenant of Moriarty?
Of course, he knows I'm still alive, and he believes that sooner or later I'll be sure to come back to my old haunts.
He knows you're back there.
I'm quite sure he does. I took pretty good care that he recognized me in the street this morning.
Look, that gang of roughs along the street. They're looking up, watching your shadow on the blind, too, aren't they?
Roughs, you think? Keep back, Watson. Don't let them see you.
Great heavens. Your shadow's moved up there.
My dear good Watson, am I such a farcical bungler as to erect an obvious dummy and expect the sharpest eyes in Europe to be deceived by it?
Well, what is it? Clockwork?
Mrs. Hudson. The good soul crawls forward on her hands and knees every few minutes and moves the effigy round a little to a different angle.
I confess I'd like to see her at it.
Watson, really? Shh. Listen.
What is it?
I do believe he's coming. Who is? Listen, the stairs. Yes, he's coming up. Actually into this room. I hardly expected such a stroke of luck as this. Listen. Now for it. Keep your gun ready, Watson. And here, take this police whistle. When I tell you, blow it.
What's going to happen, Holmes?
You'll see. He'll open that window, and then you'll hear something. A sound you've never heard before in all your life.
What?
A sound that isn't a sound at all. An explosion that doesn't explode.
Upon my soul.
Quiet now, not another word.
You at last, Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir, I've got you. Murder, Watson. On him. Blow the whistle, man. Go. Come on.
Dare you
Get him. It's all right. Oh, no, you don't. Watson here, hold on to his arm. That's it. Where in heaven's name is Lestrade?
Here we are, Mr. Holmes. Quick, Johnson. Shine your lantern. Right, sir. Staple, help Mr. Holmes.
I'm all right. Oh, thank you, Lestrade. I rather fancy everything's quite in order.
What is it, Holmes, in heaven's name?
Why, Watson, just as I told you, the late Professor Moriarty's first lieutenant.
You fiend, Sherlock Holmes. You clever fiend.
Quite so, Colonel. Journeys end in lovers' meetings, as they used to say in the old play. Colonel Sebastian Moran, my dear Watson, once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best big game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced. That's an interesting weapon you've got there, Lestrade.
That's mine. Give it to me.
No, you don't. Never seen anything quite like it, Mr. Holmes. Doesn't seem to have any kind of powder chamber.
For the simple reason that it's an air gun of a particularly powerful design made to the order of the late Professor Moriarty himself.
Of course, Holmes. I remember you told me about it 3 years ago.
That harmless bust of mine across the way will have been shattered by the missile it fires. A simple, soft-nosed bullet.
A bust. An effigy. You fiend, Holmes.
You've already used that epithet once, Colonel. For a master marksman, your vocabulary seems to me a trifle limited. I'm really quite surprised that so simple a stratagem should have deceived you.
You've not heard the last of me yet, Holmes.
Indeed? Well, are we ready, Watson?
Ready? Ready for what?
I rather fancy a pipe in our old rooms, my dear fellow.
But, Holmes,
you'll find them in perfect order. My brother Mycroft has been in charge of everything while I've been away, and there are still a few details you may care to hear.
Wait, Holmes. If it was only an effigy in that window, you've no right to detain me. I've committed no crime.
No crime? Attempting to murder Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, he's quite correct, Lestrade. We do need something a little more definite than attempted murder. And in any case, I think I prefer not to be involved in the matter myself.
Well, I must say,
You see? Instruct those men of yours to release me at once.
Don't worry, Lestrade. Your men can take him away with perfect impunity. Won't you join Watson and me for a little refreshment across the way? As to the charge...
Well, Mr. Holmes, you must have one, you know.
Oh, yes, I have, of course. The murder of the Honorable Ronald Adair. Shot through the open window of his house in Park Lane with an expanding bullet fired Lestrade from that very gun that you now have in your hand. Goodbye, Colonel Moran. Oh, my best respects to the Professor. I feel sure you'll meet him in the nether regions.
Well. The same old room, Mr. Holmes. You could have knocked me down with a feather when you walked into the yard this afternoon.
It was nothing to how I felt this morning, Lestrade. I actually fainted.
And I was only saying to you I wouldn't be surprised to see a shadow on the blind, eh?
But look at it. My poor old likeness, Watson. Shot right between the eyes, I'm afraid. Well, all in a good cause.
But what confounds me, Holmes, is how you knew about the Adair murder.
Well, it was exactly what I'd been waiting for, Watson. As soon as I read in Paris that Moran had been the young fellow's partner at cards that night, I realized he must have been the murderer.
But how?
Because of the gun. It was the only weapon in the world with which that crime could have been committed at such a distance and without a sound. He'd made his little slip, just as his master did before him. So I knew it was time to come back, and I was on his trail at last.
Well. And to think that you were examining the scene of the crime at the same moment we were. Eh, Doctor?
But what was the motive, Holmes?
Adair had partnered Moran more than once. He discovered that Moran was a cheat, threatened him with exposure, and set to work calculating the amounts that he had fraudulently won. He planned to return those sums, hence the piles of money lying on the table.
And Moran followed him and shot him from the other side of the street, beyond the railing.
Yes, but I still had to prove it. I knew if he'd got the chance, he'd turn that gun on me. And I suspected that he might choose the empty house for his purpose, as indeed he did. By the way, Watson, I'm afraid that gang of roughs in the street you were so suspicious of were really only Lestrade's plainclothes men waiting for our whistle.
Well, you mean that I was mistaken, Holmes?
Yes, just this once, my dear fellow. And now that the race of Moriarty is finally extinct, we are quite free to celebrate the return of Sherlock Holmes. Would you pass me my violin, Lestrade? How splendid that it wasn't damaged in that fire the Professor once started in these rooms. Hey, Watson?
That's a matter of opinion, Holmes.
But we welcome you back, sir. By George, we do. London hasn't been the same without you.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate that very much. Yes, Watson, nothing like a violin, to soothe the savage breast. I really missed it sorely in Tibet.
The return of Sherlock Holmes, and 1,000 other cases still before him. Well, well. Well, well.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch. Sir Ralph Richardson played the part of Dr. Watson, and Sir John Gielgud that of Sherlock Holmes. The program was produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Sherlock Holmes, on Tuned to Yesterday, an NBC broadcast from 1955. And with cases closed, that's it for this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's golden era. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. It's been a pleasure. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, bringing you programs from the golden age of radio. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. Coming up in this hour, mystery. Later on, it's The Whistler, but right now, movie actor Charles Boyer stars in Suspense. From the same year, he was in 2 motion pictures, starring as a doctor and a priest. He appears next as leading man in the CBS broadcast, co-starring Joseph Kearns, called Another Man's Poison, from May 17th, 1951.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of desperation and terror, Another Man's Poison, starring Mr. Charles Boyer.
I am Claude Bourget. Regardless of what you've read about me in the papers, money means nothing more and nothing less to me than it does to any other man of moderate income. You must realize that. You must know that I only wanted to give my family every comfort and advantage I could. At least I think that's the reason I hesitated several months ago. At least I hope it's the reason. Because there it was. Wouldn't you have looked at it? Wouldn't you have opened it up? A package, wrapped in brown paper and tied with a heavy cord. Wouldn't you have opened it? And then, all I knew was that I had to get home with it. Quickly. Alice!
Claude. What? Claude, what's the matter? What happened?
Look at this. Look at it.
Oh.
There must be thousands of dollars in this bundle. 75, perhaps 100,000.
But where? How?
Oh, I stopped, the way I stop. I stopped for wild flowers for the office, the way I do sometimes. It was there. Must have been there for months.
Call the police.
You can tell it was there for months by the faded bills and... Police? Why the police?
Because it isn't ours. Someone lost it.
I don't know. What if I do? Isn't there money? Let anyone with a good enough story come along, anyone, and they would turn it over to him. They wouldn't be out anything.
Claude, you have to turn it over to the police. Well, how could we explain it?
Well, we'll move away, go to the Pacific coast or something, and...
This is our home. The children have their friends here. Our friends.
Yes, you're right.
fine.
Just allow me one thing. Let me protect our interest. Isn't that reasonable? To protect our rights?
How do you mean?
Well, I'll go and see Tom Haskell.
Well, all right. But, well, how can a lawyer help? What for?
You said all right. You said you would let me look after our interest in this.
And then you'll give it to the police.
I'll do the right thing. You know that, Alice. Now, give me a satchel. A small one. When I found that money, I had looked around quickly, like a fugitive. Like I had done something wrong. Why? I don't know. I just know it was more cash than I had ever seen at one time. $98,000 is a lot of money, especially to a man who is 46 years old and hasn't made more than $7,000 a year. A man who screamed and saved like any other man who loves his family. That's why I had to know my rights and responsibilities for my family. Tom Haskell told me it would take 12 months to get the money. 12 months.
Well, Claude, either you keep the money in your possession or turn it over to the police. Either one, but with either one, you have to give an affidavit to the police within 3 days.
And at the end of a year?
The law says it's yours if no one presents valid proof to the contrary.
Hey, mister, who is to say it's valid? Who is to say that the proof is strong enough?
The police, if you turn the whole thing over to them.
Well, don't I have a voice in this? Don't I have any rights?
Oh, it's your choice, Claude.
Now, look, possession is 9/10 of the law.
That's what the book says.
I don't have to give the police the money as long as I tell them. Is that it? Is that what you want me to do?
You're asking me to tell you exactly what you should do. Well, Claude, I can't. Now, both ways are legal. Both ways are right.
What would you do?
If I'd found the money?
Yes, if you had to decide. I'm asking you as a friend. If you had to decide between keeping it or turning it over to the police.
Well, I don't know. No one could know if it's worth the risk. No one but the man who actually had to make such a decision.
If it's worth the risk? What did he mean? What risk? I had a feeling he meant something evil. I didn't want to hear it. He had given me legal advice. That was all I wanted. I didn't want to hear about risks. Men have taken risks for much less. But I am a believer in law, doing everything by the law. You learn that in the real estate business, that it is best to do everything by the law.
Anything else, Mr. Bourget?
Well, I think that's all, Lieutenant.
Get all of it, Joe?
That one part Mr. Bourget mentioned, the money, I didn't quite get where he was keeping it.
Clarify that, Mr. Bourget?
Just keeping it.
You know what you're letting yourself in for?
Now, look, I came here voluntarily, Lieutenant. I came to the police of my own free will.
No one said you didn't.
But you imply things I do not like.
It's not me. I'm sure you're straight because I know you a little, but there are strangers who won't believe you actually found $98,000. There aren't many who do that, but it doesn't take many. Never has.
You attempt to frighten me. Why, I don't know. I don't understand.
I'm trying to protect you.
From nothing at all.
This will be in the papers, every paper in the country.
I expect it to. There is no other way the owner can be found. I want everyone to know.
And everyone will. Every grifter and fast con man. Every boiler room spiel artist.
Now, is there anything illegal in my keeping the money?
No.
Well, then you have my number, Lieutenant, and I'll refer any legitimate claim to you for investigation.
Bourget.
Yes?
98,000 will buy a lot of things, but one of them isn't a new neck.
I hated Lieutenant Gaston. He hadn't done anything to me, but I hated him. He had made me afraid. No, he had made me realize I was afraid. Why do we hate people who make us realize we are afraid? But the months passed and nothing happened. Just torrents of lies and hysterical claims, a few threats. Some I turned over to Gaslin. Nothing at all.
Claude.
What?
The phone.
No, what time is it?
Almost dawn. Claude, don't answer it. Oh, please, Claude. Who's calling?
Yes?
Mr. Claude Bourget?
Yes?
Kansas City calling. Here's your party.
Kansas City.
Bourget,
Who is this?
that's not important right now.
I won't speak unless you identify yourself.
You don't have to. I'll do the talking. That's better.
Now, if it is about the money, the police investigate all
Shut up and listen.
Now, I will not be talked to like that.
What was it, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Another one of those fanatics.
Oh, come to bed, Claude. Claude, come to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. Your party was disconnected. Go ahead, please.
I'll make it simple and clear. Until I see you, don't spend any of that money. Don't recognize anybody's claim to it. Don't contact the police. It'll be easier for you. A lot easier if you follow my instructions.
No, listen. Listen. Hey, come back.
What is it? Claude, come to bed.
Nothing, Elise. Nothing. Now, what would you do if you had found something valuable and a clerk wanted it? What would you do if a threatening call came in the middle of the night? That's when it is worst. In the middle of the night. If the sun were shining, the voice would not have been so frightening. And then do you know what you do? What I did. I watched each shrub, listened for each car, waited for each sigh of the wind. And as time passed, yes, a month, a whole month, I knew the man was waiting, watching and waiting for the safe time to come to me. I became so tense, I even jumped when the mailman walked into my office abruptly. It's you.
And they keep coming. There must be about 20 letters in this bag.
Any more?
No. Funny, you'd think after all these months there'd be somebody to claim it.
Really? Well, look at these letters. All of them. All the same. Lying, cheating, blackmail. Not one legitimate claim. Not one.
Not even one?
What?
Claude, you've lived here how long? 15 years?
18 years in this community.
That's right. And most people like you. But you know a few of them get whacked up sometimes. Sometimes they'll let a guy who talks like they do take their silverware. But an honest guy with an accent can't be honest because he has an accent. You know what I mean?
Yes. So if he has $98,000.
Especially if he's got $98,000. They say if you were playing straight, somebody would have come along with a legitimate claim.
I have been honest. By the law. Honest by the law.
I know. Only say all these letters. Hundreds of letters.
And I won't read any more of those. Tell them that. See? Into the wastebasket. Tell them! I knew I shouldn't have shouted at him. I knew it. He was a friend. But even friends became a burden while I waited. I lost interest in my work, didn't pay attention to it. I began driving around the town, looking for something, for someone, for the man who phoned. I know it sounds crazy because I didn't even know what he looked like. Yet I thought maybe something somehow would give him away, all the while knowing nothing would. That's why my friends were becoming a burden. That's why it was hard to talk to them. Hard to talk to anybody.
Oh, I don't care what the reasons, Claude. You can't treat friends like that. People will just stop inviting us to parties.
I was getting on my nerves.
Oh, the past weeks, everybody does. Everything.
All right. Go inside. I'll get the paper.
Bourget.
Who is it?
My name is Chronic. I hope you followed my instructions.
Now, if you have a legitimate claim, why are you sneaking around?
Keep your voice down. You're frightened, Bourget. That's good.
Of you? Now, just tell me what you want.
The money.
You'll never get it. It's in a bank.
Then you'll take it out.
You'll never make me.
I think you'll want to. Now, listen fast, Bourget. A year and a half ago, there was a big upstate payroll job.
The money is mine.
$400,000. Half of it's been found. Only half. 3 men pulled that job off. One's in South America.
No, it belongs to me.
And one's in jail. The third one, nobody saw him. So he could be anybody.
No.
Me, you, anybody.
Leave me alone.
And that one guy in jail. They wanted him to talk for a long time. He's ready to now. He's ready to say Claude Berger was number 3. That Claude Berger killed the payroll guard. That Claude Berger
I don't
is
believe you.
responsible.
I don't believe a word you say.
He sent a letter to the police in this town.
I'm known here. I'm respected. I'm known.
What judge would believe a man just happened to find $98,000 in a field? Come now, Mr. Berger. What judge would believe that?
For years, I'm known here.
The man in jail can't say he made a mistake. When I tell him to. Good night, Berger.
I'm known. I'm known.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Boyer with Irene Tedrow in Another Man's Poison. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
In just a few hours, overnight, everything had gone crazy. Nothing was what it had been. I couldn't make my wife understand why I couldn't go to the police, why it was different now. I couldn't make her realize the terrible predicament we were in. That the money was ours, and Kreinik or anyone else had a right to it. But it wasn't time to plan, not a moment. The letter came. I knew it had come. I knew it the moment I saw the squad car pull up in front of my house to take me to police headquarters.
I know it'll straighten out, Mr. Bourget, I'm sure of it.
Well, it had better straighten out. I've never heard of anything so preposterous.
You must realize this robbery was and is a great embarrassment to the police, Mr. Bourget.
Well, why should I be made to suffer for police inefficiency? A criminal, a common thief, a convict writes a letter. Is his word better than mine? I've been a respectable citizen.
We choose to believe you. We want to believe you.
Well, then goodbye. I have a lot of work to do.
You're making it tough for us to go along with you.
Are you accusing me?
It's a request. I'm asking you. Just bring in the money. We'll check it.
Check it? Check the money? Why would you check the money?
Some of the serial numbers in that stick-up are registered.
You suspect me. That's it.
Just bring in the money.
There, Lieutenant. I hope this satisfies you.
5 bills, Bourget. I ask you for all of them.
Oh, 5 or 500, what difference does it make? If they are registered, a few can tell you what you want to know.
These are the old bills. You're not being very cooperative. Went to some new bills?
Well, just check the serial numbers. I've had enough of this inquisition.
Okay.
Well, what is it?
They're not listed.
Now let me alone.
Sit down.
What?
I said sit down. You don't seem to realize your position, Bourget.
Don't try to intimidate.
Where's the paper the money was wrapped in?
The paper?
Where is it?
Well, I don't know.
Burned?
Maybe. How should I know? Why? Why should I know? Why should I have kept it?
When you first found the money, you saw your attorney before you came to me.
No, wait a minute.
Why'd you do that?
I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to, true. But why don't you want to?
It seemed like the right thing to do.
The mailman on your office route was heard to say you threw away several letters unopened.
That's a lie. I opened and read everyone. Always. All of them.
Think hard.
All of them. Well, yes, except one day. It was nothing. It was this kind of idiotic talk which made me do it.
Why should a man in jail name you as one of the hold-up men he pulled off a job with?
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Why?
It's my legal right.
It is. You didn't have to answer any of these questions. I just wanted you to understand why it would help if you brought in all the money.
Well, all right. Yes. All of it.
Because even more than a robbery is involved in this, there's a murder.
What?
The murder of the payroll guard. You can go now, Mr. Bourget. I said you can go now.
Yes. A paperback no one would keep, I also threw away. As any man would see a lawyer first, I too saw one. As any human being would have become angered, I tore up the letters. But these all meant something else when Gaston put them together. They meant I too must add them up and find the perfect answer. It had to be perfect. One misstep, one error, and my life, my business, everything would be gone. It had to be perfect.
Call Tom Haskell. You need a lawyer, Claude. You must have a lawyer.
Oh, I went to him once. Did he anticipate anything? Did he tell me what to do?
Well, you need him now.
The money. If they registered any of the serial numbers of that money, I'm through. I'm finished.
Well, maybe it isn't.
Must be. Everything fits together. The robbery north of here, the amount of money, its age, Kranek's story.
Give the money to the police.
Yes, and if I do, Kranek will not recall the letter.
Oh, but, Claude, if the money isn't registered, there's nothing to fear if the money is...
And if it is, what shall I do? There must be something. There has to be something.
But you're innocent, Claude.
Oh, yes, except that thousands of innocent men have gone to jail or been executed. All innocent, all of them.
Oh, don't, Claude, don't say that.
They're circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. Most cases are. Money, the letter, or wrapping paper. And the serial numbers. I don't even know what I was doing on the day of the robbery.
It was so long ago. Why do you have to remember? This is crazy. You don't have to remember.
Well, I do, though. That's what it's come to. I must.
Well, then let's remember. Let's try to remember.
Well, it was July. Yes, that's what I was told. The robbery was July of last year.
Well, he went away for the weekend of the 4th. Remember that weekend he went away?
No, later. Toward the end of the month. The last week in July.
The last week?
Yes.
The last week of July.
Yes.
I don't remember. Oh, I can't remember, Claude. I can't remember.
We have to.
Oh, Claude, darling. Get rid of it. We managed before.
No.
We had what we wanted. Get rid of the money.
It's too late. Don't you understand? It's too late. Oh, the newspapers.
What?
The newspapers. The newspapers from that date. The exact date. Everything would be in them. If I saw them.
Yes. You'd remember when you saw them. You would.
I'll be back in an hour. Now, don't answer the phone or the door until I get back. I tell you, you know when you are being hunted. It wasn't Kranek following me. It was another pursuer. A new one. The police. If I didn't know it, why did I glance over my shoulder when I entered the newspaper building? I knew it, and I saw him. I went back to the file room. But as soon as I got there, I wanted to get out. I felt something terrible would happen to me if I stayed. I filled out a request slip, and I saw the girl surreptitiously give it to the officer. I waited like a stone image. And finally, when the papers were given to me, I frantically searched them and found it. Yes, I found the paper and the date of the terrible information. And then I had to get home. Home. I would be safe there. Yes, home was a place to think, to figure things out, to save my life.
Are you sure, Claude? Are you sure someone was following you?
No, I've seen him before. I know it was a detective.
Oh, you're too upset. You think he was. You imagine.
I tell you, the police are after me, too.
No, Claude, they can't.
A year and a half. They've waited a year and a half to get someone, anyone, for that holdup.
Didn't seeing the papers help?
Certainly, a lot.
You remember?
Do you remember?
What?
That week, the Laval farmland I went to see about.
Well, I don't understand.
Upstate. I had to go upstate that weekend.
Oh, no.
Yes, of all weekends, that one. I had to go upstate, that one.
What can we do?
The money, it's the only proof. The only real proof.
They'll find it.
No, they won't.
They'll search.
They'll never find it.
Give it to Kranek. Give him the money.
Kranek? But he's the only one of the 3 murderers who is alive and free. Do you think he would let me live for 24 hours once he had the money?
Then burn it.
Burn it?
They'd never find it. The proof, one way or the other, the proof would be gone.
Burn it?
The payroll guard was killed.
Come.
You have to.
Yes, I have to. See what it is. I'll get the money.
The stranger, Claude.
Don't open the door. It's Kranek. He's the killer. Tell him I'm out. Keep him away from the backyard.
Just a minute, please.
Bourget!
He has a gun, Claude, a gun!
Don't burn it! Put it out, you idiot!
It's gone, Krennic. It's gone.
Out of my way! Let go!
The gun. I got it away from... It went off.
Bourget! Bourget, what the devil did you...
Keep away, Lieutenant. Keep away from me.
Put that gun down!
Doctor. Give me... Doctor.
Mrs. Bourget, call emergency.
Stay where you are, Alice.
But, Claude...
If he dies, you'll have 2 murders on you, Bourget.
Now, Krennic, listen. Listen, Krennic. You'll bleed to death, Krennic. Listen to me. There won't be any doctor unless you tell them. Tell them, Krennic. Doctor. Tell them, you idiot. Tell them. The frame. The letter. Frame up. The doctor. Please. Go on. I framed Bourget. The letter. It was a lie. Thank you, Krennic. Now, Alice. Now, call a doctor. Call a doctor.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
Suspense on Tuned to Yesterday, a CBS radio broadcast from May 17th, 1951. You're listening to an hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now 2 very busy radio actors during its golden age star in The Whistler, Howard McNear, who you know as Doc from the Gunsmoke series, and John McIntyre, who starred in everything from Tarzan to the Lux Radio Theater, appear in the story The Professor and the Fox, heard on CBS Radio on December 3rd, 1947.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, The Professor and the Fox.
John Strickland had finished his lunch and was on his way out of the Barristers' Club when Latimer sidled up to him at the door and steered him into the bar for a drink. John was curious, of course. Latimer never did anything without good reason, least of all invite his arch rival to join him over a bottle of 10-year-old bourbon. And as they sat there smiling over their glasses, he wondered what was on Latimer's mind. Finally, when Latimer was good and ready, he found out.
Well, if you must know, Strickland, it's a client of yours, Mrs. Fremont.
Oh?
Gilt age, 14 carat, charming. A great lady of the old school. How long have you managed her estate, Strickland? 10 years? 15?
Long enough. Why?
Been pretty profitable, too, hasn't it? In one way or another.
Suppose we consider that my affair, huh?
Of course, of course. The point is, I had a long talk with Mrs. Fremont this morning.
You what? See here, Latimer, what right have you...
Easy, old boy, easy. It was all quite ethical. It had to do with that tragic fire out on her summer estate. You'll recall, of course, that the wife of the caretaker, Mrs. Benson, was killed.
Killed? Well, what are you talking about? She wasn't touched by the fire. The excitement was too much for her. She had a bad heart.
That's not quite the way my client understands it.
Your client?
Mr. Benson, the poor woman's husband. I'm afraid he's won me over.
It was a clear case of negligence, Strickland.
On what basis?
A faulty fire extinguisher. The poor woman tried to put out the fire. The fumes overcame her.
Don't be ridiculous. I could blow that sky high in 5 minutes with one technical witness, and you know it.
You'd better find him.
I've never known you to play around with nuisance suits before, Latimer. Why are you doing it?
The fox. That's what they call you, isn't it, Strickland? The fox. I don't know. Maybe I just wonder how you'd look running away with your tail between your legs.
You picked a poor case for that.
I think it's a good one. So do you. That's why you're scared, isn't it?
Makes you think I'm scared.
Oh, just a hunch. Your cigarette.
Huh?
Turn it around. The cork end goes in the mouth. So long, Strickland. See you in court.
Oh, Mr. Strickland,
Yes, what is it, Miss Graham?
there's a man waiting to see you. He's been here for an hour, Mr. Benson.
Benson?
Yes, I'll tell him you're too busy.
No, wait. I'll see him myself. Well, Mr. Benson.
Oh,
I'm John Strickland.
yeah, I know. Mr. Strickland, I come to tell
You needn't go into that. I've just talked to your lawyer. I hope you realize, Mr. Benson, that this whole business is ridiculous. I can have it thrown out of court in 10 minutes.
Well, that's why I come to see you, Mr. Strickland. I don't like it either.
What?
Yeah, I got nothing against Mrs. Fremont. Why should I want to sue her for $50,000? It ain't right.
That's a very sensible attitude.
This here Latimer, he grabbed me right after it happened, and before I knew it, I signed a complaint.
Yeah?
Now, I thought that if you and me could maybe make a little deal here without going to court about it.
Of course, Mr. Benson. Why don't you sit down here?
But, Mrs. Fremont, I'm sure Mr. Strickland can see you in just a moment.
I'll only be a minute. I'm sure he won't mind.
Well, Martha, this is unexpected.
Of course, John, and I'm so sorry to interrupt. But I'm a little pressed for time this morning, and this did seem important.
Not at all.
Now, Mr. Benson.
Look, Mrs. Fremont, I can explain everything. I was just coming here to tell Mr.
Yes, I'm sure it won't be necessary, Mr. Benson. If you'll be good enough, I'd like to speak to Mr. Strickland alone.
Yes, ma'am. Bye, Mr. Strickland.
Yeah. I wish you hadn't done that, Martha.
Oh?
Benson came here to drop his suit.
I'm quite aware of that, John. He came to me first.
But why did you...
I don't intend to let him drop it, you see.
What?
He treated me unjustly, John. He made statements I consider very damaging.
But he wants to retract all that.
I've thought it over very carefully and decided that the proper place to see justice done is in the courtroom.
Oh, good Lord, Martha.
I'm sorry, John. I've made my decision. Now, that brings me to the other point.
I see.
You're aware, of course, that I've been under considerable pressure to turn my affairs over to another firm.
I wasn't aware of that, Martha.
Nevertheless, it's true. I've argued against it, of course, told them I had complete faith in you, that you'd handled my affairs fairly capably for some years now. They referred to the tax case, the $30,000.
Good Lord, Martha, I didn't have a leg to stand on.
Perhaps let's not discuss it now, John. The point is, I've agreed that in the event you don't handle this Benson matter successfully, I'll turn the management of my estate over to Nichols and Robertson's. Good day, John.
A nuisance case, John. A nuisance case that has suddenly become more than a nuisance. For a full minute after Mrs. Fremont leaves, you stand there bewildered, unable to understand how it could happen now after 15 years. It had seemed so simple in the beginning, hadn't it, John? So easy to take advantage of your position to divert funds now and then to your personal use as a temporary measure. But it wasn't temporary after all. Now, at the end of 15 years, the shortage in Mrs. Fremont's accounts will run somewhere around $80,000. And there's only one way to stop it now. One way to prevent Nichols and Robertson from finding the shortage if you lose control. Your hand is shaking as you pick up the phone and dial a familiar number.
Anderson College?
Professor Greer, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Greer's left for the day.
Well, Could you get a message to him, please? This is John Strickland. Would you tell him I need him as a technical witness right away?
I see. Is it urgent?
Extremely urgent. I must see Professor Greer tonight.
Yes, John, it began as a nuisance case, as a suit against your client, Mrs. Fremont, for $50,000, based on the ridiculous charge that a faulty fire extinguisher was responsible for the death of the caretaker's wife. But it's more than that now. If you lose it, John, if the control of Mrs. Fremont's fortune passes into other hands, you'll lose everything. Your career, your reputation, your freedom. And everything will depend on the testimony of timid, quiet little Professor Greer. A trifle nervous now as he takes a cigar from the silver humidor you offer.
Put a couple in your pocket, Professor.
Thank you.
Sorry to get you out at this hour, but it's terribly important.
Oh, well, of course.
It's one of my clients, Mrs. Fremont. I'll probably have to put you on the stand to keep her from being victimized out of $50,000.
Victimized?
Yes. It all hinges on this, Professor. What's in the fire extinguisher? It's called Quento.
We keep one in the laboratory. It's principally carbon tetrachloride.
Could it kill anyone?
Kill? Oh, no, that's impossible.
It couldn't give off carbon monoxide gas, for instance?
Oh, no, of course not. It's perfectly safe.
I see. And the plaintiff is claiming a woman died of asphyxiation, inhaling the fumes of this extinguisher.
Oh, well, could it have happened in any other way?
Oh, no. What makes it more ridiculous, there was a window open in the basement of the house where it happened.
Oh, then asphyxiation is out of the question. The case ought to be thrown out of court immediately.
Well, with your testimony, I'm sure it will be. We're in court next Monday, Professor. 10 in the morning?
All right, Mr. Strickland. I'll be there.
There's nothing you can do now but wait until Monday, is there, John? Nothing to do but prepare your brief, based on little Professor Greer's testimony. Yes, you'll only produce one witness, but you're sure he'll be enough. On Monday morning, the trial opens. Latimer brings his first witness to the stand, an undertaker named Albert Morgan.
Now, Mr. Morgan, you were the mortician in charge. Did you notice anything unusual about the body of Mrs. Benson?
Yes, I did. It's my impression that Mrs. Benson died of asphyxiation.
Objection. Your Honor, the witness is an undertaker. He's not competent to make statements regarding the cause of death. That's a matter for a physician.
Sustained. Strike it from the record, clerk.
May I congratulate counsel on the wisdom of his suggestion? When I'm finished with Mr. Morgan, I intend to produce a physician. A man, I might add, of unquestioned competence.
Mr. Strickland, you don't suppose...
Forget it. I'll take care of the doctor. Dr. Hayden, you have just testified that you knew the deceased intimately.
Yes, I was her personal physician.
And as such, you were, of course, aware she had a weak heart.
I was.
And yet you have made the statement that it is your professional opinion she died of asphyxiation.
Right. The symptoms seem to indicate carbon monoxide.
Seem to indicate?
Stronger than that. I'd gamble on it.
Yes, well, we're not gambling here, Doctor. We're after facts. Could any other form of death produce similar symptoms?
Well, it's possible, but...
And yet you just testified that Mrs. Benson unquestionably died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
I said that was my professional opinion.
Yeah, but it is still only an opinion. It's not a certainty.
That's right. It's an opinion.
That's all, Doctor. Thank you. Now, Professor, will you tell the court about this chemical in the Quento extinguisher, this carbon tetrachloride? Could this chemical have produced carbon monoxide gas when it came in contact with flame?
Oh, no. Such a reaction is chemically impossible.
Though I'm completely convinced she died from carbon monoxide, it must have been something other than Quento that caused it.
Thank you, Professor.
Something
That's all.
in the house, probably in the basement where the body was found.
That's all, Professor.
Although many people die of carbon monoxide, this is a very unusual case in view of the open window,
Yes,
the
well-
free access of fresh air.
That's all, Professor.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'd like to cross-examine.
You're a witness.
Now, Professor, you say something else might have caused carbon monoxide poisoning?
Oh, many things can cause it. As I say, this is a puzzling case. But if I could examine the premises, particularly where the body was found, I might be able to discover how it happened.
Object. If counsel for the plaintiff hasn't prepared his case before trial, he can't try the patience of this court with this kind of impromptu investigation.
That's a matter for the court to decide, Mr. Strickland. You say you'd be willing to visit the premises, Professor?
Why, of course, Your Honor.
This trial is in recess until tomorrow.
Exactly what do you think you're doing, Professor?
Why, getting to the bottom of the matter.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sooner or later, I think I'll find the chemical explanation to this strange problem.
Well, I don't happen to share your scientific zeal, Professor. It's against my interest to show them anything on the Fremont premises that could have caused that woman's death.
But in the interest of justice...
All right,
I feel it...
all right. You've got me over a barrel, Professor. What's your price?
My price?
Call it your fee, if you prefer. What about 5,000?
You mean you're trying to bribe
All right.
me?
10,000.
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Strickland. I couldn't accept any amount if it means concealing the truth.
All right. Just do me one favor, will you?
Why, of course, Mr.
Go on out and make your investigation, but tell me what you find first before you tell anyone else. Will you do that?
Why, certainly, Mr. Strickland. I'll call you the minute I get back.
It's a frightening thing, isn't it, John, to discover such an honest man. A man without a price. And you've not only discovered him, you can't get rid of him. In spite of all your efforts to head him off, little Professor Greer is bent on finding out exactly what killed Mrs. Benson, and then going on that stand in the morning and telling the jury about it. Your fear of the little man grows as you wait, with each maddening moment bringing you closer to exposure. And then, shortly after 6 o'clock, the phone rings.
Yes?
It's Professor Greer, Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone will be pleased. I've just written up a report on exactly what happened out there.
I see. Well, would you say that it's favorable to my client, Professor?
My report won't help your client, I'm afraid. But then I'm sure even Mrs. Fremont will be happy to know the true facts.
Yes, of course. Have you discussed them with anyone else?
Oh, certainly not. I gave you my word, Mr. Strickland.
When can I go over this report with you?
I'll come over right away, Mr. Strickland. 10 minutes. Now, you see, the poor woman's body was found close to an air conditioner.
There's certainly nothing dangerous about that.
Not ordinarily, Mr. Strickland, but it uses a gas, difluorochlormethane. The heat from the fire caused this gas to expand, and the pressure increased until it burst the metal of the air conditioner.
Well, how could that cause carbon monoxide poisoning? There was a window open.
It's that window that's thrown us all off. You see, difluorochlormethane is, oddly enough, a gas that needs air to become poisonous.
What? Are you trying to tell me that fresh air can kill a person?
Under the circumstances, yes. You see, this gas breaks down in the presence.
Professor, I don't understand any of this.
Well, perhaps I'm not explaining it clearly enough, Mr. Strickland. Well, now let me see. Let me put it another way. As the fire grew in intensity and the flames burned close to that...
But he doesn't have to explain again, does he, John? It's all too clear now. The nuisance suit is lost. Mrs. Fremont will turn her affairs over to Nichols and Robertson. And you know what that means. Your embezzlement exposed, disgrace, the end of everything you've worked for. This Professor Greer, John. This threadbare, prattling, weazened-up nobody is going to ruin you unless you stop him now.
Further, Mr. Strickland, you see, the air from that window actually helped kill Mrs. Benson. That open window became a lethal...
Professor, I'm sorry. Perhaps it's because I'm tired. I don't know, but none of this makes any sense to me at all.
Well, perhaps if you read my report yourself. It's in my briefcase out in the car. If you think it'll help, Mr. Strickland, I'll run out.
No, I'm sure it won't. Professor, would it be asking too much of you to drive out there with me again? Show me what happened right on the scene.
You mean tonight?
Right now, yes.
But of course, yes, I'll be glad to go, Mr.
Fine. Could we take your car? Mine's in the repair shop.
Oh, mine's right outside, Mr.
Oh,
Strickland.
well, I'll get my hand. I appreciate this, Professor. I do want to get this thing cleared up one way or the other.
Oh, my, I hate driving these mountain roads at night.
Yes, so do I. There's a side road that cuts in here somewhere, Professor. Might save us some climbing.
Oh, really? I didn't notice it driving back and forth today.
If you got a flashlight handy, we'll check the next road sign.
Oh, there's a flashlight there in the glove compartment.
Oh. Yes, this'll do fine. All right, Professor, pull up for a minute.
But I don't see any sign, Mr. Strickland. Are you
Stop
sure?
the car. It's right over there. Now throw the light on it for you.
Yeah. I don't see a thing. I think we'd better just stay right...
You look down at him, slumped over the wheel. Reach for the briefcase in the back seat. Get out of the car and walk around to the other side. You turn the wheel towards the edge of the cliff. Leap back as the little car begins to roll forward. An hour later, you let yourself into your apartment, pull down the shades, and then turn to Professor Greer's locked briefcase lying on your desk. It'll only take a minute now to open it and destroy the reports, John. And once that's done, the rest will be easy. Then...
Yes?
It's McLeod, John. Headquarters.
Headquarters.
You stop for a minute, frozen, and then shove the professor's briefcase under the desk. Try to compose yourself as you walk to the door.
Well, hello, Lieutenant.
I'm glad you're still up, John. Thought I might have to hoist you out of bed.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'm always thinking about my pals, you know. I thought you'd appreciate a little favor, John, with that damaged suit on your hands.
Favor?
Mm-hmm. About Benson.
What about Benson?
Well, your worries are over, John. You can forget the damage case. We finally broke him down.
Broke him down?
Aye. His wife didn't die by accident out at the Fremont place. Benson murdered her.
What?
Insurance.
Good Lord.
He was the last guy in the world to want to sue the old lady, but Latimer moved too fast for him. Had him thinking it would be a cinch $50,000. Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
He didn't stop with his wife.
You mean someone else?
Yeah. Just a few minutes ago, while he was at it, Benson also confessed to the murder of Professor Greer.
Professor Greer? Why, I don't understand.
Oh, it's very simple. You see, the professor was out at the Fremont place all afternoon, snooping around, writing reports. Well, Benson says he was sure the professor found the answer. That he was ready to put the finger on it. So...
He told you all this?
Well, we're pretty good at convincing a guy when we have to be.
Yes. Well, excuse me a moment. I'd like it.
Sure, John, sure.
Your knees are weak as you stumble out of the room to the kitchen, hoping McLeod will write it off as shock at the news of Professor Greer's death. It's a puzzle, isn't it, John? They might be playing cat and mouse with you. Why would Benson confess to a murder that you yourself committed not 3 hours ago, John? Why? report, McLeod said. Benson knew there was something incriminating in that report. Yes, by the time you come back into the room, you know that before you make another move, you've got to get into that briefcase and find out Professor Greer's report. It's still where you left it, leaning against your desk when you return to McLeod.
Sorry you won't join me, McLeod.
No, not on duty, thanks. I thought you might ride over to headquarters with me and get the story from Benson himself.
Not tonight, I'm afraid. Professor Greer. I have no idea how hard this is.
Oh, yes, I know. He did a lot of technical work for you, didn't he?
I feel guilty. In a way, he was working for me.
Yeah, that's right.
You going down there now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I better get a move on, too. Are you sure you won't go with me now?
Oh, I couldn't, McLeod.
Oh, of course, I understand. Well, at least you can forget about the damaged suit.
Well, I appreciate your coming, Lieutenant.
Oh, forget it.
Good night.
Good night.
Briefcase.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story.
Yes, John, it's unbelievable, isn't it? A grim kind of joke. Benson has just confessed to the murder of Professor Greer, a man you killed not 3 hours ago. And as you fumble frantically with the lock on the professor's briefcase, you know that somewhere in the report inside there's bound to be an answer. You wonder what's going on down at police headquarters now. Whether they suspect the truth, whether this is all a plot to crack you. What Benson down at police headquarters means by confessing to 2 murders.
I already told you. Why do you have to keep asking me again and again?
We've only started, Benson. Now, you say your wife died of asphyxiation from that broken air conditioner. How did you get her down to the basement?
Sleeping pills. She was out
All
when
right.
I carried...
So you thought you'd covered with the fire. Then the professor got
Well,
whacked.
he knew the answer. I saw him snooping around, writing things in a book. And by then, I was crazy, ready to do anything.
You're still crazy. How could you have killed Professor Greer when he only died a couple of hours ago, while you were right here in custody?
Well, his car went off the road, didn't it?
Yeah.
You seen the car?
Not yet. Highway Patrol just called it in.
Well, you'll figure it out when you see the car. I told you, I used to be a demolition man, Sergeant. There was a reason that car went off the road.
And what was that?
Well, he must have fiddled with that briefcase. I rigged a bomb in it. Anyone who pulled the cover open would have been blowing the bids.
The Whistler, on Tuned to yesterday from December 3rd, 1947 on CBS, marking the second of 3 appearances for star John McIntyre and one of many from Howard McNear. That brings to a close this hour of mystery on Tuned to yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's past. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, showcasing programs from radio's golden era. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. In this hour of mystery, later on we hear Broadway is My Beat from 1949. But right now it's Edmund O'Brien as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a CBS broadcast from August 3rd, 1950, called The Blood River Matter.
Edmund O'Brien as Johnny Dollar.
Your call to Blood River is ready, sir. One moment. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Deputy Gray?
Yeah, is this Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, right. I've been assigned to the Colburn shooting.
I got your telegram. When'll you be here?
Well, I have to ask you a favor. I got a plane space at Parkinson, and I understand there's a bus to a place called Divide, but I can't find any transportation into Blood River.
Well, there isn't any. I'll have to meet you in Parkinson.
Oh, good. I'm due to arrive at 4 tomorrow afternoon. Say, what about Coburn? Did he make a statement?
No, he hasn't come to yet. If you want one, you better show some speed. The doc says he may not last till tomorrow.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-State Life and Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Blood River matter. Expense account item 1, $240, transportation and incidentals between Hartford and Parkinson. I was paged at the airport and given a note that directed me to St. Paul's Hospital, where I was met by Deputy Sheriff Tom Gray.
They brought Coburn in here this morning, trying to pump some blood into him, I guess. Nothing like a hospital out in Blood River.
Any improvement?
Yeah, I don't think so. Slugs from a 45, 4 of them. If it was me, I'd have left him where he was. Moving him 40 miles didn't do him no good. What did this insurance company send you out for?
Just a routine check. When a policyholder gets shot up, they like to know why and by whom.
How much insurance do you have?
$50,000 worth.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who's it go to?
Frank Colburn, a son, and Mary Colburn, a daughter.
Oh.
Do you have any leads, Sheriff?
Leads? Oh, I got what the hired girl said.
What was that? I didn't hear about it.
Oh, she was a witness. She was in the kitchen that night. A man knocked on the door, asked for some grub. Old Colburn walked in, started to shoo him away, and the man shot him down.
Have you got him?
No, not yet, but a posse's out hunting him. We'll find him. Come on, operating room's down this way.
Tom, have you heard any news?
Not yet, Mary. Hello, Frank. I didn't know you two were here.
Yeah, we came in as fast as we could.
This is Dollar. He's from your pa's insurance company back east.
Miss Colburn, Frank.
Who sent for you, Dollar?
The insurance company was notified of the shooting. They asked me to come out.
Why?
I don't think this is the time to talk about it.
It's just the way they work, Frank. They like to look into things like this. Come on, Dollar, in here.
Oh, Tom, wait. Can't we go in, too? The doctor told us to wait here, but we've got a right to go in if anybody has.
Well, I guess you have, Mary, but the doctor probably thought it'd be easier for you this way if something went wrong, you know.
Well, it isn't. I want to be with him. I have a right to be.
All right, Mary, if that's the way you want. You too, Frank?
I don't see how it'll do anybody any good, but I'll come.
The son, Frank, was a huge man, well over 6 feet in his high-heeled boots. But the figure on the operating table must have towered over him during better days. I learned later that Max Colburn was more than a man. He was already a legend in the Blood River section. But here, under the intense glare of a battery of overhead lights, and under the probing instruments of the surgeon, Colburn was a great deal less than a man. Through the concealing sheets, you could realize the disintegration of his body, and his massive head, skin now bloodless and drawn, had already taken on the aspects of a skull. I knew he'd never make a deathbed statement, but we stood there and waited 2 hours for him to die.
That's all, nurse. Jot down the time, please, and notify the coroner.
Yes, sir. 6:15.
Oh, now, Mary, don't do that. It won't do no good.
Oh, Tom, what'll I do? What'll I do?
You'll be all right, Mary. Frank, take her out of here, will you?
Come on, Mary. There's nothing anybody can do now.
If it had been me, Doc, I'd never brought him in. Old Bull might have made it in Blood River.
I'm sorry, Gray. He had to be moved. No facilities at all out there.
That's your business, I guess.
It was point-blank range, Gray. Multiple punctures of the stomach, single puncture of the right lung. He had to be moved. How do you do?
Johnny Dollar, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Fulton. Mr. Dollar is representing the insurance company.
How do you do? I'm sorry I couldn't save him, Dollar.
You did everything you could.
Who was it that shot him? Do you know?
Not yet.
I hope you'll find him. Max Colburn was a fine man.
Yeah, the best. What are you going to do now, Dollar?
Go to Blood River? I'm still not satisfied about this thing.
I'll put you up in my place. There's no hotel.
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate it.
Well, nice to meet you, Dollar.
Too bad it couldn't have been under better circumstances.
Should never have brought him in.
Well, he probably knew what he was doing.
You think he shouldn't have been brought in? Why'd you let him? You're supposed to be the sheriff out here.
There's nothing I could do to stop him, Frank.
No, and there didn't seem to be anything you could do before to stop it either.
Oh, now calm down, Frank.
The county don't pay you to run around with my sister. If you'd been spending half the time on your job that you do with her, this wouldn't have happened.
That's enough, Frank. Now shut up.
And if Mary don't know it's mostly your fault, I'm going to tell her.
He's a hot-headed buzzard.
Yeah, I noticed. Can we make it to Blood River tonight?
Yeah, we can make it all right. Look, Dollar, I want to tell you something. It's a funny little place, only about 300 people in it. They aren't going to like you butting in. They don't like strangers.
I'm used to that.
Okay, as long as I told you. My Jeep is out in the back in the parking lot.
It was only 40 miles to the village of Blood River. It took us until 9:30 to get there. But long before then, I had begun to feel the place. It was at the foot of a range of mountains that rose sheerly from a narrow, choked valley. And it was the mountains that gave the feeling of oppression. In the moonlight, they seemed to be leaning over the village, ready to destroy it at any moment. Gray had comfortable quarters in his cabin office. I slept fairly well. And the next morning, he drove me out to the village, to the Colburn Ranch.
Quite a layout. Only 400 acres now. Colburn used to own the whole valley. There's open range up in the hills there. Well, this is the best fattening range in the whole... Will you get away, Duke?
That dog dangerous?
Yeah, could be, I guess. He's the old man's dog. He knows something's wrong, but he don't know what. That's right, isn't it, Duke, boy? Yeah. Now, go away, go away.
Go on, boy, go.
Well, come on, we'll go up to the house. Our girl will be in the kitchen, I suppose. Oh, cut it out, Duke. He's all right. Now, shut up, will you? He don't see many people dressed like you.
He's got nothing on me. I don't see many dogs like him.
Millie, it's Tom Gray.
I don't want to talk about it no more, Tom. I told you what I saw happen.
Here's a man from back east. He wants to talk to you.
Why? You tell him what I said.
I did, Millie, but he wants to hear it from you.
I see it all happen again. That's why I don't want to talk about it. But I will if I got to.
Well, thanks, Millie. I'll make it short as I can.
Go on, Duke. Now, you stay outside, boy. Go on, go on. There. Well, this is where it happened, Dollar. He's lying right there. This way with his head on the table. Two of the slugs hit the wall there. Hey, you see the marks?
Yeah. Was he lying face up?
That's right. Went over backwards. Shot from about here, I'd say.
Is that right, Millie?
I don't know. I went in the sitting room when I saw there was going to be trouble.
How much did you see?
I told Tom. It was after supper and I was cleaning up. A stranger come to the door and said he was hungry. I yelled to Mr. Colburn. I have to ask him about things. And he started right away to run him out. I fed a lot of strangers. I never heard him act that way before.
Did it sound like he knew this stranger?
I couldn't tell. He started cussing at him, and I run in the sitting room and held my hands over my ears till the shooting. Then I screamed.
According to the description you gave Sheriff Gray, the man was short, stocky, with dark hair and heavy eyebrows. Now, can you remember anything else about him?
I can remember one thing more. He was wearing some kind of a coat and had a newspaper in one pocket.
Mm-hmm. Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget him. Why haven't you caught him, Tom?
We'll get him.
Did you see him after you heard the shots?
No. I run back in here and saw Mr. Colburn. Then I run outside screaming. Randy come out of the bunkhouse. I didn't see the man.
That's Randy Drew. He didn't see the stranger coming or going.
Colburn's son and daughter, where were they?
They wasn't here. I don't know where Miss Colburn was, but Mr. Colburn wasn't home yet from riding fence.
Millie.
What?
You telling the truth?
Yes.
You aren't protecting anybody.
Of course I ain't protecting anybody. Why should I do anything like that? Who would it be?
I only asked, Millie. That's all I want here, Sheriff.
Good enough. Thanks for the help.
Millie.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to storm.
How old is she?
Huh? No, about 20, I guess.
With a little work, she could be an attractive girl.
She's peculiar. She grew up outside, but never quite did inside. How does she and Frankie get along? Pretty good, I guess. What are you driving at?
Sometimes that stranger story sounds just a little too pat. I take it that's the bunkhouse?
Yeah, that's it.
Now, how could somebody kill Coburn and then get across all this open yard before anyone ran out to check on the shooting?
I don't know. I guess shooting out here don't mean what it does where you come from. Folks here do a lot of shooting.
Well, Millie said she screamed.
It's pretty dark here, too. Mountains cut off the sun about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, maybe so.
I told you we found a gun in a ditch near here. She said she had a newspaper in his pocket. The gun was wrapped in one when we found it.
Who's this?
What? That looks like Charlie Baxter. Oh, yeah, it is. He was in the posse. Wonder what he's steaming that horse about.
Hold it. Oh!
What's the matter, Baxter?
We got him. We got the killer. We found him a Silver Star.
Oh, well, good. Where's he now?
We're bringing him to your place. It's Elmer Bryce.
He came back?
You better get in there.
Right. You stay here and bring Millie in. She'll have to identify him. Use the truck.
Okay.
Let's get on back to town, Dollar.
Who's Elmer Bryce?
There used to be a hand here, just flunky. Kept the range string watered. Choked a colt to death with a rope, and old man Coburn darn near killed him.
When was this?
Oh, 2 years ago. You know, in 35 years of ranching, Elmer Bryce was the first hand the old man ever had to fire. Folks around here ran him right out of the country.
The thunderstorm swept in over the mountains and began to drench the valley during the trip back to the village. A group of maybe a dozen curious were huddled in slickers outside Gray's office waiting for a look at the prisoner. He arrived by car, went through the formalities of arrest, and a few minutes later, Colburn's hired girl walked into the office and faced him.
That's him. He's the one.
You swear on the Bible, Millie?
Yes, I could never forget him.
Okay. You can go on back to the ranch. Thanks for coming in.
I'm glad they caught you.
Oh, Millie.
When they kill you, maybe I can sleep without seeing it happen all over again.
That's enough, Millie.
All right.
Hey, you want Millie?
Well, Bryce, you're under arrest. Anything you say will be used against you.
I didn't kill him.
Do you deny being at the ranch?
I was at the ranch, but I didn't kill him.
Well, what did you do?
I was hungry. I thought I could get something to eat. He owes it to me. I can't get work no place because he talked about me so much. Nobody'll hire me on account of the way he talks. Wasn't my fault that colt choked. He kept pulling and the rope jammed. Coburn, he told people I was crazy and I did it for fun. That ain't right.
What happened at the ranch?
Well, I asked the girl for something to eat. She called Mr. Coburn. He come and cussed me out and told me to get off his land. And I left.
Millie says when he cussed you out, you killed him.
I don't care what she says.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
I ain't got no gun, and you can't prove I killed him. Because I never did.
Him too is Gray. We want Elmer Bryce.
Why did you go to his ranch instead of some other?
I told you. Because he owes me something for what he done to me.
Why don't you tell the truth so we can get on with this, huh?
I didn't kill him.
You hated him.
I hate a lot of people. Listen to them.
Who is it?
Buck, let me come in.
Just a minute. All right, come in.
Gathered fast, Gray. Must be near to 100 out there now. They sent me in to say they wanted Bryce.
Well, they can't have him.
You know how they feel about old man Coburn? They want his killer for themselves.
I didn't kill him. Nobody can prove I did.
I think you've waited long enough, Sheriff. You better get this man into a car and get out of here.
All right. Come on, Bryce. On your feet. I ought to give you to him.
I don't care what
Give me a hand, Dollar.
Sure. The faster we move, the better.
Open the door, Baxter, and start out. We'll be right behind you. All right, let's go.
Move, Bryce. Come on, move. Come on. Get to the car, Bryce, quick.
Now go home, folks. Anderson there, you go home. And Phil, you know better to do this. Now go on home.
Right, get away. Let go.
We don't need no outsiders. Man, take care of this outsider. I got the killer.
Use your head. This won't do any good.
This is Harper's, you stranger. You ain't going to stop it. Oh!
There was no stopping them. I caught a last glimpse of Bryce's face as I went down into the mud of the street. Then there was nothing but hundreds of thrashing legs carrying the mob and their victim to a waiting truck. Blood River was in the process of living up to its name. Deputy Sheriff Gray had fared worse than I. A boot heel had stunned him. So it was 15 minutes before we got underway in the Jeep. We found Elmer Bryce on the road to the Colburn Ranch, hanging from a bridge. We took his body back to the sheriff's office in the now silent village.
You You got to understand how they felt about Colburn before you can begin to understand their actions.
I'll never understand. I've never been part of a mob.
And neither have I. Neither have they. But this is something special. The old man is going to break up the rest of his land and parcel it out. He's done it before. He was loyal to the Blood River folk, and it meant they could have the land of their own. They could never afford it except the way he sold it.
You're in a bad spot, aren't you? What are you going to do about this lynching?
I'd like to call back the last hour and a half. That's what I'd like to do about it. Should have kept Bryce out of Blood River, but I didn't know. These people are my friends. I'll have to go into Parkinson and name as many of them as I saw. That's what you pay for wearing a badge, I guess.
It's a lousy break. Is there anything I can do?
I think I better strap on a gun. For the first time since I got this job. See there on the desk the receipt I made out when I took Bryce's personal things? I better have that. Is it there?
Yeah, it's here. Sheriff.
What?
What's this? Who signed this?
Charlie Maxwell. He signed because Bryce couldn't write. That's his X just above there.
He couldn't write?
Well, no, he wasn't much for brains. You saw that.
He couldn't write his own name, but he carried a newspaper around with him? Why? Just to have it handy for wrapping guns? Or did he learn to read without learning to write?
Well,
it's going to be a strange kind of justice, Sheriff. If he was telling the truth and your village killed an innocent man, those that go free will live with that for the rest of their lives.
I'll leave the Jeep with you. I'll drive Maxwell's pickup into Parkinson.
Yeah, thanks.
There's some of my clothes and boots you can wear. Better get out of them wet ones. And just take this advice, will you? Don't go throwing your weight around. It's going to send them crazy. Be careful. I'll be back after supper.
The single street was still silent and empty when I left the Colburn Ranch. The mountains were closing in again. There should have been lights in the windows of the houses, but instead they were dark. And I could feel the eyes of the people who stood inside them, watching me pass. Finally, almost at the edge of town, a knot of men stepped from a doorway and waved me to a stop.
Where's Tom Gray?
He went into Parkinson.
What for?
To report the lynching.
Lynching? Hear that, boys? He says somebody strung up the killer.
I don't believe it. From what I hear, he hung himself. And good riddance.
Why are you trying this out on me? I'm not here to arrest you. I couldn't if I wanted to.
What are you doing here?
I'm still looking for Max Colburn's murderer.
Bryce hung himself.
He shouldn't have, because he wasn't guilty.
Who says that?
Sheriff Gray and I. There was nothing against him but your personal feelings and some circumstantial evidence.
He's the one who done it. He even said so.
Said what?
That he went to the ranch first off. Why else would he do that?
He was hungry. Now, come on, get out of my way. If you people think the rest of the story will help your peace of mind any, I'll try to get it for you. But Bryce was innocent. Think about that for the time being. Go on, move it, Ben. I'm coming through.
Let him go, Ben. Come on, boys. He can't hurt us.
All right, boy, all right. It's all right. Come on. You're a good boy. Sure, it's all right. Yep, these clothes belong to a friend of yours.
Who is it?
Johnny Dollar, Miss Colburn.
Oh,
Who is it, Mary?
it's Mr. Dollar, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Come on in, Dollar.
Thanks.
We heard about Bryce. I'm sorry it went that way. Any man, I don't care what he is, has a right to a trial.
Yeah. Lynching is one of man's least pleasant habits. This one especially, it looks like Bryce was innocent.
No, he wasn't.
Millie said he was the one.
There could have been a lot of things wrong with her statement. She didn't see it happen. She only heard it. Somebody else could have taken advantage of Bryce's visit and done the shooting himself.
I don't follow you.
He did come out here. He admitted it, but I don't think he killed your father.
He hated him. Mary, stop that.
Sure, he hated him. Everybody knew it. With that and Millie's statement, who would bother to look any further than poor dim-witted Elmer Bryce?
Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank.
Shut up, Mary. Go on in the other room.
Wait a minute. What's the matter with her?
She's upset.
Frank, you killed him.
Shut up. You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you?
You said you would. You said you would, and you killed him. I'm going to the sheriff, Frank, and don't try to stop me.
She's off her head. like everybody else in this blasted hole.
Yeah? Why should she have said that?
Because I lost my temper one night. Told the old man he better blow his own brains out before I did it for him. Because he forgot how to think with them.
When was that?
A couple of weeks back. Maybe I was hot enough to mean it at the time, but I cooled off. I wouldn't kill my own pa.
Well, there goes your sister, Frank. Sheriff Gray mentioned that he was going to sell the rest of his land. Was that the cause of the trouble?
Yeah. He didn't care what happened to his kids. I told him with all the war talk, this was the time to hang on to it, restock the herds, and get ready to make some money.
Ranch is yours now.
That's right. Mine and Mary's.
Where were you when your father was killed?
I was riding fences up by Red Knoll.
Do you have any way to prove that? Any witnesses?
You don't run into anybody up that way. That's our land. Folks stay off it.
What about it, Frank?
What about it?
There's a lot stacked up against you.
I know it. You can depend on my sister. You and anybody else who'd like to string me up for it.
What about Millie? Was she in it with you?
In it? Now, wait, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill my pa.
There's a lot stacked up against you.
Well, there are places to go. I don't like jails and courtrooms. I think I'll just fade until it blows over.
That's not the way. You won't make it.
You're gonna stop me?
I'm being paid to see this thing cleaned up. I'll have to try.
Get out of my way, Dollar.
You sit down until the sheriff gets you.
Get away from the door. You're an outsider. It's none of your affair. Now get out of the way. I said get out of the way. What's this to you?
Stay where you are.
You can't make me. No, I don't want to have to kill you. So don't get up.
Frankie,
What do you want, Millie? What are you doing with that gun?
you've got to kill him, Frankie.
Get out of here.
You've got to. For me.
Why?
Because I lied. I lied to everybody.
What about?
About your pa. Elmer Bryce didn't kill him.
Millie.
Because I did. I killed him for you. You told me that night you wished he was dead. You remember that night?
I remember, Millie.
And I told you I'd do anything for you. Remember that? Anything.
Yeah, I remember.
I lied. Elmer Bryce came, but I stayed in the kitchen and heard everything he said. I knew he hated your pa, and after he ran away, I thought about it.
You're crazy, Millie.
I waited for a while, and when I knew nobody saw that man leave, I yelled to your pa again. And when he come in, I shot him. And that night, I threw away the gun.
What's the matter with you, Millie?
You know what's the matter. Now, you can't run off and leave me. You've got to help me.
I can't help you.
You got to kill this man.
I won't do it, Millie.
Then you've got to take me away with you.
I'm not going away now. I don't have to. I didn't have anything to do with it. This is the end for you and me.
All right, Frankie.
Hey, get down.
Don't do it!
Kill her. Drop it. Let her.
All right. I did it for him. Now I don't care what happens to me.
As far as I was concerned, that was it. Frank Coburn lost a lot of blood, but not his life. And his sister still had to live at the ranch with her ill-tempered brother. The hired girl who brought all this about was taken by the sheriff. When I left Blood River, the state had moved in to see what it could do about the lynching. But what that is, I don't know. The entire village was guilty of murder, and what could anybody do about that? All I know is that the original murder was not committed with the idea of insurance fraud. And in spite of the mess I got into, that's what I was hired to learn. Expense account item 2, same as item 1. Expense account total, $740. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, on Tuned to Yesterday from August 3rd, 1950 on CBS. The star Edmund O'Brien would have a short time with the series, but not a short time on the silver screen, and that year alone he was in no less than 4 motion pictures, among them one of his most famous, DOA. It's an hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now it's on to Broadway is My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, a CBS broadcast from June 5th, 1949.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's the marketplace for the vendors of laughter and agony, of terror and decay. Their shadows stand by the shadows of gilded pushcarts piled high with the remnants of dreams, the remnants of desires. And they'll bargain with you, these vendors. The dreams were dreamed on the edge of night, and the desires special, very special. And you buy because there's nothing else to buy. It's Broadway, My Beat. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the tunnel that leads you from Grand Central to the Times Square shuttle is deserted and bleak and almost clean. You notice these things because the tiled walls, dirtied with a film of yellow light, stretch out in front of you. And somewhere ahead of you seem to close in on themselves. And suddenly the sickness is inside you, the feeling that there's no exit anywhere. And you hurry against it. And you see the back of a man that looks familiar, and you call out to him, even if the man is Joe Quito. Joe Quito. Thought it was you, Joe. Back with us, huh?
Yeah, I'm back, but not with you, policeman. I'm back alone by myself. Free and easy.
You're going to keep it that way, Joe?
If you keep out of my way, policeman, I'll be a good boy. If you spread your lousy wings over me like a mother hen, I don't know what I'd do. Something ugly, maybe.
The loose mouth, Joe. Watch it.
For 12 years I've been watching it. For 12 dirty, rotten years. Now I'm free and easy like you, policeman. My mouth talks how it likes.
You weren't happy in Sing Sing, huh, Joe? You should have been. I hear they treated you real polite, like maybe you were worth treating that way.
You know what it takes, you polite.
You just got out, Joe. Don't make it too hard on yourself.
Hard? Don't make me laugh in my belly, policeman. It's not going to be hard for Joe no more. No more hard for Joe Quito.
Oh, you got plans, Joe?
Big, smooth plans like silk. That's how it's going to be. Silk so deep I could swing in it, maybe even drown. Good way to die, huh, policeman?
Yeah, it's good when you can pick your own way.
Joe Quito don't have to pick. It's all there waiting for him. Silk. Does it make you jealous, policeman? Poor little policeman?
You know something, Joe? I don't care. One way or the other, I don't care. Honest.
Yeah, that's good, because you're not built for it. Some people, they build that way like me. The others like you. Which way you go, policeman?
You really care, Joe?
Sure I care. Because whichever way you go, I go the other way. Till tomorrow, policeman. But don't look around for me. Tomorrow might not come.
Like silk, huh, Joe? What's the matter, lady? Joe.
Silk just waiting for me. For Joe.
Then the world folded in on Joe Quito. It broke step and veered into his direction and considered Joe Quito and his dying in a subway tunnel. The police came and observed him, photographed him, cataloged him. A man in a Homburg stared. A man in disintegrating clothing hurried by without pausing. A woman stood on the fringes of the little crowd and bit her knuckles. Finally, 2 interns carried him away with a stretcher and intern-type jokes. I went home. The next morning, I called headquarters, got the late Joe Quito's address. Amsterdam Avenue in Harlem. The morning sun never quite makes it in Harlem. The shadows are glued there, and that makes it tough. And if you stand on its corner, stand there and tune yourself to it, you might feel it. Start of a new day in Harlem is the start of a panic. I had the key to Joe's room from his effects. I inserted it, turned it, opened the door.
Joe? Have you, Joe? I'm making coffee, honey. What's the matter, honey? You tired? Who are you?
Sorry. I thought Joe lived here alone.
He lives here alone. Who are you?
I'm a policeman.
That's been tried on me before. Show me.
All right. Here. My name's Danny Clover.
Oh, my name's Holly Parker, so we both met someone new. You're a slough, huh? Plainclothes detective. You like making a living that way?
You're a bitter, bitter girl, Holly.
I react to people by laughing at them. I got taught that.
Did you laugh at Joe?
What do you mean, did I? What's the matter with Joe?
What are you doing here, Holly?
We've got an arrangement. I make coffee for Joe. It's been going on for 2 days. I come down from my room upstairs and make him coffee. Thanks for not smiling. It's the truth.
It's over.
Joe did that again. He said he wouldn't. Last night when he went out, he told me he wouldn't have to do anything. Nothing good or bad for a long time.
Where'd he go?
Oh, so you're looking for Joe. You don't know where he is and you want me to help you find him.
It's not
Write
that...
down in your book Holly Parker. Then write down she doesn't know.
We know. Joe's dead. He was murdered, Holly. Better sit down.
No, I'm all right.
Go ahead, Holly. Go ahead.
Not Holly. Once when I was 12, a thing happened to me, and I ran out of tears.
Who killed him?
He had a burden, but I don't know who killed him.
Tell me about it.
In that chair by the window. And that newspaper on the floor. He sat there and stared at that newspaper.
Oh? This one? The Times? Yeah. Pretty old. January 27, 1938. What's in it that makes it a burden?
You tell me. Joe wouldn't.
Joe was in trouble once. You know that.
I know, he told me. He told me about a 12th sentence he got and about a lawyer who said he'd only get 1 year.
The lawyer said that, huh? What lawyer?
Joe said his name once and broke a beer bottle against the table. Joe said Ralph Ferguson.
I've heard the name.
Maybe Joe wanted to kill this Ralph Ferguson. I don't know. Maybe he did. Do you think things could have gotten themselves reversed?
Things could have. I told Holly Parker to drink her coffee, then go back upstairs and stay there. Then I phoned the law offices of Ralph Ferguson. He was not in, a happy young voice told me. He was taking his 3-hour break, it said, at the East River Athletic Club. I went there. I went there, and a man in biceps and white linen shorts led me through a door and along the tiled apron of a swimming pool. Shuttled me through another door and through the gallery overlooking the handball courts. Then whisked me through the area where the members felt they should do their rowing indoors. Through another door and pointed out Ralph Ferguson. Ralph Ferguson, a rosy, fat man on a table, getting some of the fat pounded off him.
Take it easy, Mickey. Take it easy, will you?
Ralph Ferguson? Your name, Ralph Ferguson?
Later, pal, later. This is the part Mr. Ferguson likes best.
Oh.
Look.
Now?
Look, you can't have Mickey till I'm done with him. Go ahead, Mickey. Yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson.
I'm from the police, Mr. Ferguson. Danny Clover. Come on, take your head out from under that towel and peek. See? Danny Clover. Sure, go ahead, Mickey. Only not too much noise.
I've got my business hours, Danny.
Sure, I know. I just dropped by to tell you a thing. Joe Quento's been murdered.
I read it. Tough.
You kill him?
Turn over, Mr. Ferguson.
You kill him, Ferguson?
Oh, you're kidding, Danny.
No, I'm not. You're his lawyer. You promised him a 1-year rap. He got 12. You and Joe fight?
Let me tell you about it, Danny.
Huh?
Joe and a guy named Grant Murray and a guy named Lee Baker, 3 of them.
3 of them.
They heisted a car 12 years ago. They pleaded noli contendere. The judge was in a bad humor. Gave him 12 years.
That was January 27, 1938, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got a good memory.
Not so good. I read it in the newspaper. The late edition of the Times for that date. I found it in Joe's room.
Mr. Ferguson likes this, too.
Yeah. He isn't going to like this. Look, Ferguson, shut up. Shut up and talk to me. Better. What about Joe Quento? What about those 3 boys?
Dregs. That's what about them. Gutter dregs. They didn't have the guts to look over the top of the curbstone. Little gutter people. I lost their case, and society put them away for 12 years. Society owes me a thank you.
What else?
Nothing else. Go take a cold shower, Danny. It'll cool you off. Put the towel and soap on my tab.
thanked Lawyer Ferguson, exercised great self-restraint in not helping Mickey slap some more fat off his fat mouth, and got out. A call to headquarters gave me Grant Murray's address. It was in a place I was getting to know, in Harlem. In a rotting, pockmarked, cold-water tenement in Harlem, up a flight of stairs where rats had gnawed at the decaying wood, in Harlem. And to a door, its paint peeling and scarred as if fingers had clawed at it to get in or out.
Come on in. Ain't no lock on that door.
You know my name? That must make you the rent collector.
Grant, I'm Danny Clover of the police. What's the matter with you? You sick?
Sick? Yeah, I'm sick, mister. But it's the last sickness I'm ever gonna have. I've been trying to get to that door to call you, Mr. Police, but I just haven't got strength.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how a man came in here and took care of me so I could never open my mouth again. He stuck a knife in me. That's what that man did right here. See it, Mr. Police?
Grant.
Oh, I'm awful glad you came, Mr. Police. Oh, Mr.
His body twisted off the iron cotton he sat. Then he shuddered and lay still. And the thing that fell from his hands and covered his wound like a shroud was a blood-stained newspaper. I picked it up. It said the New York Times. The headline said, Japanese stalled by Chinese troops. The dateline said, January 27, 1938. Broadway's a street dedicated to the proposition that dead men have stories to tell. A person becomes suddenly famous when he becomes suddenly dead. Broadway grins, makes clucking noises, and wants to know all about this suddenly famous person. Right now, it had a double feature to get gay about. A man named Joe Quito, murdered. A man named Grant Murray, murdered. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia thought about it, gave it expert consideration, and thereby coined a phrase.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies, Danny.
That impresses you that way, huh?
Yeah. And, you would have nothing to worry about if you was just Frisbee Novotny.
Tartaglia?
Frisbee Novotny, Danny, the guy whom I've been trying to tell you about. The hero of my favorite detective stories, the one who solves crimes and mayhem with a slide rule and formulas.
He does that. How?
Well, this Frisbee Novotny does like this. He makes X the corpse, Y the room the murder took place in, Z the time of the murder, A Here, Danny, here's some paper. My pen, the gift of the ever-grateful Mrs. Tartaglia.
What's she got to be grateful about?
Oh, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tartaglia. It's these newspapers here on my desk that got me confused. These 1938 newspapers.
Oh, 1938, huh? Hey, ain't that the year little orphan Annie celebrated her 40th birthday?
Yeah, that confuses me, too. Tartaglia, I've got a feeling the reason why those two boys were murdered is right here in these papers.
That's my Danny.
Huh?
Oh, nothing, Danny.
I've read these papers from headline to shipping news, and the only thing I can see that's interesting is this item right here on the bottom of page 3.
Huh?
Police today arrested 3 men in connection with car theft. The men gave their names as Joe Quito, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. They are being held without bail pending hearing. That's all it says, Tartaglia.
Well, this is information that the police department is already fully aware of.
Uh-huh. The thing that bothers me is why the two boys kept these newspapers.
For their scrapbook, maybe.
Something else, Tartaglia. Something else. Something that's in these papers. Something that's staring me in the eye and begging to be understood. You got what I asked you for?
Oh, sure, Danny, certainly. Straight from the parole officer. The third boy, Lee Baker, is employed at the moment as a garage mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, ain't it wonderful the trades they teach up in Sing Sing?
Where's he employed?
At the garage in back of the Mobile gas station on 125th Street.
Maybe Lee Baker's got a newspaper, too. Get me a squad car, Tartaglia. Hey, you under the car. I want to talk to you.
Ask the man out front, Mac. He'll give you the key and point out the door.
I'm from the police, Mac.
That makes you different?
Yeah, I want to ask you some questions. You.
Well, that makes you different. Well, what's bothering you, Mac?
They told me out front Lee Baker wasn't around.
Oh, Lee Baker, huh?
They told me maybe you'd know why he wasn't around.
What do those guys out front know? All they know is, shall I fill it up, Mac? Hold still while I wipe your windshield, Mac. Relax while I blow up your tires. What do those guys know?
Lee Baker. Why isn't he around?
I've been telling you, Mac. I ain't got the slightest, foggiest notion why he ain't around. He did something?
He didn't come in today?
Who says he didn't come in? Since he's been working for me, he comes in every morning like veritable clockwork.
Okay, I give up. You tell it to me in your own way.
I knew you'd come around to it, Mac. Well, like I say, Lee, for the 3 days he's been working for me, comes in like clockwork. He works for me like I was the boss's daughter or something. Like a slave, you know what I mean?
And today was different.
Mac, you told me I could tell it my own way.
Yeah, sorry.
Forget it, Mac. Now, let me see. Where was I?
He worked for you like a slave.
Yeah, that's right, like a slave. But a happy slave, you know? Cheery and beery. But today was different.
I said that.
You did, Mac? Look, like I started to say, today was different.
How?
The right question, Mac. Today was different because Lee comes in, sits down with the morning newspaper, turns pale, but a green kind of pale, you know what I mean? He gets up and he walks out of the garage.
Maybe he's coming back.
I don't think so, Mac. He had that look. I've seen it on my helpers before. When they get that look, they never come back.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, mechanic.
Wait a minute, Mac. Lee left his toolkit. If Lee now belongs to the police, the toolkit now belongs likewise, no?
Yeah. Where is it?
Over here. Well, open it, Mac. That's your department.
Thanks.
Hey, such a beautiful picture of such a beautiful girl. He's got pasted in the lid. What a differential, huh, Mac? You got any idea what you're looking for, Mac?
No.
Hey, what are you doing tearing that picture off? What do you know? There's something underneath.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't think of. To look underneath the picture. Oh, that sly guy.
There it is again. The front page of the Times, January 27, 1938.
Yeah. Look what's circled with a blue circle. The U.S. Treasury balance. Such a big number.
A big number. A number that meant billions of dollars and meant that's what the United States Treasury balance was as of January 27, 1938. That meant something special to an ex-convict, now garage mechanic, now missing. The big number was beginning to make big sense. I phoned in headquarters, had them send out an all-points bulletin to pick up Lee Baker. They gave me a message for my trouble. A lady had called, a young lady named Holly Parker. Would I come up to Harlem and see her right away? I would, right away.
Oh, come in. Come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks, Holly.
That chair over there is comfortable, Mr. Clover, but don't lean back in it.
All right. You're going someplace, Holly? That suitcase on the bed. You were packing?
Unpacking.
Something changed your mind?
I was going back to Michigan. Then I got to thinking, why Michigan? Why any place?
You tell me.
I read about Grant Murray's being murdered and Joe Quento. Grant and Joe were friends. I was a friend. Police. Something to run away from. I'm good at it.
We'd find you, Holly. If we needed you, it wouldn't be too much trouble. We'd bring you back.
I told myself that. That's why I unpacked.
You're trying to tell me something you didn't tell me before.
That's right. Maybe it means something, maybe it means nothing at all.
What is it?
This. A piece of paper Joe gave me the other night before he went out. He said keep it for him. He said don't let it get away from you. Here, take it. It got away from me anyhow.
Thanks.
There's nothing on it except a number, Mr. Clover. A number. 646.
And the date, January 27, 1938. It all fits now, Holly. Why didn't you give it to me before?
On account of the way I was educated. You're a policeman. My school motto was, don't trust policemen.
You might have saved a man's life if you did. You're clear now, Holly. You can do what you want, even go back to Michigan now, if you want to.
Why, Mr. Clover? Why should I go anywhere?
Stop champing at the bit, Danny. Patrolman Florio will have those records in here in a minute.
I'm not champing, Coslow. I'm trying to breathe. Why do you guys in the record department live in here?
Well, the grapevine from the city hall says we're getting an air conditioning unit right after the next election. Thanks, Florio. Well, here are the records, Danny. Mind if I read over your shoulder?
I couldn't live without it.
Hey, this Danny Fane kept interest in type books, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Benny Crane, the numbers king. These books he kept to do credit at the Chase National Bank. I understand Benny's now head librarian in charge of overdue fines at Sing Sing, Danny. Ain't it wonderful the trades they teach you up in Sing Sing?
Huh? Yeah, wonderful. Hey, okay, Coslow, this is what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah?
The number that hit on January 27, 1938 was 646, taken from the last three numbers of the Treasury report of that day.
Mm-hmm.
One ticket held on that number worth $100,000 bought by three men, Joe Quito, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. According to the books, the payoff was made next day. Like you said, Coslow, these books will do credit to the chase.
They got Lee Baker, Danny.
Good. Where?
Just spotted him going into the Muncie building. Squad car just phoned in.
Phone him back, Tataglia. If Baker leaves the building, tell him to pick him up.
But suppose Baker stays inside.
Then he'll be where I want him. Exactly where I want him. It made sense that Lee Baker was picked up going into the Muncie building. It made sense that there was only one man there for him to see. It made sense that Lawyer Ferguson's office was on the 46th floor. The shot that screamed down the long marble corridor made the most sense of all. Ferguson stood silhouetted at his 46th floor window, considering the jeweled backdrop of the city and approving of it and of himself against it. To the gun in his hand and the body that lay on the floor in the final grotesque attitude of final agony, he paid no attention at all.
I don't think you'll find it necessary to examine him, Danny. He's quite dead. I made sure of that.
Yeah. Lee Baker.
Lee Baker. A filthy gutter thing that tried to rise up and strike me down.
Self-defense, huh?
Could it be anything else? The gun in his hand?
Yeah, lawyer, it could. It could be murder.
Looking for a promotion, Danny? How many murders do you need to get promoted? I always wondered that about detectives.
Murder. Like you murdered Joe Quito and Grant Murray, and for the same reason.
I'm a lawyer, Danny, a good one, very high in the profession. A policeman's drivel doesn't impress me.
No? You sure, lawyer?
On second thought, maybe it would. Impress me, Danny.
3 murders for the same reason.
The boys on our side call it motive.
I promise to do better. Motive, lawyer.
Which is?
$100,000.
Oh, dear. That's a lot of motive, isn't it?
Enough to kill 3 men. Even enough to kill you. What was it you said about society? Oh, yeah. Society will thank me, just like you said they thank you.
Don't count on it, boy. You need facts, evidence. Silly little hard things like that.
It's all there, lawyer. Neat bookkeeping records kept by a numbers bookkeeper, one Benny Fane. We're neat, too. We have them on file.
Books? They're very good, very acceptable evidence.
I thought you'd like it. These books say you got the $100,000 payoff that belonged to Quito and Murray and Baker here. They picked a number and you won.
How did I do a clever thing like that?
Easy for a clever man like you. You get them 12 years instead of 1 for a second-rate crime. You keep power of attorney. The numbers pay off to you,
and then when they get out, instead of giving them back their hard-earned $100,000, I kill them, one by one. Is it like that, Detective Clover?
Like that.
Exactly like that. Excellent work, Detective. Excellent.
The gun, Ferguson. Hand it over.
The gun? Oh, no. I'll need it. But you knew it'd be like that all the time, didn't you, Danny?
Give it to me.
Don't try to reach for yours, Danny. Come to the window. Move. That's a good boy. 46 floors, Danny. Look down. That's how far you're going to fall. A deplorable accident, they'll call it. I'll see to it that they call it that. Now, Danny.
The fat folds of flesh on his face began to move to the rhythm of the silent, creeping laughter that was inside him. Then his arm swung in a wide arc to bring the gun crashing down on my skull. And I needed that moment. I needed it. I grabbed his gun arm.
It's no good, Danny. No good.
Used it for a lever.
Let go. I'll kill you. Let go.
My body and his fat both lifted off the floor and... He fell, twisting into space, a part of it. His fingers exploring it, gouging out handfuls of it. Then, far below, the crowd gathered and made a circle. And the world folded in on Ralph Ferguson. Broadway, where night bursts open like the sudden flame, and the crowd swarm appears, squeezed out from under the earth, roped off by the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. And they dance their fury away against the time of morning until the sky soaks up the sound and pain and color and turns it into dawn. That's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway is my beat, on Tuned to Yesterday from June 5th, 1949 on CBS. That brings to a close this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's past. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. It's been a pleasure. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, showcasing programs from radio's golden years. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. In this hour of mystery, later on we hear the first broadcast in the Fat Man series, but right now it's Bulldog Drummond, the syndicated episode from June 16, 1948, called Death in the Deep.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Snarling silver cracks of lightning flash across the black sky. The brooding wind whips at the heavy rain. The water churns itself into waves of white-capped anger. The elements rage, as here in this storm-swept sea, man plots his age-old crime against man, murder. Denny and I were out on the west coast on a weekend holiday of deep-sea fishing.
Well, it looks as though we're going to have some rough going, sir.
Yes, better head it back for Catalina, Denny.
Even at top speed, Catalina should be a good 3-hour run from here, and this storm is going to cut our rate down considerably.
I know, but I'd rather not trust this boat to ride us out of the twister blowing toward us. Swing her around and throttle as much as she'll take.
Very well, sir.
Better switch on the head beams. It'll be as black as pitch in a few moments.
Right, sir. Captain Drummond.
What is it, Denny?
Look, sir. Up ahead in our headlight beam. There's a man in the water.
Hurry, give it more speed.
This is all she'll safely take, sir. He's gone, sir. I don't see him.
Swing to your right. There he is, about 50 feet ahead.
I see him, sir.
All right. Now try to hold it to this course.
I'm trying, sir, but the waves are forcing us off.
Just a few feet more. Quickly now, cut the motor down.
You see him, sir?
Yes, he's off the port side here.
Be careful, sir. We're turning into the lee of the waves.
I've got him, Denny. Come here, help me pull him in.
But the wheel, sir.
Never mind the wheel. Come on, hurry.
Yes, sir.
All right, now grab his other arm.
I have it, sir.
Put him up. There. All right, now let him down easy, right here on the bench.
He's certainly a lucky fellow, Captain Drummond. We reached him just in time. He couldn't have lasted much longer.
Denny, he isn't as lucky as you think.
What, sir?
He's dead.
Dead? But I don't understand, sir. He was swimming when we first saw him. He was afloat when you grabbed him in the water. He wasn't drowned.
No, he wasn't drowned, Denny. Look here, this bullet hole in his chest. He was murdered.
Almost unbelievable, Captain Drummond.
Well, that corpse below in the cabin is very believable, Denny.
But where could he have come from? We're at least 60 miles from land.
He was evidently on a boat. Probably a large one.
A large one? How do you know that, sir?
These papers, Where did you get them? They were in his trouser pocket. His name is Ralph Simpson. These papers are seaman's credentials.
Then he was working aboard the ship?
Yes.
Well, that does clear things up a bit, eh? We should be able to trace the name of the vessel Simpson was on when we get back to shore.
Yes, Denny, if we get back to shore.
If.
Right now, I'm more concerned about some unpleasant facts other than Ralph Simpson's murder. That our gas gauge is dropping much too quickly. This storm is rising in intensity every minute.
Captain Drummond, look! Look, sir! To our starboard! Lights!
Across the reach of darkness, I saw them. Dim little yellow lights that flickered and danced. Through the mounting fury of the waves, we pushed slowly in their direction. Gradually, the lights grew larger and larger. Gradually, as we moved closer and closer, the outlines of a good-sized yacht took shape.
All right, Denny. We're coming alongside. Drop the speed. Yes, sir. How's that, sir?
Little more. That's it. I can make out a Jacob's ladder. It's hanging up ahead a bit. Cut your motor. I've got it. Bring the line here.
Coming, sir.
We'll tie up to this ladder.
Here you are, sir. I take an oath, sir, right here and now, never, never again will I leave terra firma.
Yes, Denny, once you get back to it.
Well, the size of this yacht, I'd say, makes that a certainty, sir.
All right, now. Our boat is tied fast. Up we go. You first.
With pleasure, sir. I leave our floating matchstick with no regrets.
Better spare your comments if we get on deck, Denny. These ladders have no respect for land legs.
All right, here, sir. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks, I can make it.
Well, now the storm can rage its worst, sir. We're safe and sound.
That's odd.
What, sir?
The chart house over there.
What about it?
No one's in it. It's empty. There's no one at the wheel of this ship.
Well, they're probably just letting it ride out the storm.
If they are, Denny, it certainly is in an unorthodox manner. Come on.
Where are we going, sir?
The cabin's on the rear deck. After all, we owe someone thanks for this nautical hitchhike.
That's right, so we do, sir.
Wait! Wait! Why did you two come out on deck? Don't you realize... What are you doing here? Where did you come from?
I'm sorry to shock you this way.
Who are you?
Our boat was caught in the storm. We tied up alongside and took the liberty of coming aboard. My name is Drummond, Captain Hugh Drummond.
And I am...
You shouldn't have come on here. You shouldn't have come.
Believe me, we prefer not to intrude, but certainly...
Get off this ship.
Oh, now, see here, young lady. There are certain rules of the sea that require you to give us refuge.
Get off. Do you hear? Get off.
I'd like to discuss our leaving with the captain, so if you'll be kind enough to show me to him...
Listen, you fools. I'm telling you this for your own good. Get off while there's still a chance. There's death aboard this ship. There's death on it everywhere.
All right. Now go on with your story.
But he'll find me here. He'll kill me just like he'll kill the others. I know it, Captain Drummond. I know it. We can't escape.
Now, don't worry. You're safe here. Denny is guarding the door to this chart house.
Nothing can stop him. He'll kill us all, every one of us. Don't you see we haven't a chance?
Maybe you will have a chance. If you'll just try to get hold of yourself so I can get some sense out of all this.
What can I tell you?
First, who are you?
Mrs. Hilton. Claire Hilton.
Well, now, that's a start. Now about the killer and his victims.
We were invited aboard this ship for a weekend cruise.
Who do you mean by we?
My husband, Charles Hilton, and his 3 business partners. Robert Stevens, Sidney Kramer, and George Wilson. They have a brokerage firm on the coast.
And your host, who is he?
We didn't know at the time.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Charles and I had just returned from Chicago. My husband suffered a stroke last January. He lost the use of his legs. I took him to Chicago to see a specialist. His answer was the same as all the others. There was no hope. Charles will be confined to a wheelchair the rest of his life. Well, as I was saying, we had just returned home when we received the invitation to come on this cruise. The invitation was signed Mr. X.
Mr. X?
Yes. We thought it was some sort of a lark.
And Mr. Hilton's partners received the same invitation?
Yes. We all decided to accept. I thought the trip would be good for Charles. We came aboard this morning. Our host didn't make his appearance. We tried to find out from the captain who he was, but he wouldn't tell us. He said we'd find out tonight.
And you did?
Charles did. My husband was alone in his cabin. He came in to talk to him, to tell him that none of us would return from the trip alive.
The captain told him that?
No. Our host, Richard Gaines,
Oh.
he said he'd come back someday. He said he'd come back and get them all.
Look here, I realize you're very upset, but I still don't understand. Just who is this Richard Gaines?
He was a junior member in the brokerage firm. Gaines manipulated a security fraud. My husband and his partners found out about it. Gaines asked them for a chance to cover his swindle. They refused. He was arrested and given 5 years.
And now he's out of prison.
Yes. We'd all forgotten about him, and now he's aboard this boat, and he'll kill us all, just as he told Charles.
Did you tell the ship's captain the facts?
No.
Why not?
We couldn't find him. We looked everywhere. We couldn't find him. We don't know.
Mrs. Hilton.
Yes.
The captain, his name was Ralph Simpson, is that right?
Yes. How do you know?
I found him. He's in the cabin of my boat, dead.
What?
That's right. Simpson was murdered.
Gaines. He wanted him out of the way so he could do to us what he wanted.
So it appears. And now, Mrs. Hilton, I should like to meet your husband and his associates.
Charles is in his cabin. He's locked himself in.
And the others?
In the main cabin. They're...
Yes, Denny, what is it?
There's someone down on the deck. I just caught glimpses of him slipping in and out of the shadows. I'm sure he's making his way toward this chart house.
Gaines. It's he.
What is she talking about, sir? Who is this Gaines?
I'll explain later, Denny. You stay here, Mrs. Hilton.
No. Please, don't leave me alone. Please, don't leave me here.
All right. You walk back behind us. Come on, Denny. Where did you spot him last?
He dashed behind that lifeboat just ahead, sir.
Wait.
What is it?
There's a figure coming from behind the lifeboat.
He's coming this way.
It's Gaines, Captain Drummond. He's coming.
Quiet. Don't move. We'll wait till he comes abreast, and then...
Sir.
Stand back. Don't move. All right, come on.
But those shots, sir.
Evidently, those shots weren't meant for us, Denny.
How do you know?
Because the bullets found their mark. Right here, Denny, by the rail.
A man.
The man who came from behind the lifeboat.
It's Robert. It's Robert Stevens.
He's dead, sir?
Yes?
Of course he's dead. We'll all be dead. Oh. None of us will get off this ship alive. None of us.
I had Denny watch over Mrs. Hilton in the chart house while I went to the main cabin to see what I could do for the others. I told Sidney Kramer and George Wilson what had happened to the ship's captain and their associate, Robert Stevens.
I told him not to go out. I told Stevens not to go.
That's right. He might still be alive if he'd listened to you, Kramer.
Sure. In union, there's strength. Let's all stick in here and get it together.
Oh, shut up, Wilson. You've had too much.
Kramer's right, Wilson. I suggest you hold up on that stuff a bit.
You do you? Well, who asked you into this? This is our party, and I'm making it a good one for me. Drink, for tomorrow we die. Yeah, tomorrow, the next hour, the next minute.
You're not helping things, Wilson. You're just making them worse for yourself.
Why don't you be a good guy and do what Captain Drummond says?
Yeah? Why?
Because, you fool, maybe he can get us all off this spot. Maybe he can get Gaines before he gets us.
With what? What is he going to get him with?
There might be ways.
Don't kid yourself, Drummond. Nobody's swimming home from here. Nobody. Not even you. Stevens thought he could duck him. How did Stevens look when you found him, Drummond? Go ahead, tell us about it again. Kramer here might like to hear it again.
Stop it.
Kramer.
Yes, Captain Drummond?
What about Charles Hilton? Has either one of you seen him?
Well, we tried to get in to talk to him. He wouldn't open his cabin door. He said he wouldn't open it for anybody.
No, sir. Charlie Hilton has got it all figured out. He's just going to sit in his cabin nice and tight. He's not going to open his door for anybody. No, sir. Not even for Gaines.
Wouldn't he let his wife in?
No one.
Not even Mrs. Charlie Hilton would he let in. Not even her. Well, that's a sweet husband for you.
Why don't you get out of here, Wilson?
Well, that's a great idea. It's the best idea you ever had, Kramer. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Wilson,
What do you want?
where are you going?
To my cabin. I'm going to bed.
Wilson, wait.
Get your hands off me.
Wilson, for heaven's sake, listen to him.
There's a chance I can save you if you'll do as I say.
I'll take my own chances my own way. Now, get your hand off.
Wilson, wait. Kramer, you stay here.
Oh, what are you going to do?
I'm bringing Wilson back.
What about me? You can't leave me alone here.
I'll be back just as soon.
No, don't you see? If I'm alone, he'll kill me. That's what he's waiting for. That's just what he's waiting for. Wilson.
Come on with me.
I don't see him. Where could he have gone? Wilson! Wilson!
Wait, hold it.
Oh, aren't you going to look for Wilson?
We don't have to look any further, Kramer.
What are you doing? What did you pick up there?
See for yourself. It rolled up against the rail.
A bottle.
Yes, the bottle Wilson had with him.
But where is he?
I say, Captain Drummond, are you all right?
Yes, Denny, I'm all right.
What happened?
Mrs. Hilton and I heard the scream from the chart house.
It was Wilson.
James.
Yes.
Where is Wilson, sir?
Somewhere in those waves below, Denny. Wilson was pushed over this rail to his death.
Well, the storm seems to be subsiding somewhat, sir.
It may be just a temporary lull, but in case it's a real break, we're going to take advantage of it.
What do you have in mind, sir?
I noticed there were some gasoline tins aft. Get a rope and lower them to our boat. If the storm does let up, I'm taking Mrs. Hilton and Kramer back to Catalina.
Well, what about Charles, Captain Drummond? What about my husband?
Well, naturally, he's coming with us, too.
If you can get him out of that cabin he's locked himself in.
I'll get him out. Denny, you go ahead and take care of those gasoline tins.
Yes, sir. Right away.
All right, Mrs. Hilton. Now, Kramer, you and I will see what we can do about prevailing on your husband.
Charles' cabin is the last one at the end of this corridor.
We'll let Mrs. Hilton do the talking, Kramer. We'll try it that way first.
All right.
Here it is.
Very well. Go ahead, Mrs. Hilton.
Charles? Charles, it's Claire. Let me in. Charles, let me in, please. There's someone here to help us.
He probably thinks it's a trick. Hilton, Claire's telling the truth. Open the door. We do have someone to help us. We can beat Gaines at his own game now. Unlock the door, Hilton. Let us in.
No use. I know how he is. I know how stubborn he can be.
All right. Stand back, Mrs. Hilton. Kramer, you get over here.
What are you going to do?
We're breaking this door in. Get ready, Kramer. Drive into it with all your might.
I'm ready.
All right. Let's go. All right, harder. It's starting to give. Another one should do it. Well.
Charles, are you all... Captain Drummond, he's not here. Charles isn't here.
Captain Drummond! Captain Drummond!
Back here, Denny, on the aft deck.
Say, I've been looking all over for you, sir.
We were making a search below deck.
Search? For what?
My husband. He wasn't in the cabin.
Hilton, too, sir?
Yes, my Charles, too.
Now, I told you, Mrs. Hilton, there's a chance that your husband may be all right.
Of course, Claire. Maybe he decided to hide someplace else. Don't you worry. We'll find him, and you'll see he'll be just fine.
No, it's no use. It happened to Charles just like it did to the others.
But his wheelchair wasn't in the cabin. That means he got out of there. If Gaines had gotten in there, he would have... Well...
It looks as if the storm is letting up, Denny. Did you take care of the gasoline?
No, sir. That's why I was looking for you.
What do you mean?
Well, I got the tins as far as the Jacob's ladder, and then I discovered it. I can't understand how it happened.
Denny, what in the devil are you talking about?
Our boat, sir. It wasn't tied to the bottom of the ladder where we left it. The boat's gone.
Captain Drummond.
Yes, Kramer?
Come here.
What is it?
Look over there. Across the deck, at the rail.
Why, sir, it's an empty wheelchair.
Yes. Empty. Gaines got Hilton. And now, that leaves me. How's Mrs. Hilton, Captain Drummond?
She was quite hysterical. They gave her a sedative.
Captain Drummond.
Yes, Kramer?
You know, I consider myself a very lucky man.
We're all very lucky. Those of us who were left.
Well, I owe you a great deal. If you hadn't been aboard, Gaines wouldn't have left in your boat before his work was finished. Now, I'm alive and headed home.
You know, you can really thank Denny for this trip back shore. He found the emergency flare gun that brought this Coast Guard cutter to our rescue.
Well, maybe, Captain Drummond, I'm being just a little too optimistic, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, Gaines is still loose. You know as well as I do that he won't stop until he gets to me. Or at least makes a good stab at it.
I wouldn't worry too much about Gaines if I were you, Kramer. When we boarded this cutter, I had the officer in charge send out an alarm to pick up my boat. I also had a radiogram sent to the California State Police. I don't think you or Mrs. Hilton will have anything more to fear from Gaines.
But what if he escapes the police? Will we get protection?
Oh, yes, I'm taking care of that. I'm seeing to it that both you and Mrs. Hilton will be watched very closely.
Where is it?
It's Claire, Charlie.
I thought you'd never get up here to the lake.
This is the first chance I had. Drummond's been having one of the city cops keeping an eye on me.
What? You have someone on your trail and you come up here? You crazy fool. What's the matter with you? You want to ruin everything?
Oh, don't get excited, Charlie, dear. That cop was only put there for my protection. He thought I went to bed. It was easy to slip out of the house. Ah, there's not a thing to worry about, believe me.
You sure, Claire?
Mm-hmm. Charlie.
What?
Aren't you going to kiss your loving wife?
Sure.
Such enthusiasm, really.
Well, how do you expect me to feel? I spend years setting up a foolproof plan. Everything is set to go just right, perfect. And then that Drummond comes along.
Yeah, it was a bad break.
And all the trouble I go through so we can get what we want. I fake my way into a wheelchair. I kill Gaines when he gets out of prison. I fix it so he looks like the one they'll be after. I hire that boat so I can get rid of my partners in a good, safe way.
It was a good plan, Charlie. You'd have that business all to yourself. We'd be on Easy Street the rest of our lives.
It's not too late, Claire. We still can be there.
What do you mean?
They'll still be looking for Gaines, just like I planned. Won't they?
Yes.
They think I'm dead, don't they?
Yeah, very dead, Charlie.
All right, so I can still get what I want. We just have to change it a little bit, that's all.
What are you going to do?
The only one standing between us and the money is Kramer. I'll get Kramer like I did the rest.
Well, what about you? You'll have to stay dead.
That's the idea, Claire. With Kramer out of the way, the business goes to you. Now, that's the way I set the company up. You sell the business out. I meet you in Mexico. How does that sound to you, Claire?
Well, to tell you the truth, Charlie, it doesn't sound too good.
What do you mean?
It sounds better to me if you were really dead.
Huh?
Really dead, Charlie. Like you're supposed to be. Really dead. Like this gun'll make you.
Hey, come on.
Don't move, Charlie.
What is this, Claire? What kind of a joke is this?
No joke, Charlie. It's no joke at all. I just don't like the idea of living with a dead man. I like an idea of my own better. I like the idea of having all that money for myself. You're going to be as dead as Gaines is. I'll take care of Kramer myself. They'd never suspect me. Just as you planned it, Gaines will be the one they'll suspect. Only dead men don't talk, do they, Charlie? They don't talk. How does that idea sound to you?
Drop that gun, Mrs.
Captain Drummond.
I said drop it. Thank you. All right, Denny, get it?
Yes, sir.
So, Mrs. Hilton, this is your dear departed husband.
A cute couple, eh, Captain Drummond?
Yes, about as cute as a pair of rattlesnakes.
No comment from the Hiltons, sir.
I'm sure the Hiltons said much more than they cared to have anyone hear.
It was very revealing listening. Didn't you think so?
The jury will find it more damaging than revealing, Denny. And Hilton, talking about damaging evidence, I've got something in my pocket I want to show you. These rubber heels. I removed them from the shoes I found in your cabin aboard the Death Ship. It struck me as rather peculiar that an invalid who had been confined to a wheelchair should have his heels run down in such a marked manner. I decided to let these heels follow in your wife's footsteps. As you see, Mrs. Hilton was most obliging.
And that, sir, I'd say, about closes the matter, eh?
Just about, Denny. Oh, no, not quite. There's one more thing I did want to mention. These two were exchanging ideas a moment ago. Well, a court of law will soon present an entirely different idea to the Hiltons, and I was just wondering how that idea is going to sound to them. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But when there's a woman in the case, a few curves will get you there quicker. And once there, you might run into murder. I call this story, Death Has a New Look. Be sure to listen, won't you?
Bulldog Drummond, on Tuned to yesterday from June 16th, 1948, first heard on the Mutual Broadcasting System. It's an hour of mystery. On Tuned to yesterday, I'm your host, Mark Lavonier, and in large part, it's a mystery where all of the shows from the Fat Man series have gone off to. Only about 13 remain from the American version of the series as heard on ABC from January of 1946 through September of 1951. There was a fire at the ABC warehouse in the 1960s that destroyed much of their collection, but most of the programs from the show's 6-year run have failed to turn up. What we'll hear next is the very first episode of the series from January 21st, 1946. J. Scott Smart stars as Brad Runyon in the case of the 19th Pearl.
Wait, 247. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
The American Broadcasting Company brings you Dashiell Hammett's latest and most fascinating character, the Fat Man. The hard-boiled, hard-hitting adventures of a criminologist who tips the scale at 247 pounds. Tonight's adventure, the 19th Pearl. And now, here is the Fat Man.
One of the worst things about being fat is feeling thin. That extra load you carry around is something you never think about till you bump into a full-length mirror or drop a penny into a drugstore scale. Even then, you don't feel fat. The only time you really feel it is when you run into a beautiful woman. That's when the old collar kind of chokes you and your hands look big and your legs are hard to cross. That's when you're glad you've got a busy job like mine, solving crimes. This one began in Grand Central Station, right near the information center. My mother was going away for a weekend. I was there to put her on the train.
You don't have to wait around till the gates open, son. I've gotten on trains before.
It's all right, Ma. It's a free night for me anyway. Want some peanuts?
For heaven's sake, no.
I do. Be right back. Bagged peanuts, Jenny.
All right.
Better make it 2.
Here you are. Okay.
Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's all right. I wasn't looking where... Please, will you do me a favor? It's terribly important. Here, hold this bag for me. Oh, quick, he's coming.
Who?
Don't let him see me. You mustn't know I'm here.
Well, why not? What have you done?
Nothing. Stand in front of me, will you? Quick. Put your arms around me as if you were kissing me goodbye.
Say, what kind of a game is this?
Please, cover my face and kiss me.
Okay, sister. How's this?
Hold it.
How long?
Oh, no. No, don't stop. Just keep your arms around me.
As long as you say, baby. You know, I've heard about things like this, but I never figured it would happen to a guy like me.
All right. That's enough.
I wish I thought so. We ought to do this more often.
I'll have to run now. He's gone.
Maybe you'll be back.
Oh, no. No. I mustn't miss the train. Thanks ever so much for helping me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to tell me?
No, there isn't time.
But I don't even know. Okay, sister. two ships that pass in the night.
Well, that was a fond farewell. Who was it, dear?
I don't know.
What?
Never saw her before in my life.
Is that why you were kissing her?
Don't make a romance out of it, Ma. She just borrowed me for a quick hug, and that's all there was to it.
Well, I don't know that it's wise to kiss strange women in stations, son. Have you still got your watch?
I've got more than my watch, Ma. I've still got her bag.
But how do you know she's on this train, dear?
I saw her duck into the car ahead.
Well, leave the bag with me. I'll give it to her as soon as we pull out of the station.
Are you kidding?
Son, we're going to start in a moment.
It's all right. I'll ride up to 125th Street.
Just to give her back her bag?
That's a good enough reason.
Well, be sure you get off at 125th Street. Oh, we're moving.
Okay, Ma. I'll take the bag up to her now.
What's the matter?
That dame's on the platform. I'm getting off.
Careful, son. Watch your step.
Sure. See you later.
Bye.
Good evening, beautiful.
Oh, you frightened me.
I didn't the last time. You want to play some more?
I don't think so.
Well, don't go away. I still got your bag.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's this all about, kid? Who'd you knock off?
I beg your pardon.
Well, you must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running away.
Why not? Can't I be running away from danger? There's a man following me.
The guy on that train?
How did you know he was on it?
Simple arithmetic. You got on to give him the slip. He must have followed you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got off.
That's exactly what happened.
What else happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, kid. Tell me the truth or I won't help you.
I don't know that I want you to help me.
Okay, sister. I'll walk right out of the picture.
No, wait.
Changed your mind?
No. A man who's been following me changed it.
Huh?
He's standing right over there on the platform.
You'll be safe here, Miss Evans.
Is this your office?
Yeah. Step in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Make yourself at home. Every chair in this place is comfortable.
Have you sampled them all?
Every one. There's one thing I hate. It's sitting on hard wood. Have an apple, Miss Evans?
No, thanks.
Awful good.
No, thanks.
Well, tell me now. How long has this guy been following you?
About 3 days.
And you don't know who he is? Or what he's after?
No.
What do you do for a living, Miss Evans?
I'm an actress.
On the stage?
When I'm working.
Maybe I've seen you.
Not in New York. I haven't done anything here yet.
Rich daddy?
No. No daddy at all.
And what keeps you in those gorgeous clothes?
I have a private income. My father left me some money.
Those beautiful pearls, too?
These aren't real.
Aren't they? Let me see them.
Don't you believe me?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not a very good liar.
What?
Even experienced ones take a deep breath after every lie they tell. But you've been pumping away like an iron lung.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here, Miss Evans. I won't take your case.
You won't get it, you insufferable man.
Keep going.
What?
Keep yelling at me. There's someone outside the door.
You overbearing, conceited pig. If I were a man, I'd give you the beating of your life.
That's enough. Well, what are you doing out here, mister?
Nothing. I was just...
Hey, come back here, you. You son of a gun. I'll make it much harder for you when I catch you. You going to stop, you punk, or do I have to dive for you?
Oh, you big ape.
I'm not as slow as I look.
Well, you didn't have to tackle me.
I'm sorry, old man. It's my old football training. Can you get up?
I don't know.
Well, there you are. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you were doing outside my door.
I was keeping an eye on Miss Evans.
That's an interesting pastime. Come on back to the office and tell us why.
It's my job. I'm a private detective.
Well. Who hired you?
Mrs. Jeffrey Stanton.
The banker's wife?
Yes. She wants a record of every move Miss Evans makes.
Why?
That's my business.
Well, maybe Miss Evans has an interest in it. Miss Evans. Miss Evans, where are you?
What's the matter?
He's gone.
A gentleman to see you, Mrs. Stanton.
Who is it, Carl?
He refused to give me his card, madam. He simply said the fat man is calling.
Fat man? What do you suppose he wants?
Some information, Mrs. Stanton.
Good heavens. What do you mean by coming in here unannounced?
But I was announced. I'm the fat man.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I certainly don't intend to do so now. Show him out, Carl.
I don't think Carl is man enough, Mrs. Stanton. You'd better let me stay.
What do you want?
Some information about Miss Evans. I couldn't get a thing out of that clam you had following her.
What clam? What are you talking about?
Shall I call the police, Mrs. Stanton?
No. No, I can manage this call.
Very well, madam.
Now then, what were you saying, Mr. Don't believe you mentioned the name.
I didn't. People remember me better as the fat man.
Oh, I know who you are now. Mr. Parker told me about you.
Parker?
The man you very nearly killed in the hall outside your office. He said you fell on him like a ton of bricks.
He had no right listening outside my door. Did you really hire him to follow Miss Evans?
I did.
May I ask why?
You shouldn't have to. I thought everybody knew I was anxious to divorce my husband. Miss Evans is just one of the grounds.
One?
The only one I'll need. You see, Mr. Stanton made the mistake of giving her a necklace.
What?
Quite an expensive one, in fact. Matched pearls.
I see.
You seem disappointed.
In Mr. Stanton?
No, in Miss Evans. You're not a friend of hers, I hope.
Are you sure he gave her that necklace, Mrs. Stanton?
Well, I believe it was a gift. I've never inquired. I don't really care to know how these arrangements are worked out.
In other words, your husband and Miss Evans...
Let's not put it into words, if you don't mind. There'll be enough of that when the case comes up in court.
When the case comes up, Mrs. Stanton, you'll have to prove it. And right now, your star witness, Miss Evans, is missing.
Oh, not really missing. Unless something's happened to her.
What?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care. Parker will find her sooner or later.
Where?
Probably at my husband's apartment.
Oh. Doesn't he live here?
No, not regularly.
Well, after meeting you, Mrs. Stanton, I can't say I blame him. Mr. Stanton in?
Yeah, he's in.
O'Hara, what are you doing here, Captain?
Come on in. I'm waiting for the medical examiner.
Oh. Who's dead?
Who do you think? Stanton lived here all alone.
He might have had company.
He did, a little earlier. There's a knife in his chest.
Who put it there?
I don't know. The murderer didn't leave his card. Want to see the body?
You might as well. Where is it?
Right over there in the corner. And leave those chocolate-covered almonds alone. The place hasn't been gone over yet.
When did all this happen?
I don't know yet. I just got here a few minutes ago.
And the body was right where it is now?
I'm sure it hasn't moved.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
How a guy gets stabbed in the chest without putting up any kind of a fight. No sign of a struggle around here.
So what?
Oh, nothing. I just don't like it, that's all.
Why not?
Because the usual place for a knife is in the back. The chest, you see it coming. You got a chance to protect yourself.
Not if you trust the person who's coming at you. Not if she's your sweetheart or something like that. Then you don't see the knife till it's too late.
What makes you think it's his sweetheart?
I don't. I don't even know if the man had one.
Well, then stop putting a noose around her neck.
Whose noose? What are you driving at?
Nothing. I just don't like your theory, O'Hara.
Well, it's apparent he was killed by somebody he trusted. If it wasn't his sweetheart, then...
Will you stop mentioning his sweetheart?
Why? Is she a friend of yours or something?
Don't be funny.
What are you mad at? What's seating you tonight?
Your theories. Stanton could have been sitting in that chair when he was killed. The murderer could have moved the body to throw us off the track.
I doubt it. The murderer didn't even have time to cover up the one clue that's going to convict him.
What's that?
A piece of string in the dead man's hand. You see how Stanton is holding onto it?
String? Looks more like a strong silk thread.
Probably something he tore from the murderer's clothing just before the knife went into his heart.
You don't tear single threads from a person's clothing, O'Hara?
Then what is it?
I don't know. Let's open his hand and see.
Wait a minute. We don't have to open it. I can see something between the fingers.
What is it?
A pearl.
Miss Evans. Miss Evans, if you're in your room, for the love of Mike, open up.
Who is it?
The fat man.
Alone?
Yes, open up, will you?
Well, what's wrong?
Plenty. I've got to talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in
Shut
here.
up. You're in trouble, kid. I'm going to find out just how much. Where did you disappear to when I went after that guy that was following you?
I ran down the stairs. Why?
That's what I want to know. Why?
To get away from him, of course. I knew you wouldn't let him follow me.
I wish I had. Where did you go?
Home?
That's a lie. I've been calling up here all night.
Well, I stopped off for a bite to eat.
Where? At Mr. Stanton's apartment?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, baby. Tell me the truth. I know half of it now. And I want the other half, or I'll call in the cops.
What have I done that's wrong?
Lots of things. Most of them aren't my business. But murder is.
Murder?
You heard me. Don't stand there looking from one of my eyes to the other. Even a lousy actress can look innocent. She's beautiful enough.
Why do you keep saying I'm beautiful?
Because you are. And if I weren't a man and a half, I'd take you in my arms and...
And what?
Never mind.
Go ahead. Do it.
Are you kidding?
Do it. I want you to kiss me, darling.
My name isn't Darling.
You never told me what it was. What can I call you?
Nothing.
Oh, you've got to believe me, darling. You've got to trust me.
Why?
Because I trust you. Will you kiss me now?
Yeah.
Oh. You're awfully sweet when you want to be.
Who gave you that necklace you were wearing?
What?
Who gave it to you? Why aren't you wearing it now?
I just took it off.
Where is it?
Don't you believe me?
Where is it? I want to see it.
I've got it.
Where?
Right here on my dress. Are you satisfied?
Is this the necklace you were wearing in my office?
How many of these trinkets do you think I have?
How do I know? There must be more where this came from. Who gave it to you?
Mr. Stanton.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Because it was none of your business.
Well, that's a good answer. Is it my business now?
If you want it to be.
How do you want it to be, Miss Evans?
I want it to be Kathy, not Miss Evans.
Okay, Kathy. I'll take your case.
Have I got one?
You will have. The cops will be swarming all over this place by tomorrow morning.
Why?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
You didn't feel that way when you came in.
When I came in, I never expected to find this string of pearls. Not in one piece, anyway. You mind if I take them?
What for?
I thought you trusted me.
You still haven't answered my question.
I need these pearls to make your alibi stand up, Kathy. Don't forget, I'm working for you, but the police aren't. You're sure these pearls were bought here, Mr. Werner?
Quite sure. I matched them for Mr. Stanton myself.
No chance of a duplicate set looking exactly like these.
Very unlikely. Pearls are almost as individual as people. That's why they're so hard to match.
I see. This is your clasp, of course.
Oh, yes, it was made here.
And the string?
Oh, the string might be anybody's. There's nothing distinctive about a string.
But the pearls are distinctive.
Quite. Why did Mr. Stanton rearrange them?
You mean they're not in the right order?
Oh, the order is correct. But I only counted 18.
What?
The big one in the center is missing.
Hello.
Hello, Kathy.
Oh, yes.
This is the fat man. Do you want to swing for the murder of Mr. Stanton?
No.
Then do what I tell you.
But I didn't kill him.
Then why didn't you tell me you knew he was dead, you two-faced...
No.
Shut up. I know you were in Stanton's apartment tonight. You had to be, or you wouldn't have had that necklace back.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play dumb with me. You picked those pearls up off the floor and strung them together again. All except one.
What?
You stupid little fool. You left the most important one in the dead man's hand.
Oh, no.
Now, this is your last chance, Kathy. Meet me in my office in 15 minutes or I go to the police.
But I...
Be there.
Yes?
Yes?
It's me, Kathy.
Come in.
What? Mr. Parker, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The fat man sent for me.
Where is he?
He'll be back. He stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh?
The fat man wants me to show you something.
What?
Look over there on top of the desk. See it?
What is it?
A pearl. The largest one of a set.
And what's it doing here?
That's the fat man's business. He just wanted me to show it to you. Recognize it?
I don't know very much about pearls.
Then you wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Not from you. Who told you it was for sale?
The fat man. He offered it to me for...
What's the matter?
There's a microphone hidden in this bowl of fruit. The fat man must be interested in your reactions.
Where do the wires go?
Over here, to the window and down the side of the building. He must be listening in another office.
Well, he won't listen anymore.
Don't do that, you fool. Put that microphone down.
Why?
Because he'll know you smashed it. Do you want to get... Where's that pearl, Miss Evans?
I beg your pardon.
That pearl. You took it off the desk while I was at the window.
Oh, you're mistaken. I haven't been near the desk.
Come on. Give it to me or I'll search you for it.
Let go of me.
Not until you put that pearl back. Open your hand.
No,
Open it, I said. The fat man will kill me if you get away with this. Oh, come back here, you little devil.
Not on your life.
Just a moment, Miss Evans.
Mrs. Stanton.
Yes. I'll take that pearl, please.
Look out. She's got a gun.
Stay where you are, young lady.
No, you can't make me.
Stop. I told you to stop. You're wanted by the police for the murder of my husband. Get in the cab, Miss Evans.
Where are you taking me?
Get in.
I'll watch her, Mrs. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. All right, driver. Hurry. Police headquarters.
Right.
Why don't you start?
Gotta wait for the light to change, lady.
You gotta wait for me, too.
The fat man.
Surprise. How do you feel, Kathy?
Why, I'm all right.
You better have somebody look at that shoulder. Franklin Hospital, driver. Make it snappy.
Okay.
Just a moment. We're taking her to police headquarters.
With a fresh wound in her shoulder, she needs medical attention.
But I said...
Franklin Hospital, driver, and don't spare the horses. How is she, Doc? Oh, she'll be all right. Bullet just grazed her shoulder.
You're very lucky, Miss Evans.
You mean you're very lucky? Don't you know it's against the law to go around shooting people?
I couldn't let her get away with that pearl, could I?
Why not? That isn't the one they found in your husband's hand. That's just a hunk of paste.
But you told us all to come to your office so you could trap the one who tried to steal it.
How did you know that?
It was obvious.
That's no excuse for shooting at her, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, I didn't really shoot. I tried to frighten her more than anything else.
Well, in any case, I'll have to make a report to the police. Will you come with me, Mrs. Stanton?
Certainly.
You're a dead pigeon, Kathy.
What do you mean?
Even a bald-headed jury won't save you on this one.
But I didn't kill him.
I think you did. What's your vote, Parker?
I won't say until I've heard all the facts.
But you know all the facts. Didn't you follow her to Stanton's apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Well, how long was she there?
About 20 minutes.
And she went right to the railroad station as soon as she left his apartment.
But I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
Then why did you pick up the pearls and string them together again?
Because I knew I was being framed. Somebody put that necklace in Mr. Stanton's hand.
That's a good one.
It's true. I didn't have the pearls when I went to his apartment.
What?
They were stolen from me this morning.
Can you prove that?
No.
Can you prove it to me, Kathy?
I don't know. Look at me.
I'm looking.
I didn't kill Mr. Stanton. I swear I didn't.
That's not good enough, Kathy. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help you get out of here.
What?
I'll give you a head start on the police.
Don't be a fool.
Mind your own business, Parker.
This is my business. If she killed Stanton...
Go on. Give her a break, will you?
No, I'm just as responsible as you are. You can't make me a party to this.
Then turn your back on it.
You're crazy. It's a felony to assist a criminal. I'm going to call the police.
Get away from that phone.
For heaven's sake, use your head. They'll catch her anyway.
Get away from that phone, I said.
No, don't. Don't. I can't run away. It'll only make it look worse.
Why, of course. The sooner we call the police, the better.
Hello?
Hello. Get me the police department, please.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to make that call, Parker.
What?
You're not going to make that call if I have to pick up one of these knives and jab it into your ribs.
Yeah, put that down. Put that down, you fool.
Now, you see, Parker? Even on short notice, a man reaches out for the murderer's hand, the hand with the knife.
What?
Don't you understand? When a man comes at you with a knife, you reach for his hand, not for his throat.
What are you talking about?
Stanton. He couldn't have torn those pearls off Kathy's neck. If she came at him with a knife, he'd have grabbed for her hand the way you grabbed mine.
You mean she was framed?
You guessed it. She was framed by a guy who knew every move she made. Guy who knew when he could steal that necklace and plant it in Stanton's hand at the most effective time. Who fits that description, Parker? Who knew every move Kathy made these last 3 days?
Well, why are you looking at me?
Because you're it. You wanted Stanton out of the way so you and Mrs. Stanton could get married and live on Stanton's dough. You're no private detective. I found that out 5 minutes after I met you.
Drop that knife and stay where you are. I've got a gun.
Look out, Kathy. You may use it.
I will if you don't get out of my way.
Hello?
That phone's open, Parker. You're giving the police your whole confession.
What? Oh!
Hello? Hello?
Take it easy, Captain. I'm bringing in a murderer. So you and Stanton were just good friends, Kathy?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Must have thought an awful lot of his friends to give them pearl necklaces.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but he was like that. He once gave a surgeon a brand new car just for operating on his hand.
What did you do for the old boy?
I went out with him, let him take me to shows and things.
Well, here's where I get off.
Am I home already?
This is it. Night, Kathy.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I ever going to see you again?
I don't know.
Why not? Don't you like me?
Sure. I like all beautiful women. The trouble is, I fall in love with them.
And what's wrong with that?
Having to fall out. So long, Kathy. Remember, nobody loves a fat man.
Listen again next week at the same time when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another adventure of Dashiell Hammett's exciting new character, the Fat Man.
The Fat Man, on Tuned to Yesterday, the first broadcast in the series from January 21st, 1946 on ABC. And that wraps up this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's past. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for tuning in. It's Tuned to Yesterday, broadcasting programs from radio's yesteryear. Welcome, I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. Mystery in this hour. Later on, we hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. But right now, it's the first broadcast of the Mystery House series, a short-lived show, only on Mutual for a couple of years and in syndication. This episode from August 19th, 1945, called A New Lease on Death.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where every new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
A New Lease on Death. You know, I like that title, Barbie.
You'll like the story we're doing tonight, too, Dan. Once in a while, some author sends in the manuscript of a book that's really different. And this is one.
Oh, fine. You know, that's one trouble with stories. So many writers turn out yarns that are just like all the rest of the stories they've ever written.
Well, that's one thing you can't say about me, Mr. Glenn.
Oh? Well, I didn't know you wrote stories, Guy.
Well, I don't write stories. What I write is the absolute truth.
Well, let's get on with tonight's story, huh? Places, everybody. Set the scene, Guy.
The scene is a street in a rather undesirable part of town. A well-dressed couple is stopped by a seedy-looking character who is obviously after a handout.
Pardon me, Bud. Suppose you could stick a guy to a sandwich and a cup of coffee?
You sure it's for a sandwich?
Oh, Larry, don't give the poor bum a lecture. Give him a quarter. Larry.
What?
I believe it. Larry. Oh, stop him. He's running away. Get him. Bring him back quick.
Hey, you. Come back here. Hold on.
Let go of me. Let go, I tell you. You haven't got any right to stop me. I can go where I please without...
Great Scott. Miriam knew what you was talking about.
All right. I made a mistake. If I'd have seen you, I wouldn't have stopped you. Now go on, leave me alone.
Ken Starr. I wouldn't have known you if...
Well, there's no reason why you should know me, is there, Larry? Everybody was pretty happy to forget me, I guess.
Ken Starr, what in the world happened to you? Well, you look like a ghost.
Yeah? Well, maybe I am. You wouldn't look so good yourself, Miriam. You've been through what I've taken.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, I'm not asking for sympathy, Miriam. I can just see you at the country club. Girls, you'd never guess who I saw panhandling on the street last night. Ken Starr. And he looked like a bum.
You've no right to talk that way.
After all, you didn't give anybody a chance to help you, Ken.
You mean I didn't get on my knees and beg my friends for help?
Ken, it's not too late yet. You can't throw your whole life away.
I've already thrown my life away, Miriam. Once you die, you never get a chance to come back to life.
You're being a little melodramatic, aren't you, Ken?
No, I'm quite serious, Larry. I died during my murder trial when they brought out the story of Elsa Gaynor and me.
But you weren't convicted. They set you free.
I was dead as far as Elsa Gaynor was concerned. Reasons were good enough. I was dead in business. People don't trust their financial affairs to a man who's been tried for murder.
But I wish we'd seen you before, Ken. It's so tragic to think of you and how successful you were.
And how singularly unsuccessful I am now? Oh, it isn't so tragic, Miriam. Actually, I don't feel so badly about it. I don't feel at all. Not until somebody opens the wound again.
Ken, I've a little proposition to make you.
No. Thanks, Miriam, but I'm not considering charity.
This isn't charity. I've a proposition to bring you back to life.
Really, Miriam?
You run along, Larry. I want to talk to Ken privately.
But, of course, you have perfect right to do whatever you like, Miriam, but do you think that...
Oh, I'm quite harmless, Larry.
I didn't mean that.
I'm sorry. You know, your pride gets a little sharp when you've nothing to be proud of.
Please, Larry, tell the rest of the crowd I couldn't make it, and don't tell them where I am. Don't say anything about who we saw. Promise?
I don't think this is wise at all, Miriam.
I didn't ask you what you thought. Well, promise?
All right. Good night, Ken.
Gosh, Miriam, I've been eating so furiously, I didn't even look at your apartment. It's very neat.
Well, it's wonderful what a couple of bestseller books and a feature writer's job will do for a gal.
No, that's the best food I've had in months. It was nice of you. Now, I'll be going along.
Just a minute. I said I had a proposition to make you.
I'm not taking money from anybody. That's what you mean.
Oh, don't be a fool. When I saw you on the street, I got a simply tremendous idea for a book. The title's Comeback. It's the story of a man who deteriorates to nothing and then is given every tool to make a comeback.
Very interesting.
It's going to be a personal case history with nothing held back. Of course, we won't use your name, but it's going to be a story of you.
A guinea pig for the laboratory? No, thanks.
Oh, now, don't be stuffy. You earn everything you get, and what you'll get will be a chance to come back to life.
Don't you think I got hurt enough before I died, Miriam? Without sticking pins into me again?
The apartment across the hall is vacant. I'll rent it tomorrow. We'll say you've been in South America, and you built a new fortune down there. You've just come back and are ready to start in business again.
No, I couldn't go through with it. You don't have enough money to...
I have enough money to give you a good front. That's all you'll need. You always had more brains than any man in our crowd. With the right front, you'll soon be making a great deal, just like you did before. If
If I'm up to it.
Well, how about it?
Why? Well, give me a little time.
No. You'll get more and more scared. You're deciding right now.
All right. All right. I'll give it a try.
Miriam, you've got to stop this foolishness. You're riding for a terrible fall.
If I get cracked up, Larry, it'll be my funeral.
Everybody else is fooled. They think Ken Starr is wonderful. The man who came back, they're calling him. Well, I know he's the man who was brought back.
He's getting away with it beautifully.
But it can't last, Miriam. He doesn't have the stuff. He didn't have it when he went to trial for murder, and he's lost a lot since. An awful lot.
He's a wonderful person, Larry. Life gave him some mighty swift kicks in the pants, but he's the same sweet guy always was underneath. He's just as clever and charming, coming to the surface. And you've no idea what a thrill it is to me to see him grow.
Wait till he sees Elsa and a new husband. Watch him fall apart.
This is a big town, Larry. With a little handling, he doesn't need to see either Elsa or Harlan McGrath.
You're in love with Ken Starr, aren't you? Oh, you don't need to answer me. You're just as simple-minded about him as you were when he was carrying a torch for Elsa.
Well, what if I am?
I'm not going to see you throw your life away, Miriam. It isn't love, it's an old obsession. I think too much of you to let you wreck everything you have.
If Ken Starr would have me, I'd marry him tonight. I've always felt that way.
You're a writer and you're in love with drama. You can't tie yourself to a psychopathic case.
He's not a psychopathic case. He's...
All right, then arrange a dinner. Invite Ken and me. And also invite Elsa and Harlan McGrath.
No. He isn't ready.
Either you arrange that dinner or the show's all over.
You wouldn't.
You fool the rest of the town with your story about Ken getting back from South America. But you can't fool me. Remember? I was there. Either you have that dinner party or I'll blow your little game sky high.
Harlan had to stop off and talk to a business acquaintance for a few minutes before he could leave Ken. And anyway, I wanted to see you alone first. You're looking very handsome, Ken.
You're as lovely looking as ever, Elsa. You know, your voice still does things to me.
Oh, that's very flattering. Oh, I'm so glad to know you've done so well. But I've missed you, Ken.
I've never missed you, Elsa, because you've always been with me.
Well, you've improved at making pretty speeches.
This Harlan McGrath, this new husband of yours, did I ever know him?
No, he was after your time. Oh, he's a grand person. You'll like him a lot.
No, Elsa, I'm afraid I'm not that big.
Ken, please, you won't make a scene. I couldn't bear
No,
it.
you never could stand scenes, could you, Elsa? You'd always been shielded from unpleasantness of any kind till you married Bill Gaynor. And you got a big dose of the wrong side of life and ran to me for protection.
Well, I suppose I should have testified at your trial, but I was so frightened. I never did believe you killed Bill, though.
It's very big of you, Elsa.
Maybe it was that I thought I knew who had killed him, and I was afraid to testify. I've always been such a coward.
What? You had evidence that you held back? Evidence that would have cleared me?
Well, I'm not sure. Ken, don't look at me like that. You frighten me.
Well, oh, hello, Miriam. Larry.
You two have had long enough for yourselves. We decided to join the party.
From the look in your eye, Ken, I'd say Elsa still has that old black magic for you.
Larry.
We weren't talking about black magic, Larry. As a matter of fact, I was trying to get the dope on her husband.
Oh, you like him. Everybody likes Harlan. This time, I'm afraid there's no excuse for you to come dashing to Elsa's rescue, Ken. Oh, by the way, where is Harlan?
There's no need to wait for him. He wasn't sure how long he'd be detained and said for us to go right ahead and start dinner.
But shouldn't we wait?
Nonsense. He won't mind a bit. And after all, you're supposed to be on time for dinner appointments.
Well, if you're sure it's all right.
Perfectly.
Well, then we might as well go into the dining room right now.
I've never been here for dinner before, Miriam. Which way?
Right down the hall, Elsa. I'll lead the way.
Here. Well, Harlan's already here. Harlan, why didn't you come into the living room?
Well, he's sitting at the table. There's something wrong.
Holland, what's the matter? Why don't you say something?
He's sick. Just a minute. Great Scott. He's dead.
What? Oh, no. No, that can't be.
Well, here we go again. I don't suppose there's a scratch on his right hand, is there?
Yes. Yes, there is.
It'll be filled with the deadly South American poison. Some detective will find some of it in my apartment. Somewhere. Excuse me. This is where I came in.
Ken, stop it. Get him away from that window. Ken, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, if you let go of me, I'll jump, Miriam.
Oh.
I don't think I'm up to going through all this again.
Oh, Larry, help me.
Oh,
Sit down, Ken. I guess we'll have to call the police.
Detective Cedric Darnay has taken over and seems quite perplexed at what should be a simple case.
You are most helpful, Mr. Starr. Sure, why not? I've been through all this before. It's a repeat performance. You'll find the poison in my apartment, just across the hall. Where? Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there, Darnay. You'll have to look around. But it'll be there. Don't you worry. You are admitting that you killed Mr. McGrath? Sure, why not?
No, he didn't do it, Mr. Darnay. He couldn't have done it.
No? Why not?
He was standing in the living room talking to Elsa McGrath when Larry Montag and I walked in. Elsa said her husband had been detained by a call on a business acquaintance.
I see. You think, then, there is no possibility of collusion between Mrs. McGrath and Mr. Starr?
Why, of course not.
You concur in that opinion, Mr. Montag? Why, I guess so. To be honest about it, I wouldn't know.
That's ridiculous. Ken and I hadn't seen each other for 4 years till we met here. I'll swear to that.
Swearing to a statement does not impress me, Mrs. McGrath. You see, a murderer has already done something so much more serious than breaking an oath.
Oh, well, what's all the talk about? Why don't you put me under arrest and get it over with?
You think, because of your previous unfortunate experience with Miss McGrath's first husband, you will be in great trouble?
What do you think? No, Donnie. I know when I've been struck out. And whoever did it the first time's good enough to do it again.
Possibly. Mrs. McGrath, tell me, you're having trouble with your husband?
No, certainly not.
If you will pardon me, you do not seem to be greatly bereaved.
Harlan and I understood each other perfectly. Ours was no madly romantic love affair, but we were fond of each other, and, well, it was a very satisfactory arrangement.
She isn't capable of any real feeling for anybody but herself. She let Ken Starr go through hell rather than be smeared in court.
Why, you little... And I thought you were my friend.
Nobody could be a friend of yours if it involved anything on your part. You're the most selfish woman that ever lived.
Oh, I am I?
I saw what you were up to when I came into the living room tonight. You'd thrown Ken to the wolves, but he came back alive. And when you saw him, you were planning how you could put him back on your shelf.
Really, Miriam?
Oh, don't give me the grand dame stuff. You never wanted him in the first place, but you never wanted anybody else to have him either.
You fool, what are you trying to do? Let this detective get us all into trouble? I ought to...
Oh, please, go right ahead. Don't mind me. I find it most interesting.
I'm sorry. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself.
I take it, Miss Shelby, you feel you are a far more suitable mate for Mr. Starr than Mrs. McGrath.
Why, how dare you talk like that?
I dare a great deal, Miss Shelby. You are afraid to put your emotions on display, hmm? Murder is the most primitive of all emotions.
Well, I guess I've made a fool of myself. All right. I'm in love with Ken Starr, and always have been.
What? Mr. Darnay, it seems that nobody's ever fallen for the right person around here. Elsa's first husband was in love with a chorus girl, and Ken Starr was in love with Elsa. Elsa was, well, in love with herself. And Miriam Shelby carried the torch for Ken. And I've been hanging around Miriam for 5 years, more or less, without results. That is most helpful information, if correct, Mr. Montag. Oh, it's correct, all right. It opens most interesting avenues of conjecture. Eh? Like what? For example, your unrequited love for Miss Shelby. See here. Are you accusing me of murdering Harlan McGrath just to get Ken Starr out of the picture? I make no accusations, Mr. Montag.
I merely theorize.
I remember at the time of Bill Gaynor's death. Remember, I told you tonight, Ken. I had a feeling maybe I knew the murderer.
Based upon what?
Bill had said something about having to see Larry Montag and said he didn't know why Larry wanted to see him.
That's a lie. I had no appointment with Bill Gaynor. I never had a business appointment with him in my life or his. It's a fine time to be tossing in a thing like that. Over 4 years after his murder.
The mills of the gods grind slowly. Sometimes, Mr. Montag. As I recall, the same method was used for Mr. Gaynor's murder. Is that not correct? Sure. Identical. Well, why don't you run across the hall to my apartment and find the poison? Here are my keys. You are very bitter, Mr. Starr. Bitter? Why wouldn't I be bitter?
Look, Mr. Darnay, I've been thinking. The dining room opens off the hall. You can come into it without going through the rest of the apartment.
Yes?
Larry could have made a business appointment with Harry McGrath, met him, and scratched his hand with that poison. Then he could have brought him into the dining room, left him, and come up to the front entrance of the apartment.
Miriam, you don't know what you're saying.
Anyway, it won't stand up, Miriam.
Why not?
Nobody'd make the mistake twice of using his own name and setting a murder rendezvous. Elsa, was the appointment made at Harlan's office?
Yes, why?
Well, $5 will get you 50. But the records will show his appointment was with me. You see, I've been through all this before. I know just what to expect. Oh, how do you do, Miss Shelby? Sit down. I'm honored by having you visit my office.
Ken told me. You found the poison in the back of a dresser drawer in his apartment.
Yes. And the appointment was with Kenneth Starr, too. At least that name was used.
Your theorizing was right last night, Mr. Darnay. It must have been Larry Montag. It had to be. He planned all this to get Ken out of the way.
You seem more sure of yourself, Miss Shelby.
I've a good reason for being positive. It was Larry Montag who planned that dinner party. He said if I didn't have it, he'd tell the whole town how I picked Ken up out of the gutter and reclaimed him.
Why did you not tell me this before?
Well, I didn't realize how important it was.
It seems to be the one thing I needed. It doesn't stand to reason that a man who narrowly escaped conviction of one murder would commit a second murder in the identical manner and plant clues against himself all over the place.
Then you'll put Larry under arrest?
Yes, immediately.
Why, hello, Ken. Won't you come in?
Elsa, you've heard about Larry Montag?
They've arrested him, haven't they? Poor fellow.
Well, things are different this time, Elsa.
What do you mean?
Well, this time I'm not mixed up in it. We can get married now, can't we?
Well, you rather startle me, Ken.
Well, there's nothing new about the idea, Elsa.
But you've been away for more than 4 years. I hardly know you anymore.
But some ways I haven't changed, Elsa. I'm still just as madly in love with you as I ever was. You still mean more to me than anyone else in the world.
Ken, I'm all mixed up on some things. This job of yours in South America that everybody said was so tremendous. Then, while the detective was there, Larry said something about Miriam having picked you up when you were down and out.
What difference does it make?
Well, it makes a good deal of difference.
It better not, Elsa.
Don't look at me like that, Ken. After all, I'm used to nice things. I have expensive tastes. I need a husband who has a good deal of money.
Oh, I'll get money all right.
Oh, you'll get it. But you don't have it, is that the point?
Look, Elsa, we're wasting time. We've wasted years. Let's go get married right now.
I'm not at all sure that I want to marry you.
Oh, I guess Miriam and Larry were right about you. The only person you're in love with is yourself.
See here, Ken Starr, you can't talk to me like that. I'll thank you to get right out of this house.
Oh, you will, huh?
And hurry up about it.
You've got a lot of nerve ordering me out of your house after all the hell you sent me through.
I had nothing to do with your being arrested.
You poor fool. You almost sent me to the electric chair. That telephone call to Bill Gaynor from Larry Montag was the important part of the whole setup.
And you never came forward and told about it.
What do you mean?
I arranged things so it would look like somebody had planted evidence against me, tried to frame me. Then I called for the appointment and said I was Larry Montag.
You said you were Larry Montag?
Of course. That was to be where his perfect crime broke down, you see. All the evidence pointing toward me. But then that telephone call was to trip him up. And you didn't have the decency to step forward with the call. I couldn't ask about it because I wasn't supposed to know.
Then you really did kill Bill Gaynor. You're a murderer.
Yes. Yes, I killed him for you. You wanted it done, didn't you? You said you wanted to marry me, that you couldn't stand living under the same roof with him. You made a bargain, Elsa.
Thought I actually wanted you to commit murder?
You did want me to do it. You said you'd marry me in a minute if anything ever happened to Bill. Well, something happened to him, all right. And you welched on your deal.
You killed him.
We had a contract. We're going to keep that contract if I have to kill every man who ever looks at you.
You killed Harlan, too.
Yeah, it was almost too simple. I didn't cover up a thing. I deliberately set all the evidence against me. I used my right name when I called Harlan McGrath for an appointment. Said I wanted to talk to him about the death of your first husband. I didn't even bother about hiding the poison. I didn't even deny killing him. And nobody believed me.
You won't get away with it. You'll go to jail. You'll be sentenced to death.
You think you can scare me with death, Elsa? You think you can scare me with death? A man who's already been through it? No. I've nothing to lose, Elsa. I can risk anything to get back the life you can give me.
You're insane. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
You'll marry me or you don't ever marry anybody, Elsa.
Put down that gun. You couldn't shoot me. You're too...
I would not try to shoot if I were you, Mr. Starr. We were just having a little argument.
I heard the argument, the whole thing. You were a most clever killer, Mr. Starr. Allow me to congratulate you on the extreme subtlety of your methods. So subtle that they seemed almost impossible.
Thanks, Darnay.
You overlooked only one thing.
Oh? What's that?
The obvious motive. Twice this lady's husbands were murdered, and each time you were in love with her.
But you arrested Larry Montag. I fooled you enough for that.
No. I arrested him because you had not spoken to the charming lady about marriage. You were afraid, and I arrested Montag to give you security.
You're pretty clever yourself, Darnay.
Thank you. I consider that a compliment from an expert. And now, if you will come with me to the police station...
Just a second. If you pardon me, there's one thing I have to do first.
No! Kid, you shot me.
I'm ready now, Darnay. Here's my gun.
You realize that this brutal murder of Mrs. McGrath will inevitably mean the electric chair for you?
But I'm not afraid. Nothing to lose. Remember, this is where I came in. Well, Barbie, what's the story for next week?
It's a story about a newspaper reporter who gets fired from his job and plots a horrible murder as a result of it.
Story about being fired, huh?
It's a fast-moving story of revenge and how a hate-inspired mind works. There's all the excitement and glamour of the newsroom, plus a murder puzzle that'll keep you on your toes right up to the final word.
Well, it sounds like one of your 4-star specials. What's the title?
It's called Death at Deadline.
Mystery House on Tuned to yesterday from August 19th, 1945 on the Mutual Broadcasting System coming out of WGN in Chicago. It's an hour of mystery on Tuned to yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier, and now we join the precursor to Richard Diamond Private Detective. It's Rogues Gallery, starring Dick Powell. In its first year, already attracting about 4 million listeners Thursday nights at 8:30. We hear a broadcast now from June 6th, 1946 on Mutual.
Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogues Gallery.
While for while, let it fall to your style, you stitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head and save your hair, you stitch shampoo.
The W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Call me a silly, impressionable boy if you want to. But when I first laid eyes on Patricia Flynn at that party, I was over the side like a Jacob's ladder. Her hair was as black as a lover's despair. Her eyes were the blue of the washed sky around a rainbow. And she was to feminine architecture what the atom bomb is to science. There's never been anything like it. I liked her, and she liked me. In fact, she seemed to be spending most of the evening trying to be alone with me. But another lovely, bless her, outmaneuvered her. The next day, I went to my office a little late. I was just sitting there at my desk trying to make my checkbook agree with the bank's theories when the door opened. And who walked in was Patricia. I restrained a foolish impulse to grab her and shout, "I love you," by looking bored and saying, "Hello."
Hello, Mr. Rogue. I guess I should have called for an appointment.
Oh, now, look, first off, you must call me Richard, because I'm going to call you Pat. I'm so glad you came in to see me, Pat. Let's go down to the hunt room and talk things over, shall we?
After a while, if you want to. It sounds charming, but I want to talk to you here alone first.
Oh? Oh, well, okay. What shall we talk about?
Mr. Rogue. Richard.
Thank you.
I know this sounds dramatic, but there have been 2 attempts made on my life in the past 3 weeks.
Well, why would anybody want to harm you?
I don't know. I really don't. There's no reason that I can think of.
Well, you poor kid. Where did these attempts on your life take place?
At our summer place, up on Lake Tecumseh.
Oh, and there's nobody up there with any motive for wanting you out of the way?
Nobody. I don't know whether you've ever been to Lake Tecumseh or not. It's a small resort. Just a few families have cabins there.
Maybe you better start from the beginning. You know, I don't really know much about you. Give me the whole story, will you?
All right. You already know my name. It's Pat Flynn. My father was Michael Flynn, the attorney.
Yes, I knew of him, of course.
Mother was much younger than Dad. And about a year after he died, she married Herbert Lewis, the British artist. He was a widower. He had a daughter, Diane, just my age. She's a lovely girl, very British, English, finishing school, and a wonderful musical education, with the best of friends. She got married about 3 months ago to John Anderson, a boy I've known since he was about 10. They're very happy, and we're all up the lake together.
All staying in the same cottage?
Yes. Well, it isn't exactly a cottage. We all call it that, but it's really rather a large house.
Okay. Now, tell me about the attempts on your life. How'd they happen?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, I got up earlier than the rest of the family. I often do. I went down to the lake for a dip. I'm a pretty good swimmer, and I headed right out to the island in the middle of the lake. I heard a bullet whistle past my head. I dove underwater and swam back toward the shore as long as I could hold my breath. Then I came up. I heard another bullet hit the water not a foot from me. I was frightened to death. I stayed underwater as much as I could until I saw Mother and John coming down for their morning dip. And I swam in and joined them.
Did you tell them about it?
No. I was afraid they'd laugh at me.
There was another attempt later?
Yes. I always have a glass of milk in my room at night. And one night, for no reason at all, I gave it to my cat, Cynthia. And Cynthia died. She had convulsions and died. The veterinary said she'd been poisoned. Somebody tried to poison me.
Look, baby, I think it's about time you're telling somebody about this. There's no future in being murdered, you know. That poisoned milk makes it look like an inside job, doesn't it?
I don't see how it could be anyone in the house, Mr. Rogue. There's only the family and...
No servants?
Only Mary, the cook. And... Oh, well, she's like a mother. She wouldn't want to hurt me. Oh, Richard, I'm scared. I'm supposed to go back up to the lake tomorrow. And I know that the next time they're going to succeed in killing me.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to come up with me as a house guest. No one will know you're an investigator. And Mr. Rogue.
Yes, Pat?
You can protect me.
I couldn't understand why anybody would want to deprive this ugly old world of Patricia Flynn's beauty. But she was convinced that somebody was trying to promote her to a better land than this, so I accepted her invitation to be a house guest at her family's 18-room cabin on Lake Tecumseh. I'd like to be Uncle Tom in a cabin like that. The living room was a little smaller than the Los Angeles Union Station, but it was much more comfortable. There was a fireplace at each end of it about the size of the entrance to the Hudson Tube. And the room was done in rustic furniture with down cushions. Every place you looked at the walls, you either got an inquisitive look from a defunct moose or a cold stare from a mounted fish. If this was roughing it, I gave up my scouting too early. The first evening, I sat around and talked with Pat's mother, who looked 30, and her stepsister Diane, who looked dandy, and John Anderson, who looked like John Anderson. John was Diane's husband.
We're so happy that you could come up with Patricia, Mr. Rogue. She hasn't been enjoying herself this summer for some reason.
She seems so depressed.
Well, girls with her looks should never be depressed.
If I weren't Patricia's mother, I'd think she was in love. She has all the symptoms.
Are you the cause of all this, Rogue?
Well, I hope so, but I doubt it. It's an interesting thought.
Where is Pat?
She went out for a walk. Down around the lake, I suppose.
Oh, well, perhaps we're keeping you, Mr. Rogue. The moon's shining, you know. Very romantic out by the lake.
Oh, I think if she'd wanted me to go with her, she would have asked me.
You don't know women, Mr. Rogue. They're very subtle.
It's really a lovely night.
Come on, Diane. Let's take a walk and show Mr. Rogue around the place a little bit, huh?
No, you and Mr. Rogue go ahead, John. I'm going to stay in tonight. I've had the sniffles all day. I don't think I should be out in the night air.
You'd better slip a coat on over your sweater if you go out, Mr. Rogue. Gets pretty chilly up here nights.
Well, how about it, Rogue? Shall we take a look around?
Oh, yes. Certainly. I'd like to take a look around this place. Be sure I'm not putting you out.
Oh, not at all. I usually take a stroll before turning in. Come on.
Okay. If you ladies will excuse us.
Of course.
I'll see you at breakfast, Mr. Rogue. I'll probably retire before you return. It's so nice having you here.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
We live very quietly here on the lake, Rogue. I'm afraid you might find it a little dull.
Oh, I could use a little quiet.
Have you known Pat long?
Well, quite a while. She's a grand girl, isn't she?
Oh, one of the best. Strange kid, though.
I think she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She has something on her mind lately, though. Doesn't seem to be quite her old carefree self.
You've noticed it, too, huh? Well, she was very close to her father, you know. Hasn't been too sharp since his death. I'm kind of worried about her.
You think that's what she's brooding about? Her father's death?
I can't figure her lately. She's changed completely. Yeah, look at her down there by the side of the lake. All alone, as usual.
Suppose she would resent it if we joined her?
Well, we can try and see. Hey, Pat, you receiving callers this evening?
I'm waiting for them. Come on over.
Well, you look mighty beautiful sitting out there in the moonlight.
That remark has my enthusiastic approval. Aren't you cold out here with no wrap, Patty?
No, it's nice out here. I like the breeze. Have a seat on the sand, Mr. Rogue.
Well, thanks. Oh, brother, this is the life. Brings out the Davy Crockett in me. Tell me, does the place come equipped with a canoe?
Canoe, speedboat, rowboat, take your choice.
Personally, I prefer the speedboat.
These both hands-free.
You and your elephant's memory.
John used to make mad love to me out there on that lake, Mr. Rogue. Before he was married, of course.
Yeah, well, that was puppy love. Pat soon tired of me.
What's the program for tomorrow, Pat?
Want to go riding?
Sure.
6 o'clock then at the stables.
6 o'clock in the morning? Will the horses be awake?
No, they go to bed early. What are you looking for, Rogue?
Oh, my cigarettes. I guess I left them in my coat. Can you spare one?
I didn't bring any with me. Did you, Pat?
You know I don't smoke.
Well, I'm an awful slave. Looks like I'm going to have to go get them. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, we'll be here.
I didn't know Handsome John well enough to call him a liar. But I did know he had cigarettes in his pocket. It was hard for me to believe that a guy living in all that luxury would begrudge a house guest a cigarette for financial reasons. So I had to assume that he wanted to be alone with Pat. I felt as unnecessary as a laugh at a funeral as I walked back up to the house. The French doors into the living room were open, and I headed for them. I wasn't making any noise, walking in the sand. And I stopped in embarrassment when I heard the conversation which was in progress in the room between Diane and Patricia's mother.
I tell you, I'm not going to put up with this much longer. The way Pat throws herself at John is sickening.
John's old enough to take care of himself, I believe, Diane.
She's doing everything she can to cause trouble between John and me. Everything. She hates me for marrying John.
Yes, I believe she's still in love with John. She always has been. And if she hadn't been away at school when you met John and married him...
Please, don't you dare say that again. Ever.
It's the truth. If it hadn't been for you, John and Pat would be married, as they always planned to be.
If she doesn't leave John alone, something terrible is going to happen to her. I love John. He's mine. You hate me. You hate me for marrying John.
No, I don't hate you, Diane. But I'm her mother. I want my daughter to be happy again. And I'll do anything to bring her happiness back to her.
You can't take John away from me. I'm going to have a talk with him now. We're leaving here in the morning.
When Diane left that room, you could feel the hate radiating from her like heat from a depot stove. She walked directly toward the spot where I was standing, and I ducked back into the shrubbery. I followed her as she headed for the couple on the beach, and I was only a few feet behind her when she stopped. Pat and John were knee-deep in a conversation that was a tone lower than the last note of Asleep in the Deep. Diane listened. So did I.
We have to do something about this, John. We can't go on this way. If you don't tell her you want a divorce,
I don't want a divorce, Pat. Now, that's final. I'm not going to let the fact that you fancy yourself in love with me ruin my whole life.
Think it over tonight, darling. Meet me on the island at 6 tomorrow morning. You'd better go in.
All right. I'll meet you in the morning, Pat, but
Go in, John. I love you.
This group of lovely people was as full of potential drama as a little theater on opening night. I followed Diane back into the house, walked noisily in the front door, and said goodnight. I thought I heard somebody enter and leave my room while I was under the shower, but there was nothing much I could do about it. The room was empty when I re-entered it, and I helped myself to a drink of water from the thermos on the night table. The water tasted funny. As I hit the pillow, I knew what it was. I went out like a match in a bucket of water. And when I opened my eyes, I was on Cloud 8. Igor was looking me over, and that little dame was there.
He's opening his eyes, Igor.
Hey, Chiefy, what happened? No bump on your head.
Oh, never mind. What's that girl doing here?
Tell him, Igor. Ask him now.
If you're going to ask me for permission to get married, the answer is no.
Yeah, but Chiefy, don't you think it's about time you and I settle down? Don't you get tired of getting hit on the head?
Look, Igor. You've got all you can do to take care of your job as my alter ego, without taking on any more responsibilities.
But, Mr. Rogue, I won't be any trouble. I can...
Honey, now look, Rogie. I ask you man to man.
Man to man. Anything you ask me is spook to man, Igor. You're nothing but a figment of my imagination.
What does that mean, Igor?
Oh, he's a little off his trolley right now. Now look, Chiefy. This is no time to be making a decision which will affect the entire lives of 3 people. You're not clear in the head.
Did it ever occur to you that if I was clear in my head, I wouldn't be here on Cloud 8, talking to you and that Lilliputian Lana Turner? This Cloud 8 is strictly non-coeducational. Now, you throw her out of here.
Push him over the side, Igor. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh, no, I have to rest a while. Go away.
Come on, Igor. Help me. He's mean.
All right. Over Where you go, Chiefy?
No. No. Cut it out. Ooh, I'll strangle you with your own beard, Igor. Stop pushing.
He's a bad man, Igor.
Yes, he is. So long, Rogie.
When I woke up, the sun was high in the heavens. My head felt like a busy blacksmith's anvil, and my tongue was made of mink. I leaped out of bed like a startled fawn, and I sat back down fast. I dressed without lowering my head and made a belated appearance at the breakfast table. Pat and her mother were having breakfast. John came in a few minutes after me. He didn't look well either.
Good morning, John. Where's Diane?
I don't know. We had a bit of a disagreement last night. She slept in the guest room, and I just looked in. She wasn't there.
She probably went for a morning dip.
Oh. Have you been in yet this morning, Pat?
Not me. I slept. I couldn't wake up this morning.
Whatever happened to our horseback ride, Pat?
Oh, did you get up for it?
Oh, me? Oh, no. No, I slept right straight through. As a matter of fact, I never slept so well in my life.
Yeah, that goes for me, too. And I feel terrible this morning.
Well, so do I. I feel dopey.
How about a canoe ride after breakfast, Pat? It'll do us both good.
Maybe that's what I need.
Do I look as stupid as I feel?
I don't know what you mean. You look kind of sleepy. You look like I feel.
Somebody doped me last night, Pat.
They did. Are you sure?
Honey, I know when I'd been slipped a tricky Mickey. Last night was one of those times. Who would have wanted me out of the way last night?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody doped me last night, too, Richard. It's almost as if some crazy person were hiding there. Maybe we should call the police.
Look, chicken, that stepsister of yours is kind of burned with you.
Diane?
Now, don't look so surprised. You know it. I happened to overhear a little conversation between Diane and your mother last night. Diane lifted your boyfriend, didn't she?
Yes.
You're asking for trouble, Pat, fighting back like that. I really... Hey.
What's the matter?
What's that over there?
Oh, Richard.
Don't look.
It's Diane, isn't it?
Yes.
That's my white bathing suit. She's wearing my bathing suit.
She's dead, Pat. Somebody shot her.
Oh, no. Richard, whoever shot her thought they were shooting me.
Well, Pat Flynn had proved her point. Her half-sister Diane was lying there on the beach, dead. Shot while swimming in Lake Tecumseh, wearing Pat's white satin swimsuit. I stood over Diane's body while Pat ran screaming hysterically up to the house to get John. They were back in a few minutes, and the three of us stood looking down at the dead girl.
Oh, darling.
Here, John, take it easy, old man.
Let go of me, Rogue. Let go of me.
I know how you feel, John.
Oh, you know how I feel. Have you ever loved anybody so much you couldn't get your breath? Then had them murdered? You know how I feel. How could you know?
John, please.
Get away from me, Pat. Do you hear? This is all your fault. If you hadn't been such a stupid little fool, she wouldn't be dead.
Now, take it easy, John. You don't know what you're saying.
How could you blame me, John? Whoever killed her thought they were shooting me.
I wish they had. You were the cause of all the trouble. You've hated her ever since we were married. You think she stole me from you. How could you think that? You were never anything to me.
Now, look. We'd better get up to the house. The police have to be called. This is murder, you know.
You take care of that, will you, Rogue?
Of course. You better come with me, John.
No. I'll stay here with Diane. But take Pat with you. Don't leave her out here with me. With us.
I'll go, John. I wish you wouldn't hate me. John.
Get back to the house.
Come on, Pat.
And when the police get here, Rogue, I have something to tell them. Bring them right out here to me.
All right. All right, John. Oh, this is a horrible thing, Pat. Tell me, how did your mother react to the news of her stepdaughter's murder?
didn't say anything. She just said, "Oh, Richard, you don't think Mother..."
I don't know. It looks like everybody in the house was doped last night, but your mother.
Oh, it couldn't have been Mother. She wouldn't want to hurt me.
You're overlooking the fact that whoever shot Diane might have known just who was wearing that white bathing suit, aren't you?
Oh, no. It couldn't have been Mother. It was someone trying to kill me.
That's just a theory. Go call the police. Tell them to come up here. I'm going to have a talk with your mother. As soon as Pat was out of the way, I ran up the stairs to my room. I took the stopper out of the thermos and sniffed the water in it. There had been chloral in that water. I knew the pungent smell of it. I visited Pat's bedroom and John's and sampled the odor of the water at their bedsides. It was a very interesting experiment. I headed for the bedroom occupied by Pat's mother and hesitated outside the door. There was the odor of burning cloth. I opened the door and walked in. She was on her knees in front of the fireplace, trying to burn a scanty red swimsuit, a damp one.
What do you mean, coming into my bedroom, Mr. Rogue?
Your stepdaughter, Diane, has been murdered, and I'm investigating the circumstances. Give me that bathing suit. Give it here.
No, I won't.
I'm sorry. I'll have to take it then. You know, destroying evidence is bad business. Give it here.
I killed her. I killed Diane, Mr. Rogue.
You did? Why?
She was ruining my daughter's life. I killed her this morning.
Where does the bathing suit enter into it? Why were you trying to destroy it?
I didn't want the police to know that I'd been in the lake this morning.
Oh, I see. Well?
The police are... Mother, what are you doing with that swimsuit?
Pat,
Whose is it?
It was Diane's.
You might as well face it, Pat. Your mother killed Diane. She just confessed to me. She was burning that suit to keep the police from finding out that she'd been in swimming this morning.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Look at that suit. Look at the size of it. Mother could no more get into that than
Pat.
No, she couldn't, could she? But you could, Pat. And if I'm
I
not...
did it. I killed her. Pat, don't say anything.
The water on my nightstand was drugged last night, Pat. Chloral. So was John's. But yours wasn't. And you shot Diane, didn't you?
No. Pat, don't answer him. I shot her. I hated her.
She was no good, Mother. I did it. I killed her. I saw her sneaking around listening to what John and I were saying last night. Spying on us. I gave her something to listen to. I made a date to meet John on the island at 6 o'clock this morning. I knew what she'd do. I knew.
Oh, Pat. Pat, how could you do it?
I'm glad I did it. If I can't have John, I'd just as soon be dead. I'm only sorry I wasn't a little more clever.
Pat, dear, we'll get the best attorney.
No, not for me. Oh, bless your heart. That was a wonderful try you made for me. Mommy, I love you.
The police arrived a few minutes later, and Pat told them everything. Her diary was admitted as evidence at her trial. Every day since the marriage of John and Diane, Pat had planned Diane's death. The phony attempts on her life that she told me about were part of the buildup. There could be no doubt about the fact that Pat's mind had given away under the deadly poison of jealousy and hate. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity and was committed to an institution. All on account of jealousy. Oh, well, jealousy is a very strange thing. You drive yourself daffy trying to prove something that you hope isn't true. Because if it is, you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to convince yourself that it wasn't important anyway. You know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed.
Rogues Gallery on Tuned to Yesterday from June 6th, 1946 on the Mutual Broadcasting System. And that brings to a close this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's past. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, broadcasting programs from radio's golden age. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. Coming up in this hour mystery, later on we hear Alan Ladd in Box 13. But right now, a very interesting series with only 7 broadcasts remaining from radio's yesteryear. It's Murder Clinic. The show featured famous detectives from week to week, ranging from Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot to Ernest Brahma's Max Corrados, the Blind Sleuth. This episode marks the first surviving from the series. From August 11th, 1942 on the Mutual Broadcasting System, Professor Henry Pajoli investigates the governor of Cap Haitian.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives. Men against murder. The company of the great detectives is small, but their exploits are unique. Each week, WRVO Mutual invites you to meet one member of this select band, one great detective in his most exciting case. The curtains part in our amphitheater of mystery. It's dark except for one brilliant spotlight. And out of the shadows steps Professor Henry Poggioli, Ph.D. The professor is a smallish, dark-eyed gentleman with spectacles and slightly pedantic in manners. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening, Mr. Knight.
You're a psychologist, aren't you, Professor?
Yes, of course. But my experience in crime is purely incidental, and yet, wherever I go, I find myself involved in some strange mystery.
Well, that's very interesting and intriguing. And what particular case is on your mind tonight, Professor?
I think I'll tell you the story of my most famous case, the one that gained me my greatest reputation. It was written by T.S. Stribling and called The Governor of Cap Haitian. I had taken a year's sabbatical from Ohio University, where I teach, and was traveling through the Caribbean. Our cruise ship sailed into the harbor of Haiti on a glorious morning. I was on deck, of course. In the chair next to me was an American who had joined the cruise at last port, a representative of that go-getter type so common to our country. That morning, for the first time, we talked.
Well, Professor, we'll be docking soon. You know, I'll bet dollars to donuts the Marines will be recalled here in Haiti within 6 months.
The Marines recalled?
Yeah.
I didn't know they'd ever been sent away, Mr.
Waterman's the name. Henry Clay Waterman. Insurance is my racket. That's why I'm down here. Going to close our offices in Cap Haitian and Port-au-Prince. Cancel all outstanding policies. We're through. Finished. Fini.
That sounds rather drastic, Mr. Waterman.
Yeah, that's the right word for it, Professor. Drastic. We insurance boys are pretty wise birds, brother. And that's what we think about the future of the Black Republic.
Indeed?
Yep. Things have been getting steadily worse ever since the Marines packed up. This new Governor Boisron took over. He's a native. Pure-blooded Caco. No property safe here anymore. My company's been paying out and paying out.
Did you say Boisron? That's very interesting, Mr. Waterman. I have a cablegram which I received several days ago. Perhaps you could throw some light on it. See, here it is.
Professor Henry Poggioli, you are a corresponding member of the American Society for Psychological Research. Report at once to Aristide Boisron at Cap Haitian. Fees no object. Signed, Dr. Vauquer, Minister, Department of Health. I wonder what those two crooks want with you.
Crooks?
Surest thing you know. I've had dealings with both of them. Boisron's a big bear of a man, self-made. Gotta admire him somehow. Voltaire's a half-breed, part French. Been an actor, I believe. Studied medicine abroad. Now he's Minister of Health. Boisron's right-hand man.
But you said they were crooks.
Well, I put it up to use one man to another. We kept getting claims for plantations destroyed. When we complained to Boisron, he shrugs and says, what can he do? Says a cactus leader up in the hills does it. If you ask me, there ain't no such bird. Or if there is, his name's Boisron.
I see, or rather, I will see.
If I was you, Professor, I wouldn't step off this ship. That place ain't safe.
You mean there's danger?
Yeah.
But you're landing on?
Oh, well, that's different, Professor. I'm out for business. You're just out for science.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Waterman. I'm just out for science. It's strange what a man will do just for science.
It is Professor Pojoli I'm addressing, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, I am Professor Pojoli.
Ah, evidently you received my cable, monsieur. Allow me to present myself. I'm Dr. Vauquier, Minister of Health.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, so sorry you were annoyed by these ragamuffins, Professor. The hand of our government is too lax, I'm afraid. A recent change in policing, you understand. But I must not keep you out here in this heat. Have you presented your bags at customs yet?
No, not yet. I'll run right over and do it now.
No, please, Professor. Do not walk. Come, I will drive you, monsieur.
You have beautiful country, Dr. Vauquier. That magnificent marketplace, the color, the native artwork.
And yet, monsieur, already our native racial development is in danger of being completely wiped out and replaced by routine American civilization. Like those empty tin oil cans our women now carry on their heads instead of the hand-woven baskets of their ancestors.
What we call progress, Dr. Vauquier. But it's all in the laps of the gods. Individuals can do nothing in the major trend of racial developments.
That is where I disagree, Professor. In fact, it is precisely why you are here in Haiti today.
Surely you're joking.
No, not at all, monsieur. My country stands today at a crossroads. American authority has been withdrawn. We have our native government. Can we keep it so?
But what have I to do with that, Doctor?
You will see, monsieur. Our hills are full of insurrectionary bands called cacos. These rebel leaders keep a hold over our people through superstition. Our people call them papalois. They follow them, obey them, and so rebel against the organized government.
I would like to help Dr. Vauquier, but I can't imagine one man especially having an effect on an old folk belief such as voodooism.
The problem is not so wide, monsieur. It is individual. There is right now one cacos leader who calls himself Jean Lafond. If you could explain the seemingly magical effects he produces, unmask him as a faker, that would break his hold on our people and make them good citizens of Governor Boisron.
You must be very devoted to Boisron, Doctor.
Devoted? That is not quite the right word, monsieur. He is remarkable, a native. In fact, he was once himself a cacos leader, and so powerful a one that the authorities of Port-au-Prince had to recognize his authority and make him governor.
I see. An interesting road to political preferment. And now he needs help to hold his position. But what about his friends here? You, for example.
Friends? Men like Aristide Boisron do not have friends, monsieur. They are followers, admirers, sycophants.
But surely there is at least one who loves him?
You are a sentimentalist, monsieur, like all Americans. But in this case, you're right. There is one who loves Boisron, who would die for him. His dog, Lobo.
And you, Dr. Vauquier, are a cynic like most Frenchmen. I'm right, am I not? You are French?
Part French, part Haitian, monsieur. But I have been educated in Paris and lived there most of my life.
Indeed, Doctor. This experience of yours with a man like Boisron's stamp must be fascinating.
That is the word, monsieur. Fascinating. But here, you shall see for yourself. Here is the gate to the governor's mansion.
it is you at last. And this I take it is Professor Poggioli. Come in, Professor. Come in.
The professor is charmed with Haiti, Monsieur le Governor. We've had a most interesting discussion on racial development.
Stop wasting time, Vauquier. Monsieur Poggioli, no doubt, is in a hurry. Down, Lobo, down, mon beau chien. Qu'est-ce qu'avez-vous, mon ami? Bien, good dog. Now, you have told him, Vauquier. He has told you what I want of you, Professor.
About this Cacos leader? Yes, Governor Boissant. And one thing is very strange. Why do you need me? Why don't you go up into the hills and eliminate this Jean Lafont?
Because I cannot get at him, Monsieur Poggioli. Move against him where I will. He reads my mind and is not there. It is like chasing jack-o'-lantern. He knows where I will strike before I touch my sword.
You don't mean he actually reads your thoughts?
But of course, he is voodoo, monsieur. If he could not read my mind, I would catch him at once with my ruralis, shoot him on sight. I know the mountains as well as Lafont. I can fight better than he can. But monsieur, he is Papalois. No one can do anything against him.
You say no one, Governor. You've sent others?
Parbleu, monsieur, I have sent many spies to his camp. They pretend to be deserters from my ruralis, and so they get there.
And what happens?
Écoutez-vous. Mon Dieu. Wait. You shall see for yourself. These are the latest spies I sent to Lafont. Saint-Jean, Felipe, bien.
Good heavens. Look at their heads. Their ears. They're cut off.
They always come back so, monsieur.
État! Quiet! Saint-Jean, Felipe, bien. We will question you. You will answer. Now, Monsieur Poggioli, see what you can learn.
Your name is Saint-Jean?
Oui, monsieur.
You went to the Cacos camp as a spy?
Oui, monsieur. Quiet at night like a snake, monsieur. No one knew I...
When did you arrive?
Sun up, Excellency.
You didn't go alone, Saint-Jean?
No, monsieur. These others, they went with me. They, too, were spies. The deserters, they did not come back.
You saw this leader, this Jean Lafont?
Oui, Excellency. He's Papa Lois, a great tall man with a knife stuck through his arm.
Oh, come, Saint-Jean. No man can live with a knife stuck through his arm.
Oh, but he is Papa Lois, Excellency. With my own eyes, I saw the knife. The point came out so much on the back.
All right, Saint-Jean, you saw the knife. Then what did he do?
We walked to him through many cacos. Then he took a drop of our blood and swallowed it. That gave him power over us.
Yes. Then what happened?
Then he cut off my ears and sent me back.
Yes, but what about the other men, the true deserters? Did he cut off their ears?
But no, Excellency. When their blood reached his heart, he knew they were true cacos. And he knew I was a spy.
Listen, Saint-Jean. When did this Papa Lois know you were a spy?
When my drop of blood...
never mind your drop of blood. Forget that. When did he come up to you and say, Saint-Jean, you are a spy. I am going to cut off your ears.
Never. He did not speak. He did not cut them off. He just wished them off. He is Papa Lois.
No, never mind that, Saint-Jean. Just tell me what happened after the blood...
Me and the guard went to a jaguar, a little house. He left me by myself. I sat down, then my ears fell off, and I went home.
I see. Now tell me, Saint-Jean, what time was it when you left the Caco camp?
The sun was straight up, Excellency.
About noon?
Oui, monsieur.
Then look, Saint-Jean. You reached this camp at sunrise. You left it at noon. You must have stayed there for 6 hours. What did you do in that time?
No, I did not stay. I went away at once.
You see, Boisson, the man is lying or suffering from the illusions. He admits that he spent 6 hours in the camp before
Monsieur, now I made it jump to the top of the world all in a minute. I saw him do it. He is Papa Lois.
Enough. Allez, take them away. You, Vauquier, go with them. Spread the word that Monsieur Poggioli, the great American voodoo inspector, will go to Jean Lafront's camp to see if he is a real Papa Loire.
This is ridiculous, Boisron. I'm no voodoo doctor going around making charms.
You are brave, monsieur, to be angry with me. You will be brave enough to go to this Caco's camp. He will be expecting you.
You mean you actually think that message will reach Lafranc?
Cap Hacham, monsieur, is like a spider's web. Touch one thread, and it all quivers.
Yes, but look here. I can't possibly go to this Lafranc's camp without a guide.
He will have men posted to watch out for you.
Yes, but he can't allow me in his camp, a psychologist, coming with the avowed purpose of exposing his tricks.
If he does not, monsieur, every Negro on the island will say at once he is no to Papa Loire. He would not dare refuse you admittance.
Suppose he tried to cut off my ears to show his power.
Your ears? Do you hesitate to risk your ears for science? You will see what no white man has seen before.
There's no use in my going. The mystery is how he can pick out the spies from the true deserters. If I go to his camp alone...
I have thought of that, monsieur. I shall select 2 men to go with you. A genuine spy and a genuine deserter. You can see what happens to both of them.
You have 2 such men?
Naturally, monsieur. I have chosen the spy. A deserter can be picked up any place along the road.
The spy. Can you trust him?
With my life, monsieur. Nor will he be afraid of Jean Lefranc. This is one man of whom you need have no doubt.
Very well. I'll do it. When do we leave?
Tonight, 2 hours after midnight. You will find a carriage waiting outside this gate. Take it. The driver has his orders. Now, you had better sleep, monsieur. It may be long before you sleep again.
Monsieur.
What? Who are you?
It is 2 o'clock. The carriage. She wait for you.
Oh, yes. Very well. Oh, here you are. You are waiting for me?
Oui, monsieur.
Are you alone? Is no one to go with us?
Don't know, monsieur.
Oh, that's strange. Well, let's go. Driver, weren't you supposed to stop somewhere and pick up another man?
I do not know, monsieur. I was told to pick up white man at governor's house. Drive him 11 kilometers out on Wamente Road. That is all I know, monsieur. Here is the place, monsieur.
That must be some mistake. It's black as pitch.
No mistake, monsieur. This is the place. Hey, men come. I go.
White man. I smell white man.
Are you the boys who are going to take me to Jean Lafranc's camp?
No.
I want to go to the Carcos camp. I am the voodoo inspector.
White man, we go Caco's camp. You come along with us.
We've been walking a long way. How far are we from Lafranc's camp now?
Hush, white man. Save your breath for climbing. We go up into mountains.
Who goes there?
Voodoo inspector.
You gotta climb down, white man.
Great heavens. I can never climb that. Why, it's 30 feet of sheer stone cliff.
You will climb. I go first.
No, I can't do it.
Here, take my hand. I'll lift you.
Hey, small fellow. Hey, look at that. Who does that? Who does big boy?
Bullseye, you are mad to risk it.
Quiet. Save your breath. We're almost there now.
Careful.
Monsieur.
Just a moment. Careful.
Hey, we're on top. You hear that, Professor? Voodoo drums. We're almost there. I'm sorry you recognize me. But, well, now listen quickly. We may be separated.
First, tell me, why didn't you drive out with me?
I walk. It was better so.
Barefooted? Your feet must be torn to ribbons.
You forget, Pozzoli. I am a Cacos.
Yes, but...
Never mind that now. Listen to me. Whatever happens, Do not interfere. Do you understand?
But suppose Lafrance recognizes you, too.
He will recognize me. I know that.
But then...
Quiet. Someone is coming.
You, Voodoo Inspector?
Yes. Over there, deserters. You come with me. Look, there's the ultimate flame. What a crowd. There must be hundreds.
My men, deserters, all of them. They will pay for this.
But where is Lafrance?
Wait. There.
Right through the flame. Clever devil, that.
Professor, how does he do that?
It's a theatrical trick. Illusion, they call it. I'd have to examine it more closely to discover how it works. By Jove. Lafrance wearing a red mask. It covers his whole head.
Yes. No one has ever seen his face. Watch. There goes the first of our men. You see, at the altar. Lafrance picks his arm with a knife. Look, now he's sucking the blood. Now I am next. Watch. See where they take me after.
No, Poisson. No, he will kill you. Come, run for your life.
You are easily frightened, monsieur. No, I have waited many moons for this chance. See, he beckons me. Adieu. I go.
Where did they take my friend, the big giant black man who came with me?
Don't know, master. Don't know.
You old woman, where is the place they keep the new men?
You do not know, monsieur? The devil does very little for you.
Oh, hang the devil. Where is this man?
I see big man, monsieur, sitting in old chair. Papa Loire. You speak with him. The big man fights. His heart rages like great fire. He can do nothing. He is like great drunk bear. Now, yeah, big friend, well, flowers on his head. They bloom like red roses.
Good heaven, Vautrin. They've got him. Tell me, you old she-devil, where is he?
In one of the jaguars. Go, Voodoo Inspector. Put the ears back on his head.
What? Thank God I found you. What have they done to you?
This young dog. I fight. Dear bottle.
So that's it. So but tell me. That's how he got the truth out of those spies, poor devils. They never had a chance. The drug removes all inhibitions, makes them tell the truth. But now they must know who you are. You must get out of here.
No, you wait. He have his chance. My turn soon.
Oh, that's rifle fire.
The Rurales. My Rurales. Let me out! Let me out!
Oswald, that man behind you, he has a knife.
Papa Loire! At last, my 2 hands are on your neck, you buzzard of your dog! Kapalina shotati sulla sumania aja.
Poisson, stop. Get up, man. He's dead.
Monsieur, they did good job, my Rurales, eh?
Yes, very thorough. But how did your troops ever manage to find their way here?
It was Lobo.
Lobo?
Oui, monsieur, my dog, my faithful Lobo. I knew if I could once march into this Cacos camp barefooted, Lobo would follow me and lead my men to Jean Lefranc.
You still call him Jean Lefranc? Why? Didn't you know?
Know what, monsieur? That he was Papa Loire? And that I killed him with my bare hands?
Then you haven't looked under the devil's mask he wore?
Mask? Pablo? No, monsieur, no.
And yet, you almost guessed. They told me he had been an actor in France. I was sure of it later when I talked to Saint-Jean. Those last 6 hours of his smacked too strongly of scopolamine. Not a native drug, but a European one. A European doctor, a European actor, and a member of your own household.
Oui, monsieur. Jean Lefranc, Papa Loire, was Docteur Vaquier.
Well, Professor Poggioli, your Boisrand was quite a guy.
Yes, Aristide Boisrand was one of the greatest men I've ever known. For him to challenge the great voodoo took more than physical courage.
If you don't mind my saying so, I think that we should have had him here instead of you. Now, why did you say it was your most famous case?
I said it was the case that gave me my greatest reputation. You see, Mr. Wright, I'm not particularly interested in my reputation as a detective, but as a scientist.
Well, now, just how did this case in which you were, well, forgive me, outshone, how did it help you in your scientific pursuits?
Well, because of it, I am now known throughout the length and breadth of the Caribbean as a great Papa Loire. I have access to rites and ceremonies denied to white men. Opportunities may open for me to study and investigate one of the most fascinating of all civilizations. You see, Mr. Wright, I'm not a great detective, but I am a darn good scientist.
Murder Clinic, on Tuned to yesterday, a relatively rare broadcast from that short-lived Mutual series from August 11th, 1942. You're listening to an hour of mystery on Tuned to yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now on to Box 13 from film star Alan Ladd's production company. He does star next in this episode from November 7th, 1948, called Triple Cross.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Hey, look, boss. Look at this. An ad in the Star Times out-of-town newspaper. Yeah.
Box 13, Adventure Wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Well, this looks like the right answer, Tony.
Yeah.
I think I'll write a letter to Box 13.
The letter was postmarked from a city in Nevada. It came airmail, special delivery to Box 13 and me. It sounded like a great chance to grab a change of scenery and maybe a little fun. Fun? Brother, how wrong could I be?
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Triple Cross.
Just run an advertisement in the Star Times, one that reads, Adventure Wanted, will go any place, do anything, and see what you get. A lot of them can be interesting, like the one I listened to Susie read. The one that came airmail, special delivery from Nevada.
Enclosed is enough money to buy you a plane ticket to Los Meros. You want adventure? All right. Come to Los Meros, register at the Paradise Hotel. Wait in your room until you're contacted.
And that's all it says, Susie?
That's all, Mr. Holliday. There's not even a signature even. It's what's called an ominous letter.
What kind of a letter, Susie?
Ominous. That means it's not signed by anybody.
The word you mean is anonymous.
Oh.
But you could be right after all. Well, Susie, lock up the office and look for me when you see me with a new plot and a nice tan. A new plot and a nice tan, I said. I got the plot, but the tan almost turned into a beautiful white pallor, the kind that goes well with lilies. The plane trip was smooth. The trip from Airport to the Paradise Hotel was nice and easy. And the hotel itself? Well, it was the only one I could remember that looked like the ads in the travel folders. Oddly enough, there was a room reserved for me in my name. Okay, somebody checked and found out who I was. I explored the suite, thinking maybe I'd get a lead on what this was all about. But it was just a fancy set of rooms, all newly decorated. I sat down, and then about a half hour later... Come in.
Message for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute. Who gave this to you?
A man, sir.
What kind of a man? What did he look like?
Oh, just a man, sir.
Oh, I see. A head, 2 eyes, nose, 2 ears, and a mouth.
That his description?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what he looked like.
Good. Then I'll know him when I see him. Oh, did he ask for an answer?
No, sir. He just told me to bring the envelope to you. Will that be all, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks. Well, 2 $100 bills. And a message that said, buy a red carnation in a flower shop and put it in your lapel. After dinner, go to the casino roulette table, buy $200 in chips and put them on number 18. If you win, walk away, wait 10 minutes, and put half the winnings on number 22. After you play, wait in the casino. So, with a carnation in my lapel, I bought $200 in chips and walked to the roulette table. There weren't many players. It was a little too early for the big crowd. So I waited a minute and watched the play. Took a look at the croupier, but I might as well have been in Timbuktu. He didn't give me a tumble. Okay, the best way to see what was going to happen was to see. I shoved a whole 200 on number 18. One or two of the other players placed bets, and then...
No more bets, please. No more bets. Number 18, red and even. Your chip, sir.
The croupier shoved the winnings across to me. I watched his face. If he had any expression, it was on the soles of his shoes. Well, maybe $7,000 win was coming around here. I left the table, sat down, and did a little problem in arithmetic, which figured out to be $126,000. That's what I'd have if number 22 came up. And, brother, it looked from where I sat as though it would. The 10 minutes went by, and I walked back to the table. Waited until the wheel stopped.
Number 16, red and even. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Slowly, I shoved 3,500 in chips to number 22. This time, the others around the wheel did look. 3,500 at 35 to 1. Then the wheel began to slow up.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. No more bets, please.
That croupier was as cold as the floor of a mausoleum. Somebody dropped a pin, and I heard it hit the floor. The white ball clicked, clicked its way until...
Number 22, black and even. Your chip, sir.
I cashed in the chips, and there I sat, with $126,000 tucked away in my inside coat pocket. Somebody had that wheel fixed for a killing. I began to wish I was back in my office. I didn't like it. A crooked play. Why? Who? I made up my mind to go to the owner of the place and wash my hands of the whole thing when...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holliday. I've been looking for you. I have a message for you.
Yeah?
Well, it's verbal this time, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what is it?
You're to go into the bar and wait.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
The same man gave you this message?
Yes, sir.
Did he still have a head, 2 eyes, a nose, and 2 ears?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you are, kid.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if this keeps up much longer, you'll be able to retire my tips alone.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Will that be all?
How much did this character give you to forget what he looked like?
Oh, nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
And a smart boy like you should have taken a good look the second time.
Huh?
Especially since I asked about him after the first message.
Oh, he was big, dark, a little mustache, and he had a little white scar over his right eye.
Will you take $5 for that information?
That's all right, Mr. Holliday. No charge for that service.
Good boy. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday.
I walked toward the bar, wondering what was coming next. I didn't like that fortune burning the cloth in my pocket. The bar was like my suite. Fancy, rich, and expensive. I climbed up on one of the stools, and the bartender came over and...
Yes, sir. May I serve you, sir?
Got any ginger ale?
Yes, sir. What with, sir?
Oh, by itself. Just a glass of ginger ale.
Just a ginger ale?
Uh-huh. You see, I like the bubbles.
Champagne has bubbles, too.
But they're still around the next day. Just a ginger ale.
Yes, sir, of course.
Excuse me, is someone sitting here?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Here you are, sir. Ginger ale.
Thanks.
The usual, please.
Okay. Yes, sir, may I?
You got a light?
Of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Here you are.
Thanks. Why do you drink ginger ale?
Oh, I like it. Why do you drink martinis?
Same reason, I guess. It's a brilliant conversation, isn't it?
Well, I've heard better.
You're not very friendly, are you?
A Boy Scout is always friendly.
And does good turns. So I hear.
Do you want to be helped across the street?
All right, I'll shut up.
I took a good look at her. There was something scared-looking about her. She was nervous. Well, so was I, because the minutes were passing and I still had that money. And I wanted to get rid of it. But I wondered about the girl, whether she had any part in this. I watched her out of the corner of my eye. She picked up her bag, reached for a lipstick, and then...
Oh, clumsy.
So it's true what they say about women's handbags. You get the stuff on the bar, I'll pick up the kitchen sink off the floor.
I'm so sorry. Did the powder spill on you?
No, it's all right. Yeah. Here you are.
The mirror didn't break, did it?
Nope, you're still good for 7 years more.
Thanks. Thanks ever so much.
I told you I was a good Boy Scout.
You have a nice smile.
Want a toothpaste commercial to go with it?
Now, don't be nasty.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just as nervous as you are.
Let's talk about something else.
She chattered away, and
It really is
I
a
listened
lovely
with half
place,
an ear.
isn't it?
Once in a while, threw in a yes or a no. And the clouds began to gather. The mirror at the back of the bar went back and forth. The people got bigger, then shrank to midgets. Somebody drove a plane through my head. It buzzed around and made a bad landing on my brain, then...
There you are. Feeling better now?
Oh.
You'll be all right. Just lie there, take it easy.
Sure, Hey, I'm in my room.
Of course. We brought you here.
We?
I'm the hotel physician, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what happened?
And just a fainting spell, nothing serious.
Fainting spell? What are you talking about?
Fainting spells. Your wife told me you get them.
My what told you what?
No. Just lie back.
Whose wife said what?
Your wife. She's going to have a prescription filled.
Now, listen, Doc, Hand me my coat, will you?
It's better if you lie here.
It's better if you hand me my coat. Give it to me.
Oh, very well. There you are. What's the matter?
Was my wife in this room?
Of course, she came up with me.
Uh-huh. Doc, what would you do with $126,000?
What? 100? That's an odd question. What would you do with it?
I don't know. Because I haven't got it anymore. So there I was, $126,000 in the red. If it was meant to be taken from me, then somebody was working it the hard way. Sure, the girl slipped something in my ginger ale when I picked up the stuff that fell out of her handbag. She took the money. All right, I wanted no more of it. I was going to head for the nearest exit, running, not walking, when... Come in.
You Holiday?
Yeah. Do I know you?
Call me Tony. I'm the guy who wrote the Box 13.
Oh. All right, goodbye, Tony.
Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that.
We're playing 20 questions. Let's skip the other 18, Tony.
I got a big one left. Where's the dough?
You tell me.
Give it to me.
Well, I didn't like him. I didn't like the gun he was playing with either. And I didn't like the little white scar over his right eye or the little black mustache. I was willing right then and there to cross him off my friendship list. But I told him what happened.
It's a great story. Ain't heard one like it since I read fairy tales.
Well, I don't care if you believe it or not.
You got no regard for your health, Holiday.
Look, Tony, I'm leaving this place
You'll
now.
be too heavy to carry out if you take one more step. That's better. Now, what kind of a frame is this?
Once more, you tell me. I played a crooked wheel downstairs. I don't like that.
You got adventure, didn't you?
I don't want anything that's crooked.
Look who's talking. Who was the girl?
Believe it or not, I never saw her before.
What did she look like?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever try to take a good look at anyone in that bar downstairs? It's too dark to even see a lighted match.
You're smart, Holiday. The game with the girl is neat, awful neat. You get the dough, play doggo, act like the girl slipped you Mickey. Later she turns up with the dough and you two split.
Now talk sense, Tony. I didn't know why I came to Los Morris in the first place. I didn't know how I was going to get that money.
How would I have time to dream up that frame with a girl?
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of that. Okay, Halliday, maybe you're telling it straight.
Okay. Now can I go?
No. You get that money back first, then you can go.
I don't think I'll stay for the ninth inning, Tony.
The game has not started yet, Bud. You get that dough.
How?
That's your problem, but get it.
Look, Tony, I'm backing out of this. You know I can go to the sheriff.
No, you won't. Because there'll be a tail on you from now on up. One move like you're going to the law. Understand?
Okay. Okay, I get it.
And there'll be somebody in this room to see that you don't use the phone. You'll be covered like a pool table, Halliday.
What if I can't find the girl? What if I can't get the money back?
The boss will be awful mad.
And?
There are worse places than Los Maros to spend a lifetime. If you live.
Ever have one of those dreams in which you try to run away from something and can't? Well, this one, with my eyes wide open, was really something. Tony and I went downstairs. Two other characters detached themselves from chairs when Tony nodded at them. Brother, I was covered. It looked hopeless. With Tony not far behind, I asked the doctor if he'd ever seen the girl who said she was my wife. Well, there was no dice there. Then I remembered something. I told Tony I was going back into the bar.
Bar? What for?
Now, look, Tony. Let me do it my way. I'm the one that's on the spot, so let me play it the way I want.
Okay. I'll watch. And don't try for a quick steal, because the boys outside know who to look for. Go ahead.
Thanks. What would I do without you, Tony?
I don't know. Because you're not going to be without me. Remember, I'll be watching.
Yes, sir. May I serve you? Well, feeling better, sir?
Well, much. Where were you when I fainted?
At the other end of the bar, sir.
Oh, yeah. So you were.
It wasn't our ginger ale, sir.
No, it wasn't. I just have a loose head, and when I shake it, it comes off.
May I serve you something, sir?
Yes. An answer to a question.
Well, what's that, sir?
Who was the girl who sat down next to me?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, yes, you do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Quit the sir business. You knew that girl.
Why do you say that?
Because when she sat down, she asked for the usual, and you brought her a martini. And you said okay when she asked you.
What does that prove?
The martini proves you knew who she was. The okay means she wasn't a guest of the hotel. No bartender as polite as you are would say okay to a lady guest. That makes sense?
Why do you want to know who she is?
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to see her in trouble.
I'll try to keep her out of it.
I won't tell you.
Ever see a picture of Alexander Hamilton?
What are you talking about?
Well, here's one. And funny enough, it's on a $10 bill. In fact, his picture's on all 5 of these bills.
Yeah. Her name's Kathy Lee. I think she has a place at the Las Palmas courts.
Thanks. Put these pictures in frames, will you? I found the Las Palmas courts. And, of course, Tony behind me all the way. The name list in front said Kathy Lee lived in number 8. I looked around before I turned in the walk. Yeah, Tony was closer to me than varnish on a tabletop. I found number 8 and stopped for a second. Looked for a phone line, but there wasn't any. I knocked at the door. No answer. I tried it again. Then I heard Tony whisper from the shadows.
Try the door, Halliday.
I did. It was unlocked. Tony coached from the sidelines.
Go on in.
I went in and closed the door behind me. It was dark. I decided to risk a call. Kathy? Kathy? Kathy Lee? She wasn't there. I fumbled my way to what felt like a dresser and a lamp. Turned it on, and what I saw made me turn that light off fast.
What's the matter?
She's dead.
What are you talking about?
You heard me. She's dead.
You sure?
Well, go in and look.
You go back in and look for that dope. Go on.
Now, look, Tony, I don't know any more of this. That poor kid's dead. Murdered. I want you to call the sheriff.
No, you don't. I said you go back in there and look for that dough.
You look for it.
Leave my fingerprints all over the place. Now, you go back in there and hunt.
Don't be a sap. Whoever killed her took the money. Don't you see that?
Maybe. But we'll play this angle all the way. Now stop talking and get in there.
I hated to turn on that light, but I had to. I didn't look at her. I looked through the room. Then I found something. A plane ticket to San Francisco, leaving that night, and a boat ticket for South America. They were in an envelope, but the information on the envelope said there would be 2 reservations. I put it back where I found it because I didn't want Tony to find it on me. And there was something else. A locket with a man's picture in it. I took it off its chain and shoved it in my pocket, and I left.
Well, Holiday?
It's not there. I told you it wouldn't be.
Stand still. Back toward me.
A frisk, Tony? You don't trust me, do you?
Shut up.
No, I told you.
Who killed her?
Find that out, and you'll know where the money went.
Come on.
What's so funny?
Holiday, right now I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Tony was right. People at the casino saw me win that money, and somebody must have seen the girl with me. Then I got the Mickey. The money was taken, the girl killed. Who did it? Me, Dan Holliday. Because the girl clipped me for the money. Well, this was a beautiful frame. Any art gallery in the country would be proud to hang it. But I knew something Tony didn't. The plane and boat tickets. 2 seats. One for Kathy and her murderer. Somebody who left her tickets in her bungalow to make it look as though she was in on the $100,000 job by herself. Sure. Now her killer was taking a plane. In 1 hour. Then a boat to South America. I could have told Tony, but I wanted to wrap it up myself. Besides, I wanted to get the whole thing to the law. On the way back to the hotel, I figured something out for myself. But I'd have to see the boss of the casino, and I thought I knew how to do that without Tony tagging along. The casino was full. I stopped. Tony stopped.
What's the idea? What now?
I've got to think.
Up to your room.
No.
You want to get hurt?
Sure, go ahead. Shoot me. Now. In front of all these people. You know, Tony, you wouldn't get 10 feet.
Smart, ain't you? Okay, what's now?
I'm going to play blackjack.
What?
Want to watch? I sat at the blackjack table. I had as much interest in the game as Aunt Mamie back in Iowa, who never saw a deck of cards in her life. But I had an idea, and I played it for all it was worth. Look, dealer,
Yes?
I didn't like that last deal.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I said I didn't like that last deal.
Well, we'll return your money, sir.
Never mind the money. Who runs this place?
Hey, what is that guy trying to going on over there?
It worked. In 3 seconds, I was surrounded by muscle boys, and Tony was hotter than a New York sidewalk in August. But he couldn't touch me. A minute later, I sat across the table from the owner of the casino. I told him what happened, and when I finished, he stared at me and said,
You're trying to tell me somebody let you win that money on my wheel?
I am?
You're crazy. The wheel's straight.
But you know I won that money.
Sure I do. Any time $100,000 slides across, I know it.
But this time it was fixed. The croupier was tipped I was to win.
Wait a minute. Marty, send Frankie up here right away. Huh? Oh. Okay, forget it.
What's the matter?
Frankie, the croupier, went off duty just after you won. He's not back yet.
And he won't come back. Now, somebody planned to take the house this evening for that money. Somebody who couldn't risk getting it himself. So I'm the logical one. No one knows me here. I'd look like just another player. Later, Mr. Fix-It plans to pick up the money and beat it. Who? Someone besides yourself who could get to the croupier and bribe him to fix the wheel. Got any ideas?
Yeah. One. My partner.
Well, that's it, then. It's got to be.
But the girl, she doped you. That was a hard way to get the money from you.
Listen, I've got an idea, but I'm a little cramped for room. Some of your partner's boys, particularly a guy named Tony, are glued to me. Get some of your boys to shake them off, and I'll bring that money back to you.
How do you know where it is?
I know.
Okay, Holiday. But remember, fast play, and I'll find you if it takes the rest of my life.
It's a deal. Now, how about the boys?
They won't follow you. Marty, that guy will leave my office. Some mugs are tailing him. Stop him. Got it? Good. All right, Holliday. You're on first base. Go ahead.
I was sure he'd be at the airport, and I wasn't wrong. He was sitting in the shadows on the outside. I walked over to him, and he looked up.
Holliday, I thought you would be...
Thought I'd be framed, huh, Frankie?
What are you doing here?
I've got a message from Kathy Lee.
Kathy? She's...
You ought to know you killed her.
Ah, you're crazy.
Not only that, you've got $126,000 in that bag. $126,000 that looked like easy money.
Shut up.
That money doesn't mean a thing. It's the girl who counts, the girl who was willing to do what you told her to do. The girl you triple-crossed and killed after you double-crossed your boss who bribed you to fix the wheel.
It's too bad you're so smart, Holliday.
It's too bad you led with that right, Frankie. Somebody call the police to come and clean this up.
The croupier was... Oh, please hurry, Mr. Holliday. I want to hear the ending.
All right, Susie, all right. What do you want to know?
Well, how did you guess that Kathy Lee was the croupier's girl?
Well, her locket had his picture in it.
Oh, they should have given you the money as a reward.
No, thanks, Susie. They can have it.
But there's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Holliday.
And that's?
You didn't get a tan at all. You're just as pale as when you left.
Oh, $126,000. A murder and a tan, too, she wants. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13.
Box 13, on Tuned to yesterday from the 7th of November, 1948, on the Mutual Broadcasting System and Alan Ladd's own production company, Mayfair Syndication. That brings to a close this hour of mystery on Tuned to yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's golden era. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, broadcasting shows from radio's golden age. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. Mystery coming up in this hour. Later on, we hear the case of the solitary cyclist on Sherlock Holmes, but right now it's Natalie Masters as Candy Matson from July 7th, 1949 on ABC. It's the episode called Murder on a Cable Car.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson?
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, voice, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that? Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You meet a better class of people, mostly named Rigger or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87 streets, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stops.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and a Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that-a-way a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in common and preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend? I'll sue. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over his stocks and bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene-like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed a cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard. Let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, because it's true. I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight who'sworth?
Ellsworth, your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I've said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean, from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Seas?
Hmm?
On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. South Seas. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We've got a dead man in our hands. Rudy Toot Toot shot right through the heart. And you were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now. Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. Fi-fo-fum. 'Twas then I smelled a big fat fee. That great, big, kind of attractive Mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes, not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially if they're over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof for 100.
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got 'em in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Gadfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
And therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm a sprite transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
Well, I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. And I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story's so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
Uh-uh. He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none of how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a fee.
A fee that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Islands Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions there who indulge in formulas.
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount slit gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss, what'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwight-Sonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
Oh, I'm only drinking. Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Huh? Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That stooge. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashiell Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one for yourself, too. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell, the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed a cab and navigated the driver out toward Seacliff. There it was, 25 Dashiell Road. An austere-looking cabana. One that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry.
Good evening.
Except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you. This old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the Barretts of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? You in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered this morning.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
You were?
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thank you. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. It's a lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. Yes, my wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. She just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, she showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? Taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was a gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check, and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy either, Candy.
Come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something, and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mellard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walks in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mellard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mellard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the fowl, chicken.
Very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clippings. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On and on it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table, helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula, turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The bay was dark, except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, click, click, just like that, 2 little tumblers in my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Candy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? On one of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here, and alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical, although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria. Oh, sister!
That was about par.
Nope, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on toothpicks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a rumba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house, was a police squad car. There was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Mallard.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Ah, a pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth's. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blanks. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25 Dashiell Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hands. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
Have you seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's the use?
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. And in the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy. It just shattered.
What? Oh, wait a minute. That window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What sort of a silly game are we playing now?
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right?
Yikes, it's the gumshoe.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here, 2 houses over. We've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Matson. She did it. She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law.
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys.
Better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Oh, is that what was up?
Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not. That hateful woman. She's ruined my whole life. All my plans. Just because of her snooping and prying. She's going to die, I tell you.
It was a miracle, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
Well, it was too close, I can tell you. She's dead?
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. We trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted a car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't tie that in sooner.
Oh, it's just that you have too many things on your mind, Mallard, dear. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. 2, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she plunked him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning, too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
No, it wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see. Murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal. One check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead at that. On the way out, Mallard leaned down and kissed me. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Candy Matson on Tuned to Yesterday from July 7th, 1949 on NBC. You're listening to an hour of old-time radio mystery. On Tuned to Yesterday, I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now, Sir John Gielgud and Sir Ralph Richardson star in one of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's least favorite stories, in Sherlock Holmes. Reportedly, the first version of this story, The Case of the Solitary Cyclist, was rejected by its publisher, the Strand magazine, because Sherlock wasn't heavily focused on or featured in that first draft of the story. Hear the second draft in sound next from February 27th, 1955 on NBC.
And now, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Sometimes, as our friendship grew, Sherlock Holmes used to ask me to make certain investigations on his behalf. There was, I recall, the odd business of Miss Violet Smith, the charming bicyclist of Charlington. We first heard of her strange experience when she called on us one April day at Baker Street.
Ah, Miss Violet Smith, I presume. Do come in. I had your note just a moment ago saying you'd call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Holmes. This is your equally celebrated colleague, Dr. Watson, perhaps.
Oh, you flatter me, Miss Smith. Pray be seated. Could I offer you a little refreshment, a little ginger wine, perhaps? Some Madeira?
No, thank you, Doctor. You are very kind.
I fancy the problem is hardly in your line, Watson. So ardent a bicyclist as this lady has surely every likelihood of enjoying good health.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I've heard of your famous methods, of course, but how did you know that I...
We knew it from the roughening on the edge of your boot, Miss Smith, from the pedals.
Upon my soul, Watson, you'll be telling me next that you also knew Miss Smith was a pianist.
I'd thought a typewriterist, Holmes. Do forgive me, Miss Smith. You mean from the fingertips, Holmes?
Yes, but there's a certain spirituality in your face, Miss Smith, which the typewriter would hardly inspire.
Well, gentlemen, you really are most intriguing, both of you. You see, I do teach music.
And in the country, I presume, from your charming complexion.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, near Farnham.
Oh, yes, that's a beautiful neighborhood, Miss Smith, full of the most delightful things, one of the most delightful parts of the world.
Quite delightful. The place where we took Archie Stamford, the forger, wasn't it, Watson?
Really, gentlemen, you fascinate me so much, I almost forget what I came for.
Ah, pray forgive us, Miss Smith. It's only our way. Now, regarding your note, is this matter serious?
Well, I hardly know, Mr. Holmes. It is certainly very strange.
Then we are all attention.
Well, you see, gentlemen, when my father died about 2 years ago, Mother and I were left very poor, so you can imagine how excited we were when we saw an advertisement in the papers one day asking for our whereabouts and saying that if we went to a certain solicitor, we would hear something to our advantage.
Indeed. And you did go?
Oh, yes. I went myself to the solicitor. Mother wasn't very well that day. And there were two gentlemen there, a Mr. Carruthers, who was a clean-shaven man, and a Mr. Woodley, who'd a red moustache, and it seemed that they were both home on a visit from Australia. I didn't care for Mr. Woodley, but Mr. Carruthers was really quite nice. Of course, it was all a great mystery to me until Mr. Carruthers explained.
Well, it's like this, you see, Miss Smith. You knew, I take it, that your late father had a brother, Ralph.
Yes, Mr. Carruthers, but he went to Australia 25 years ago. I never met him.
Poor old Ralph. I'll bet he'd have enjoyed having a pretty niece like you, Miss Smith.
Woodley, please. Leave it to me.
Sure, Bob. I wouldn't interfere for the world.
Now, Miss Smith, your Uncle Ralph was a great friend of ours. I regret to say that he died just a few months ago.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry, Mr. Carruthers.
I'm afraid it ain't what you think, my dear. Old Ralph didn't make no fortune to leave to you.
I had no such thoughts at all, Mr. Woodley.
A one in the eye for me, eh? All right, Bob, carry on.
Well, it's true, Miss Smith. As Mr. Woodley says, your uncle died a poor man. When he heard of your father's death, he begged us, because we'd been such close friends of his, to come to England and hunt you up. To see that you and your mother shouldn't be in any want as his only living relatives.
That was very kind of him, Mr. Carruthers.
Now, I'm a widower, Miss Smith, and I've a little girl of 10. Yes. I've taken a house called Chiltern Grange near Farnham while I'm in England. How would you like a job as governess and music teacher?
Oh,
I could offer £100 a year.
£100? But that's splendid pay, Mr. Carruthers.
It's for poor old Ralph's sake. But I'm sure that you'll be worth it, Miss Smith.
You bet she would. Well, what do you say, Miss Smith? Do you take the job? I reckon that you couldn't do much better.
So I thought it over, Mr. Holmes, and I took the job.
And all went well, Miss Smith?
Oh, at first, wonderfully, Dr. Watson. Mr. Carruthers was very nice, and the little girl was a dear. We used to have some charming musical evenings together.
Ah, yes, I'm sure you did, Miss Smith.
Then why have you come to consult us, Miss Smith?
Well, to begin with, there was Mr. Woodley. He came to Farnham on a visit, and he was quite dreadful. He tried to make love to me. I simply hated him.
Did Mr. Carruthers know?
Oh, yes. Mr. Woodley even proposed to me one day. He said that if I married him, I could have the finest diamonds in London. Imagine. And when I refused, he seized me in his arms. He was very strong.
A scoundrel.
And when I called for help, Mr. Carruthers came in and there was a fight. Oh, it was terrible, Dr. Watson.
Well, at least it was the end of Woodley's visits, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Mr. Carruthers was most upset. He sent Mr. Woodley away, and I haven't seen him since.
I should think not, indeed.
Now, my dear Miss Smith, pray continue.
It is all so strange, you see. It's the Cyclist.
The Cyclist?
Yes. When I went to Chiltern Grange, Mr. Carruthers said I could spend every weekend in London to see my mother. So every Saturday forenoon, I cycle into Farnham to get the 12:22. It's a very lonely road over Charlington Heath, you know.
Oh, yes, I seem to remember it. Mainly woods, if I recollect.
Yes, on one side, and then there's one old house on the other, Charlington Hall. But that's the only one for miles and miles. Hardly ever meet anything, not so much as a cart. But one day...
Yes, Miss Smith?
Well, I happened to look back over my shoulder, Dr. Watson, and about 200 yards behind me, I saw a man, also on a bicycle.
What did he look like?
Well, middle-aged, I'd say, and with a dark beard. I looked back again before I reached Farnham, but he'd gone by then, and I didn't think any more about it. But except that...
Except?
When I came back on Monday, I saw him again, on the same stretch of road, and then again the next Saturday, and the next Monday, too.
Aha.
Yes, the case certainly begins to present some features of interest, Watson. Don't you think so?
Did he molest you in any way, Miss Smith?
No. He kept his exact distance, about 200 yards, I'd say, just at the point where the road passes Charlington Hall.
Who lives there, by the way? Do you happen to know, Miss Smith?
I'm afraid I don't.
You mentioned the matter to Mr. Carruthers, of course.
Oh, yes, and he seemed most interested. He said that he'd order a pony cart and groom so that in future I shouldn't have to pass over those lonely roads without some companion.
And you're sure you didn't know this man on the bicycle?
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. He was always just a little too far away for me to see him clearly, but I'm certain it wasn't anyone I knew. And then, this very morning, I thought I'd set a trap for him. The pony cart was to have come this week, but it didn't arrive in time, so I had to cycle again. And there he was, as usual, following me. So I slowed down, and he slowed down, and I stopped altogether.
And he stopped.
Brilliant, my dear Watson.
And then I pedaled on again and laid my trap. There's a little side road through the woods at one point, so I turned into it very quickly. He couldn't have seen me because there's a bend in the road just there. I expected him to shoot past me so that I could have a closer glimpse of him.
But he didn't.
No, Mr. Holmes, he didn't. And when I came out again and looked back, there wasn't a sign of him across the whole heath.
Well, the matter has certainly some unique features. Don't you think so, Watson?
It's certainly somewhat singular, Holmes. I take it, Miss Smith, that you've no, secret admirers, perhaps?
Well, hardly secret, Dr. Watson. There's Cyril.
Cyril?
Cyril Watson, of course.
Oh, of course. Yes, I knew there must be someone, Miss Smith. A most attractive lady, if I may say so.
Cyril Morton, Mr. Holmes. He is an electrical engineer at Coventry. We expect to be married at the end of the summer.
It couldn't have been him that was paying you any kind of surprise visit.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, as if I shouldn't recognize him.
Well, can't you think of anyone else? It might have been Miss Smith. Some other admirer, perhaps?
Well, this dreadful man Woodley, if you can call him an admirer, and...
Well,
perhaps it's only a fancy, Mr. Holmes, but it sometimes seems that Mr. Carruthers takes an interest in me. We are rather thrown together, you see. I play his accompaniments in the evenings. He sings quite well.
He's never actually said anything.
Oh, no, Doctor. He's a perfect gentleman. It's just that a girl always knows.
Does she? I mean, yes, of course.
Yeah. Quite, Watson, quite. Well, Miss Smith, your case certainly provides several points of interest. I shall be most pleased to look into it.
Thank you,
so
sir.
I am sure will Dr. Watson.
Yes, indeed.
Take no further steps without letting us know. Keep in touch, Miss Smith. Meanwhile, spend your usual weekend with your mother and return on Monday to Farnham, and we shall do our best to help you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you both, gentlemen. You've been very kind and patient.
Not at all, not at all. Oh, permit me, Miss Smith, your glove.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Watson. Then I will say goodbye, Mr. Holmes, and I will let you know if anything further happens.
Yes, pray do. Good day, Miss Smith.
Good day, my dear. Well, Holmes, well.
Well, indeed, my dear fellow.
Well, it's part of the settled order of nature, I suppose, that such a girl should have admirers, Holmes,
Surely.
but not following her on bicycles on lonely country roads.
Yes, there are certainly some curious and suggestive details about the case. I think our first effort should be directed towards the tenants of this Charlington Hall, the house that the girl was passing when that strange cyclist disappeared.
Yes, but how do you account for the odd acquaintanceship between Carruthers and Woodley? Such very different types and manners.
You forestall me, Watson. As so often in this case, I suppose it must be the feminine interest in it.
Come, Holmes, now.
Last and most important point, what kind of a menage is it that pays double the market price for a governess and yet doesn't keep a horse and carriage, although this house, Chiltern Grange, is several miles away from the station? Odd. Very odd.
So you'll go down there?
No, my dear fellow, you will.
I will?
Well, you know quite well I'm busily engaged with my new violin sonata. It may be only some trifling intrigue after all. This case is just in your line, Watson. I leave it all to you.
Accordingly, I made my way down to Charlington Heath on the following Monday and concealed myself behind a clump of gorse. In the distance, I saw Miss Smith gracefully speeding along the road from Farnham Station. And a moment later, the black-bearded pursuer had emerged from a gap in the hedge some 100 yards away from me and went cycling after her, looking curiously furtive. She slowed down, he slowed also. She stopped, he stopped. But she was a spirited girl, our Miss Smith, and this time she suddenly turned round and darted straight towards him. Yet he was as quick as she was. He turned his machine and pedaled off. Then she turned again, with her head in the air, very haughtily, and so made off for Chiltern Grange. And as for him...
Well, Watson, as for him, the man with the black beard...
Why, he came cycling by a few minutes later, Holmes. And he went right past me, and then he turned in at the hall gates, got off his bicycle to adjust his necktie or something.
Oh?
And then he jumped on his cycle again, pedaled away from me up the drive.
And that was that, eh?
Yes, Holmes. Well, I was really quite worn out, one thing and another.
I'm sure you must have been, my dear fellow. Here, sit on the sofa and put your feet up. Shall I ring for some hot milk?
Oh, upon my soul, Holmes, you're quite insufferable. There I was, doing my best for you.
Exactly, while Miss Smith was on her way to Chiltern Grange, where Mr. Carruthers proposed to her last evening after dinner.
What? Good heavens, Holmes. How did you learn that?
Oh, quite simple, my dear fellow. There was a letter from her this morning. Our young friend seems to be getting into deep waters, eh? However, Watson, to return to your own exhausting exploits... Oh, let me hand you this cushion, my dear fellow. You haven't finished yet. I'm sure you made some inquiries, didn't you, in the neighborhood, as to who was living in this mysterious old house, Charlington Hall?
Yes, I did. I went to the local house agent, and it was let some weeks ago.
Oh, to whom?
A man called Williamson, Cedric Williamson. An elderly retired clergyman, according to the locals in the public house.
Good, Watson. I was rather afraid you wouldn't have the sense to go to the pub. That's always the center of country gossip.
Thank you, Holmes. Also happened to be thirsty after my day in the open.
I'm sure you were. Well, what else did you learn? If this Williamson is an elderly man, he can hardly be the energetic cyclist.
I don't suppose he was for the moment. He's a long white beard and a gammy leg.
Oh, then that settles that.
But it seems that there are doings at the hall most weekends.
Doings?
Yes, wild visitors and so forth. Oh. What the landlord calls a warm lotzer.
So you think the mysterious cyclist might be one of those?
He might, because it seems that among them, Holmes, and the warmest of the lot, is a fellow with a red moustache called Woodley.
Oh, Miss Smith's fiery suitor. But a red moustache, Watson, yet the cyclist has a black beard.
Aha, but it could be assumed, Holmes.
So it could. Yes, we shall be hearing from Miss Violet Smith again, my dear fellow. You may be sure of that.
Chiltern Grange, Thursday, April 28th. Dear Mr. Holmes, you will not be surprised to hear that I am leaving Mr. Carruthers' employment. Even the high pay cannot reconcile me to the discomforts of my situation. On Saturday I come to London and do not intend to return. Mr. Carruthers has got the pony trap, which will be driven by an ostler, and so the dangers of the lonely road are now over. As to the cause of my leaving, it is not only the strained situation with Mr. Carruthers himself, but the reappearance of that odious Mr. Woodley. I saw him out of the window, but am glad to say I did not meet him. He had a long talk with Mr. Carruthers, and I think that they were quarreling. He seems to be living somewhere in the neighborhood, and I confess that I would sooner have a wild animal about the place. From his inflamed appearance, I am quite sure that he drinks heavily. I will not feel myself safe from him until Saturday, when I leave here forever, and all my troubles will be over. Yours sincerely, and with regards to Dr. Watson, Violet Smith.
You hear? She sends her regards to you, Watson.
Ah, thank you. Well, that's the end of that, I suppose.
Not at all, Watson. I believe there will soon be further developments. There's some deep intrigue going on around that young woman. I have a curious feeling. Yes, I think it's all rather more sinister than I imagined at first. I've been checking on the Reverend Cedric Williamson.
The old clergyman at the Hall, eh?
He was a clergyman once. I made some inquiries at a clerical agency, and the only man who fits the name in the description has had a singularly dark career.
I confess his conduct struck me as somewhat unecclesiastical, with his wild parties and so forth.
Yes, I must say that I'm considerably alarmed.
What do you mean?
I think that you and I should spare the time to run down to Farnham together, Watson, tomorrow, Saturday morning, if you're free. You've still got that old army revolver of yours.
Of course.
Then take it, Watson, take it. You never know. You simply never know.
A rainy night had been followed by a glorious morning as we walked across the heath towards Charlington Hall. It seemed impossible that any menace could threaten on such a day. Yet, as we followed the winding road among the gorse where I had hidden myself earlier in the week, my nerves grew somewhat strained, and I found myself fingering the pistol in my pocket. Holmes strode in front of me, his head in the air, covering the ground remarkably rapidly with his long, springy step. He looked a strange figure, striding through the gorse in his famous deerstalker cap and traveling cape. And then, suddenly...
Watson, look! Heavens above, I'm afraid we're too late.
What is it, Holmes? In heaven's name.
Why, look, the pony trap, it's empty. And stop the horses. Stop the horse.
Whoa there, whoa, you brute.
Here, get hold of the reins, Watson. Stop him, for heaven's sake!
What fool? Whoa there, whoa.
Ah! Oh, I've got him. Quiet, my beauty. There, that's better. Ah.
He's all right, Holmes. Only nervous. What's happened?
Oh, what a fool I've been, Watson. I should have allowed for her taking an earlier train.
What happened to Miss Smith? Where's the groom?
They've abducted her, Watson. Why, it may be murder, heaven knows what. Pray God we may not be too late. What a fool I am.
Holmes, look! The cyclist.
Yes, Blackbeard. Coming towards us, pedaling like the deuce.
Hold there! Stop! What are you doing with that dog cart? I'll put a bullet in your horse!
Don't be such a fool, man! Where's Miss Smith?
That's what I'm asking you. You're in her dog cart.
We found it empty. Quick, man, they must have got her.
Woodley and that blackguard parson. By the living jingo, I'll never forgive myself. Look, Holmes, they must have gone this way, through the hedge. Now, let's run for it. Holmes, wait, someone's lying by the tree.
Good heavens.
Peter! It's Peter, the groom. He was driving the pony cart. The scoundrels have killed him. No. It's only a flesh wound. He's only stunned. He'll be all right.
Leave him for the moment, then. He'll come to no harm. Come this way, quickly, round the bushes here.
There's a clearing beyond. They might have... What? Miss Smith!
Quickly, through here.
Too late. There they are by the oak tree. The girl's fainting. The clergyman, in his surplice. Holmes.
He's marrying them, Watson. Woodley and the girl there.
You can take your beard off, Bob Carruthers. I know you.
You scoundrel, Woodley.
Old Williamson's done it, Bob. Prayer book and all.
Always at your service, Mr. Carruthers. Al fresco weddings arranged at short notice, funerals...
Shut up, you blackguard. Woodley, I'll see this woman righted if I have to swing for it. I told you what I'd do if you molested her, and by the Lord, I'll be as good as my word.
You're too late, Bob. She's my wife.
No, she's your widow.
Carruthers, drop that gun. Keep away, Watson. Keep him covered.
Yes. Who are you to order us about,
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What?
Take that surplice off. You disgrace the cloth, sir. Carruthers, give me a hand with Woodley to the house. Watson, you look after Miss Smith, I'm sure.
Dr. Watson. Oh, dear Dr. Watson.
There, my dear, there. It's all right.
Well, now, Watson, what have you to report, eh?
Miss Smith's resting in the drawing room. She'll be all right, Holmes.
And Woodley?
He'll live.
Oh, good.
The bullet got him in the shoulder.
Confound it, I'll go upstairs and finish him first. Do you tell me the girl's going to be tied to Jack Woodley for life?
Keep quiet, Carruthers. Now, as for you, Williamson...
Blasted, interfering, busybody?
Just so. You can tell the police that when they arrive.
I confess, I'm still a bit confused, Holmes.
Yes, then I'll tell you the whole story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Carruthers.
I don't care a farthing if you're wrong or not. It's Miss Smith that's my concern.
Don't worry, Carruthers. Miss Smith will be quite all right. Mr. Williamson here has no right to perform a marriage ceremony.
I've been ordained.
And also unfrocked.
Once a clergyman, always a clergyman.
I think not. How about the license?
We got one.
Then you got it by a trick. In any case, a forced marriage isn't a marriage at all, but a very serious felony. You'll have 10 years to think that out, you old rascal.
Ah.
As for you, Carruthers, you'd have done much better to have kept your pistol in your pocket.
No, I'm beginning to think so. By the living jingo, though, when I think of all the precautions I took to shield her...
Exactly. You followed her on your bicycle, wearing a false beard, every time she passed this house.
Well, confound it, I knew these scoundrels were lurking here. I didn't know what they'd get up to. I had to protect her. I fell in love with them. I never meant to, but I did, heaven help me.
You could have told her of the danger?
She'd have left. And I couldn't bear that.
Sounds more like selfishness to me than love. I still don't understand it, Holmes. What happened?
Simply that Miss Smith's uncle didn't die when these scoundrels said he had, Watson. And he wasn't a poor man either, Carruthers, was he? So you came over post-haste, and the idea was that one of you should marry her and the other have a share in the plunder. For some reason or other, Woodley was the one chosen.
We played cards for her on the voyage, and he won.
Upon my soul.
No, I wish I'd never got tied up with him.
But at least you got her to enter your service. And then I suppose Woodley was to do the courting, only the trouble was that the girl recognized him for the drunken brute he was and wouldn't have anything to do with him.
I see it all, Holmes. And meanwhile, Carruthers had fallen in love with her himself and couldn't bear the thought of Woodley owning her.
By George, I couldn't. We quarreled, you see, and he took this house and picked up with his padre here. Then he came to me one night this week with a cable. Old Ralph Smith was dead at last. I proposed to her as a last hope, and she wouldn't have me. And Woodley took the whole thing into his own hands. You know the rest.
I should have known it long ago. The minute you told me, Watson, that you'd seen the solitary cyclist adjusting his necktie. Of course he was really taking off the beard he wore to keep Miss Smith from recognizing him. But I perceive 3 members of the country constabulary coming up the drive, so our task here is really over, Watson. And if Miss Smith has recovered from her indisposition, it only remains for us to return to Baker Street.
I'll see to her at once, Holmes.
And Watson, by the way, if she imagines that she's still feeling rather weak, perhaps a hint that we are about to telegraph a certain young electrician in Coventry would complete the cure.
Eh? Oh, Cyril. Quite so, Holmes. Quite so. And so ended the case of the solitary cyclist. Williamson and Woodley were both tried for abduction, the former getting 7 years and the latter 10. Carruthers got no more than a few months. The shooting of Woodley was viewed with leniency. He came out of prison a wiser and a better man. As to Miss Smith herself, I have a note in my records that she did indeed inherit a large fortune and became the wife of Cyril Morton. I had the pleasure of attending her wedding. But in an experience of the ladies, extending over 5 nations and...
Watson, my poor, dear, susceptible Watson.
Oh, confound you, Holmes, confound you.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch.
Sherlock Holmes, on Tuned to Yesterday from February 27th, 1955 on NBC. And that wraps up this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's yesteryear. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. It's been a pleasure. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, delivering programs from the golden age of radio. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier, and coming up in this hour, mystery. Later on, we hear Mr. and Mrs. North from 1950, but right now it's the Adventures of Ellery Queen. You get to play armchair detective with celebrity guest detectives in this May 6th, 1948 broadcast from ABC.
Ellery Queen. In the interests of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the popular vocalist, Miss Peggy Lee. And now, here's Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we meet Mr. Mark Gallows, who played a very dangerous game. I call it One Diamond. And this is...
Miss Eve Angel, Mr. Queen.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Queen?
Won't you sit down, Miss Angel?
I'd love it.
Notes, Nicky.
Yes, Ellery. Is this your secretary? Yes, I'm his secretary.
Miss Angel, Miss Porter.
How do you do? How do you do?
And what can I do for you, Miss Angel?
Mr. Queen, I've come to invite you for the weekend at the home of my employer.
Oh, I'm tempted to say, this is so sudden. Isn't there some mistake?
Oh, no. I'm sure, Mr. Queen, you've heard of Mark Gallows.
Mark Gallows? You work for Gallows?
I'm Mr. Gallows' secretary. The Gallows Diamond.
What, Nicky?
The Gallows Diamond, Ellery. It's not been publicly displayed for... How long is it, Miss Angel? 40 or 50 years? That's the Gallows. You are an efficient secretary, Miss Porter, aren't you? I do my little best, Miss Angel.
But I don't get this, Miss Angel. I've never met Mr. Gallows. Why should he invite me for a weekend?
Because I asked him to.
Oh. I'm to be your guest?
In a way.
What, Nicky?
Nothing. I just went... Will you come?
Yes.
Goody, a weekend off.
Oh, no, Nicky. You're coming with me.
For notes, Ellery?
Yes. For notes.
Do come too, Miss Porter. For notes. Friday afternoon, Mr. Queen, at the Riverdale Estate.
Miss Angel.
Yes?
Why did you ask Mr. Gallows to invite me?
See you Friday. Au revoir.
Interesting.
Yes, isn't she?
No, I mean the invitation, Nicky. Of course, this is Gallows' doing, not her idea at all.
Want to bet?
Oh, don't be silly, Nicky. There's skullduggery involved.
Is Gallows the type?
Mark Gallows? Don't you know anything about him, Nicky?
Just that he's one of the richest men in America.
He's a misophobe.
Who'sophobe?
Afflicted with misophobia, Nicky. Morbid fear of dirt.
Dirt?
Mm-hmm. Gallows is supposed to have a gold-plated washstand in every room he commonly uses, so that he can wash his hands on a second's notice.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, that's the story. Buys germicides by the gallon, picks strange objects up with a specially sterilized tissue.
Oh, must be rough on his wife.
No, fortunately, he's not married. Wonder what's behind this invitation.
A two-legged word spelled E-V-E.
Oh, no, Nicky. She's just bait.
I'll answer it right away, Ellery.
Oh, never mind, Nicky. I'll go. Yes? Nobody here. Who is it? Oh.
Ellery, what was that? That sounded just like a Ellery. No, but Ellery, you
what
can't.
What are you thinking of, son?
Oh, he's a fool, Inspector.
You're not getting out of this bed, Ellery, and that's that.
But I'm all right, I tell you.
All right.
With a bullet wound in your arm?
It's nothing, just a flesh wound. You heard the doctor.
It's that woman, that's what it is.
Oh, it's not that woman at all, Nicky. It's the whole thing.
You think the attempt on your life is connected with the invitation, son?
When I'm shot at within 2 minutes, Dad? Of course. Somebody followed Eve Angel, guessed her purpose, and tried to rub me out.
But why?
To keep me from going to the Gallows place this weekend, Nicky. Which is why I'll be there if I have to go in an ambulance.
And come back in a hearse. Ellery, be sensible.
You're still shaky, son.
I'm going.
You're not.
I won't let you, Ellery. By gosh, I'm still your father, and you'll do as I say.
gold room, Mr. Queen.
Really royal, Miss Angel.
That is a washstand, isn't it? Yes, Miss Porter. By the way, when you meet Mark, I'd suggest you don't offer to shake hands. Germs, you know. Germs.
I suppose we all have them.
Yes. Let's go out onto the terrace. I want you to meet Mark's other house guests.
Oh, I think that'd be delightful.
We have a sort of international house here this weekend, Mr. Queen.
Oh, really?
Mark and I are Americans. Sidney Duff Brown, the Englishman. Cornelius Van Cleek of Holland. And Reginald Doss, who's an Anglo-Indian.
Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Queen?
Oh, nothing, Miss Angel. You bumped my sore arm.
Oh, I am sorry. Shots?
Yes. Shots.
Oh, dear. No, I'll have to be so careful not to let you get romantic, Mr. Queen. Oh, by the way, before we go out there, when you meet Mr. Duff Brown, Mr. Van Cleek, and Mr. Doss, could you act just a little mysterious? Just to impress them, you know. The great detective.
Oh, would it make you happy, Miss Angel?
Oh, very.
Then I'll do my best.
This is going to be such an exciting weekend.
Shall we go out?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
It's right this way. Oh, there they are. Gentlemen?
Ah, Miss Angel again.
With my guest. George, I didn't know we were going to have any competition.
Miss Porter and Mr. Queen. Mr. Reginald Doss.
How do you do,
My
Mr.
pleasure.
Mr. Doss.
Mr. Cornelius Van Cleek.
Glad to know you.
And Mr. Sidney Duff Brown.
How do you do?
Mr. Duff Brown.
I'll fix something for you people in a moment.
Miss Porter, is it?
That's right, Mr. Van Cleek. Nicky Porter.
Watch Van Cleek, Miss Porter. He's a lady killer.
Or she thinks he is.
Now, don't mind those fellows. What do you do, Miss Porter? Except the beautiful, I mean.
Oh, I work for Mr. Queen here.
Oh, work for him?
In trade? By George, incredible.
This is an amazing country.
Well, not half so amazing as Nikki, Mr. Doss. I really don't know what I'd do without her.
Working for Mr. Queen isn't really being in trade, Mr. Duff Brown.
No.
Definitely not. You see, he's Ellery Queen, the famous detective.
Really?
Your drink, Mr. Queen?
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Porter. I forgot yours. What can I get you?
Not a thing, thank you.
But the detective, Mr. Queen, this is exciting.
I quite agree with Mr. Doss. Are you here socially, Mr. Queen?
Or are you after one of us?
Why, Mr. Van Cleek, do you gentlemen have guilty consciences?
No. Oh, dear, that's Mark. Yes, Mark.
Is that fellow Queen out there?
Yes?
Bring him in here.
Is Mr. Gallows in the habit of referring to all his guests as that fellow, Miss Angel?
Never mind, Nicky. If you gentlemen will excuse us. Back through this terrace door, Miss Angel.
That's right. This way, please.
Miss Angel, there's something very strange going on here.
Will you come this way,
Nicky.
please? Right in here.
Oh, there you are. Confounded Eve. You've got to do something about Reeves. He put my newspaper on my desk without spraying it first.
I'll discharge him right away, Mark. Here, I'll get you a sterile towel.
No, don't touch it, Eve. Well, so this is the famous Ellery Queen.
And my secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
I'm afraid, Queen, we've rather put one over on you.
Have you, Mr. Gallows?
Oh, it does seem such a waste, Mark. He's so attractive.
Then you were bait, Miss Angel. All right, Mr. Gallows, now that you've got me here, what next?
Why, Queen, now you leave.
What?
That's right. He served his purpose, my girl. You'll please leave now, Queen. That's all.
This way out.
Ellery Queen, you're going to stand here and let these people...
No, Nicky. Mr. Gallows.
Oh, dear. He's going to be difficult.
There's no difficulty, Eve, that can't be smoothed out with a little money. Send me your bill, Queen, whatever your fee is.
I don't charge fees.
No? Then what do you live on? Nuts?
I don't know exactly what double-dealing intrigue you've whipped up here, Mr. Gallows, but certain things are fairly obvious.
Oh, are they? This interests me, Queen. What's obvious?
You're the owner of one of the most famous diamonds in the world. You have 3 house guests, Mr. Duff Brown of England, Mr. Doss of India, and Mr. Van Cleek of Holland. Now, England is the spearhead of the world's diamond trade. India's Maharajas are the world's greatest collectors of precious stones. Holland is the capital of the world's lapidaries. I'd say Duff Brown, Doss, and Van Cleek are here to buy your diamond, Mr. Gallows.
Be quiet. Yes, Mr. Queen?
Why, we're suddenly all politeness.
Why you schemed to have me put in an appearance here, I don't know. But would it interest you, Mr. Gallows, to learn that within minutes of Miss Angel's visit to my home, I was shot at with intent to kill?
Your arm. Mark, why would...
Nonsense.
That can't have anything to do with me.
Somebody didn't want me to show up here, Mr. Gallows.
You're a writer, aren't you?
Yes.
This is real life. Get out.
Mr. Gallows, you're an idiot. Come on, Nicky.
Excellent brandy, Mr. Gallows.
Yes, please.
I'm glad you like it, gentlemen. Now, Eve,
Yes, Mark?
go out there and close the door and stand in front of it. Keep those long-nosed flunkies of mine away, do you understand?
Mark, you're going to...
Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, but I wanted to see it.
Eve, I said get out of here.
All right, Mark. Gentlemen, will you excuse me? Oh, no, don't bother to get up, please. Have fun.
Thank you for your time.
Well, gentlemen.
I have the very odd feeling, mes confrères, that this is the great moment.
Hadn't you better have someone lock that door, sir?
My estate is well patrolled, F. Brown. Mr. Dawes, you don't look very interested.
This is an old story with me, Mr. Gallows.
Oh, is it? Then look at this.
Around 150 carats, Mr. Gallows.
162 and 3/4, Mr. Van Cleek.
Larger than the Porter Roads from Kimberley.
And of just as fine a water, F. Brown.
May I examine this, Mr. Gallows?
Certainly, Dawes, certainly.
Dawes, let me see that.
One moment, Mr. Duff Brown.
The Gallows diamond, colossal.
My father's wedding gift to my mother. Very sentimental man, my father. His will provided that the stone mustn't be touched for 25 years after my mother's death. It's been a great trial to me, gentlemen. Very unproductive. Money gathers money. Diamonds gather dust. Dawes, do you like it?
Mr. Gallows, it is quite the most superb imitation I have ever seen.
Imitation? I say, Van Cleek, stop pushing. By George, it's not genuine.
Is this a jest, Mr. Gallows? I have come all the way from Amsterdam.
This is an exact copy. Worthless, of course, but sufficient for you gentlemen to base your bids on.
When may we see the genuine stone, Mr. Gallows?
It won't be exhibited, Van Cleek, until I get what I consider a selling bid, confirmed by the principal for whom you're acting as agent.
I can't say, Mr. Gallows, I feel entirely comfortable. I've never had my integrity questioned before.
Nor I.
Nor I.
I'm sorry. I have to be careful, gentlemen. You forced me to show my hand.
What do you mean, sir?
That fellow Queen, the detective whom I had Miss Angel invite a few days ago for the weekend. Actually, she engaged him in my behalf to check up on you gentlemen.
This is intolerable, Mr. Gallows. What is your meaning?
Queen came here today to tell me the result of his investigation. He tells me that one of you was a fraud and an imposter.
Imposter?
Yes. An international jewel thief who's here with forged credentials. Now, can you blame me for being careful? Oh, Eve, you should have seen their faces.
You're so clever, Mark.
Yeah, you think I'm not, huh? Oh, I get a kick out of this sort of thing, Eve, outsmarting them. Hey, you don't know these fellows the way I do, Evie. They're canny traders. They take their time.
But they won't in this case,
Why, they'll fall all over themselves, proving they're not fakes. Each one will rush to make his bid and present me with confirming authority from his principal. Things are going to hum around here, darling. And I'll bet you I get 20% more for the diamond.
Mark.
What?
Look at this.
Hey, is that charred scrap of paper? What is it?
Take it. Read it.
What's the matter with you? Wait till I spray it.
So you invented the story that one of them is a crook, did you? When, of course, all the time they're all honest men.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where'd you find this, Eve?
Living room fireplace. It just missed getting burned. Of course, it doesn't say much.
Wait a minute. This is the beginning of a letter. To me, Eve. I didn't see this.
Neither did I.
Dear Mr. Gallows, we regret that our representative has been delayed. Will not be able to arrive in the United States until May 15th to inspect the gallows. Eve, my lie was true. One of them is an imposter. Where's the rest of this, Eve? Talk, will you? The envelope, the rest of the letterhead. Who is this from? Which one does this refer
Mark,
to?
you'll have another attack.
One of them intercepted the mail this morning. Must have been watching for this very letter. Maybe the rest of the letter's in the fireplace. Eve,
Mark, wait a minute. I searched the ashes. This is all that was left.
Get Queen on the phone.
Ellery Queen? But, Mark, he won't come now after...
Get Queen!
Yes, Ellery?
Mark Gallows.
Said he'd kept calling me all night, Nicky. What for?
He wouldn't tell me. Said he had to see you, and right away.
Did you tell the great Mr. Gallows that Dad and I were out all night on another case?
Yes. You want me to call him?
No, Nicky. Anything interesting in the mail this morning?
I haven't finished.
Let's see. Bill, fan letter, special delivery.
Special delivery? I didn't notice it, Ellery.
From Mark Gallows.
From Gallows?
Apparently, Mr. Gallows is in a tizzy. Let's see. Dear Mr. Queen, you've got to help me. One of my guests is an imposter.
What?
Huh. He used me, Nicky, to scare Das, Duff Brown, and Van Cleek into thinking one of them was an imposter to force a quick sale, and then, by gosh, he found out one of them really is.
Oh, serves him right.
Expose the imposter, protect the diamond till the sale goes through, and, Mr. Queen, I'll pay you 10% of the sales price as a fee.
Don't you dare turn him down. I need a raise.
It's this way. The diamond has been buried on my Riverdale estate for years.
Buried?
I enclose a copy of my original map showing the hiding place. If anything should happen to me...
Oh, darn it. I'll take it. Hello.
Nicky?
Oh, Inspector.
Let me talk to Ellery, will you?
Oh, yes, Ellery. It's for you, Inspector.
Dad? Yes, Dad?
Your friend Mark Gallows.
Gallows? Yes, what's happened?
He's committed suicide.
Suicide?
Mark Gallows?
Hanged himself from a rafter in his barn.
Dad, keep everything the way you found it.
What do you mean?
I'm coming right up there.
For what? I tell you, Ellery, he committed...
Dad, sight unseen. He was murdered. Nicky, come on.
Man, pipe down! Well, son?
Murder.
But Ellery...
I'm sorry, Dad. It's murder.
I don't know how you can say that, Ellery.
Neither do I. Man found hanging from a rafter, not a clue to a second person.
Look at this rope he was hanged with.
What about it? The rope comes from this barn, Ellery.
It's filthy.
It's what?
His phobia.
That's it, Nicky. Dad, Gallows suffered from a morbid fear of dirt. Now, there were 2 ropes in this barn, this dirty one here and that clean one hanging over there. Even approaching death, Gallows would have used the clean one if he was going to hang himself.
Huh?
Gallows was strung up, Dad, and almost certainly by one of those 3 diamond buyers.
The imposter.
Imposter? What imposter?
No doubt about it, Nicky.
No doubt about what?
Oh, I'm afraid we're a little ahead of you on this one, Dad. Are Van Cleek, Das, and Duff Brown still here?
Yeah.
You better hold them here for a while and keep them out of my way.
Why? What are you going to do?
Dad, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I give up. You men. Yeah? One of you watch the body, the rest of you come with me.
All right, Joe, you better stay home.
Ellery, what are you going to do?
Look Mr. Gallows over. Turn around, Nicky.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Gallows sent me a copy of the map. Where would he keep the original? I'd say it's an even bet he carried it on him, Nicky.
In a secret pocket, you mean?
Yes. Or here.
What?
Leather pouch around his waist next to the skin.
Is it in there?
Oh, no. It's empty.
His killer took the map.
Yes.
But how would the killer know?
About the map? Nicky, do you think you can stand a look at Gallows' face?
Well, it's awfully dead looking.
And dirty. See here, Nicky.
Dirt around his mouth.
I think our diamond hunter tortured Gallows into telling his secret.
By putting dirt in his mouth. His phobia.
Really nasty, Nicky.
Why are you looking at the copy of the map, Ellery? Killer has the original. Must have dug up the diamond.
I know, Nicky, I know. Let's take a look anyway, shall we?
Maps, buried treasure. Why didn't he put the blasted bauble in a bank vault where it belongs?
I think this is exciting.
There is something gold-buggish about it, Nicky. Well, let's see. Uh-huh. I think this is it.
What's it?
This tree, Dad. It's our starting place. Here, look at Gallows' map.
Guess so. From this tree, you go due south.
And then due west, and X marks the spot. Wonderful.
Due south, due west. But how far? Just says 10 on the first leg and 10 on the second. 10 what? Miles?
Now, don't be sarcastic, Inspector. Not miles or feet or inches either, because then it wouldn't be far enough to cross that brook, and the south leg on the map does cross the brook.
Right, Nicky. Therefore, it must mean yards. Dad, let me have that compass and yardstick, will you?
Here. Due south.
Which is this way. 1 yard, 2, 3...
Hey!
What, Inspector?
Look at this, Nicky.
A sort of trail in the grass.
Ellery, see this trail?
I saw it, Dad. I'm right on it.
Killer's been here before us.
Didn't I tell you, Ellery?
Drat it. Come on, Nicky. Here, watch this broke.
Oh, gosh, I'm getting all wet. Buried treasure.
Here's the trail again.
And this is the end of the 10 yards, Dad.
But the trail keeps going, Ellery, in the same direction.
Uh-huh. Another yard.
Killer went 11 yards due south. Yeah. And then he turned west.
2, 3, 4.
And paralleled your route.
A yard away. I don't understand. How far does the map say you've got to go west, Ellery?
Another 10 yards. 9, 10.
But the killer's trail keeps going, son. To here. Toss that yardstick over.
Catch.
Another yard. Exactly. Again, he went 11 yards instead of 10. Funny. Wait.
And what is it, Dad?
Ellery, come here.
Nicky, stand on this spot, the end of the 10 yards west, so we don't lose it.
X marks the spot. Or does it?
What, Dad?
Look here.
Somebody dug here, then filled up the hole.
He found it, son. That map we've been following must be wrong.
Darn it. Well, sure it must be wrong. After all, he had the original.
Gallus must have deliberately falsified the figures on the map he sent you, Ellery.
I doubt it. Maybe the killer didn't find the diamond. Maybe he was wrong, and we're right.
There's only one way to find out, son.
Uh-huh. Nicky, hand me that shovel.
When you strike water, Ellery, let me know.
No sign of anything yet, son.
Not yet, Dad. Wait. Here it is.
The diamond?
No. Metal box. Pretty well chewed up, too. Dad, give me a hand up.
Here, son.
Just a rusty old box.
No, I think it's so eaten away it'll give without much trouble.
It's diamond.
Holy smokes, son.
Is that real, Ellery?
It's real, Nicky.
So the killer knocked off old Gallus for nothing. Dug in the wrong place.
Yes. Well, now let's go back to the house and finish this off. And there you have our mystery for tonight. Nicky, would you please introduce our very lovely and charming guest armchair detective for our listeners?
Certainly, Ellery. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Peggy Lee, the popular vocalist who has made Mañana and her Capitol Records album, Rendezvous with Peggy Lee, both of which have set the public humming and dancing.
Welcome, Peggy, to the armchair. Say, it's too bad that we don't have a little more time. Then we could hear you sing one of the songs from that Rendezvous with Peggy Lee album.
Which you did in cooperation with your husband, Dave Barber.
Well, Ellery, right now I'm too nervous to sing anything. I've never been a detective before, and this case tonight has me missing the downbeat, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid you're just jesting, Peggy. Anyway, what about our case? Tell me, have you figured out who hanged Mark Gallows?
Well, I couldn't say exactly. I couldn't exactly name one person, but I think that Eve Angel had something to do with it because she knew all about his fear of dirt. And I think that she probably was the only one who could intercept the letter that was partly burned. And also that she was the only one who would know about the map. And he may have told her the wrong directions.
Just to throw her off?
Yeah, I think so. Uh-huh.
That's a very interesting deduction. And thank you very much, Peggy Lee. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct.
I will not be held indefinitely. I'm a subject of His Majesty.
Will you stop that weeping? You give me a headache.
Oh, but he was so kind to me.
Miss Angel, if you please.
What's this nonsense about murder, Inspector Queen?
Yes, the man hanged himself.
You said so yourself, sir.
Yes, I did, didn't I, Mr. Dawes? You people all through? All right. Go ahead, son.
Unfortunately, Gallows' murderer made a mistake. Mr. Gallows sent me a copy of that map, and by following its directions exactly, I located the spot where he'd buried the Gallows diamond. Now, how did the killer miss it? Well, what were the directions? to go 10-something due south and then 10-something due west. We assumed that the figure 10 referred to yards, as they did, since by going 10 yards south and then 10 yards west, we did find the diamond. Then the killer did not take the figure 10 to mean yards, or he'd have found the right spot, too. He took it to mean a different unit of measurement. Nicky, exactly how far did the killer measure?
11 yards instead of 10 each way.
He reads the figure 10 and measures off 11 yards. Now, how can that be? Only if, in the kind of measure he was using, 10 units equal 11 yards. And which unit of measurement is that? The meter.
Meter?
That's right. Meters exceed yards in exactly the proportion of 11 to 10. But that gives us our criminal.
Oh, I do not see.
Van Cleek, you're not alone.
How does that give you your criminal, Mr. Queen?
It tells me, Mr. Doss, that the killer of Gallows thinks in terms not of yards, but of meters. Could that be Miss Angel?
Me?
No, it couldn't. Miss Angel is an American, and we use yards, not meters.
So do we in Britain, Mr. Queen.
That's quite true, Mr. Duff Brown. And so do the Hindus, especially one as anglicized as Mr. Reginald Doss.
Fortunately for me, sir.
But almost all of continental Europe uses the metric system, including, of course, the Dutch.
Ellery.
Stop it, Van Cleek! Stop it!
You have the advantage of me, Herr Inspector.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you, Peggy Lee, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine. This is Ellery Queen saying goodnight till next week.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen on Tuned to Yesterday from May 6th, 1948 on ABC, at that time part of their Thursday night schedule at 7:30. You're listening to an hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier, and now it's time for Mr. and Mrs. North with the case of the filed skate from January 3rd, 1950 on CBS.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Kirk. To most New Yorkers, ice is a frozen liquid, usually found in the form of cubes. However, there are still some people who enjoy skating on it. And when Pam and Jerry are in the mood for some winter exercise, they drop in at a neighborhood ice palace and indulge in this magnificent outdoor sport indoors.
Look out now, Jerry. Give me some room.
Darling, are you still trying to make a figure eight?
Oh, no, dear. I'm not up to 8 yet. I've just reached 4.
No wonder you keep falling down. A 4 is impossible.
Well, I don't see why it should be. You just make a straight line like this, and then you cross the other foot over, and... Oh. Maybe I should have made 2 2s instead. Oh, well. Everybody takes a fall once in a while.
Not that girl over there. She really knows how to figure skate.
Well, I wish you'd stop looking at her figure.
Huh?
Besides, she's a professional.
You mean she gives lessons?
Now, Jerry, if you're thinking of taking lessons from that...
Well, I really ought to brush up on my skating, Pam. I'm getting off... Hey, watch it. She's coming this way.
Well, I wish you wouldn't try those stunts around us. The first thing you know... See? She fell down.
That was a bad spill, Pam. She's all shaken up.
Jerry, where are you going?
Now, don't get excited, dear. I just want to see if she's all right. Can I help you, miss?
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure I can get up. Oh, what happened? Are you hurt?
Hi, there we are.
No, I don't think so. It's just my ankle. It seemed to go out from under me.
It wasn't your ankle, miss. It was your skate. Look, you've broken the blade.
Well, it's a good thing I wasn't trying a jumper. I might have had a nasty... That's funny. What? The blade of my skate, it doesn't seem to be broken. It looks as if it's been filed.
Say, you're right. It has been filed.
Why do you suppose anybody would do a thing like that? Unless somebody wanted you to have an accident. Somebody did.
What do you mean?
Well, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. I've had these so-called accidents ever since I came to work here. Accidents? Yes. Almost every night something new happens. short circuit in my dressing room. And then a loose board on the back stairs. And a gas stove that was left on the equipment room without any flame. And Saturday, a chandelier fell.
Well, you ought to complain to the management.
What good would that do? The manager's the one who's responsible for all this.
Well, if I were you, I'd go to the police and have the manager arrested.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because the manager is my father. Really, Mrs. North, I don't know how you're going to speak to my father in front of me. It's going to be awfully embarrassing.
Well, you don't have to go in with us, Miss Russo. We'll go in his office alone.
Oh, all right. I'll wait for you in my dressing room.
Good.
We'll be there in a few minutes. Mr. Russo.
Yes? Who is there, please?
Mr. and Mrs. North. May we come in?
All right. Come in.
Thank you.
Now, what it is? Marcella have sent you here?
Who?
Marcella, my stepdaughter.
Oh, she's your stepdaughter.
So what difference that make? Daughter, stepdaughter is my step, not yours. What you want of me?
Well, for Pete's sake, what are you so jumpy about, Mr. Russo?
If you have daughter like Marcella, you be jumpy too. That girl have changed completely. Overnight.
In what way?
In every way. Since she come here to work for me, she like Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll. Every night she tried to kill me. First with loose board on stairs, then with chandelier. She tried to gas fix it.
With a stove?
Oh, she tell you about that?
She told us you were trying to kill her, Mr. Russo.
Oh, I can kill her. Marcella killed me first.
Just a minute, Mr. Russo. Maybe somebody's trying to kill both of you.
What for the reason is? They have never done somebody wrong.
Just the same, it's a distinct...
What's the matter, Jerry?
Somebody's listening at the door. I'm going to see who it is. As I said, Mr. Russo, there's a distinct possibility that someone's out to kill you both, and that someone may...
Oh!
Well, Marcella, come right in. You can hear much better inside.
Oh, I wasn't really listening, Mr. North. I just wondered if you were still talking.
Well, come in anyway. Mrs. North and I were just leaving.
Leaving? Where are we going?
We're going down the hall to a public phone, dear. I'd like to speak to Bill Wygand about this.
Wygand? Who is?
Oh, just a friend of ours, Mr. Russo. We'll be back in a little while. Come along, Jerry.
After you, darling. Hey,
Oh, golly, what was that?
the knife aimed straight at your head. I saw the blade flash just before it hit this door.
Oh, my goodness. It just missed me by an inch. Are you all right, Mrs. North?
Well, I guess so. Only this gives the case an entirely different complexion.
How you mean?
Well, the murderer isn't trying to kill you or your daughter, Mr. Russo. He's trying to kill me.
Yes, Bill, I'm calling from a public phone booth at the rink. And you better not waste any time getting down here. Pam was almost killed. Wait a second, Bill. Pam's rapping on the window. What is it, dear?
Quick, Jerry. Tell Bill to come right over and hang up.
What?
Somebody just sneaked into Marcella's dressing room. We've got to see who it is.
Bill, I'll see you when you get here. I've got to run now. So long.
Hurry, darling. It might be the man who threw that knife at me.
And I certainly don't want to hurry. Which way is Marcella's dressing room?
Down there.
Oh, it's open.
Well, don't let him find it. He may be setting up another one of those acts.
Don't worry. He won't get the chance. Looking for something, mister?
Oh. Who are you?
We're Mr. and Mrs. North. Who are you?
I'm just a friend of Miss Russo's.
Oh, is that why you were searching through her things?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not answer any questions at this time. I found what I'm looking for, and I'm leaving. I'll stand aside.
I will when I
Stand
find
aside, I said.
Maybe you better, Jerry. He's got a gun.
And I knew how to use one before either of you were born. Now sit down here and stay in this room until I'm well out of sight. Go on, sit down.
Okay.
And stay down. Because if you try to follow me, I'll drop you like a sack of meal.
Quite a talker, that bird.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't try anything foolish, dear. He meant every word he said.
What if he did? We can't just sit here and let him get away with murder. I'm going after him.
Jerry, stay where you are.
Don't go to pieces, darling. I'm just going to open the door.
You get your head shot off.
Not if you keep your voice down. Just want to see if he's gone.
Is he?
No. here in the hall.
In the hall?
Yes. He's lying on the floor with a knife in his chest.
Don't touch it, Jerry. Don't even go near him.
I'm not touching anything, dear. I just want to see what he's got in his hand.
What is it?
Some sort of a locket with a string on it. The string seems to be broken.
Careful, somebody's coming down the hall.
Quick, get back in the dressing room so we won't be seen.
Push.
He must be hurt here. Sounds like a man.
What's he doing?
Stop to look at the body.
Good heavens. It can't be.
It can't be what?
Who said that? Where are you?
Right over here. Is this man a friend of yours?
Why, no. I mean, he's not a friend exactly, but I do know him. At least I did. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm afraid he is.
Oh, how awful. I won't be able to eat for a week.
Oh, let's not talk about eating at a time like this.
You're so right. I never should have mentioned it in the presence of the dead, but my stomach is such a mess, I can't stop thinking about it. I'd be a happy man if I didn't have a stomach.
Well, if you don't mind, let's change the subject.
Oh, of course, of course. My name is Chadwick. Arthur Chadwick. I'm a theatrical agent.
And this gentleman on the floor, do you know his name?
Oh, indeed. I didn't realize you hadn't been introduced. May I present Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Roy Gallagher.
You say that as if we ought to know him.
Well, you should. He was a very wealthy man, had scads and scads of money, one or two gold mines, I believe, in Alaska.
You weren't meeting him here by any chance?
Oh, no. I was just as surprised to see him here as I was to see him dead.
And what are you doing here?
Why, I came to see Miss Rousseau about an engagement in an ice show. I believe I have a job for her out of town.
And you haven't any idea who killed Mr. Gallagher?
Oh, heavens, no. You don't think I did it, do you? On the sight of blood makes me curdle. Oh, dear, I'm going to have to do something about my stomach. It's beginning to twitter again.
Well, I don't think you'd better... Jerry, what was that?
That was a scream, and if I'm not mistaken, it came from down there, Mr. Rousseau's office.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear another murder tonight. Not now.
You won't have to bear it. Just wait here till we get back, Mr. Chadwick. Come on, Sam.
Do you think it's safe to leave him there with Mr. Gallagher's body, Jerry?
If I'm not, we've got to find out what happened.
We'll find out, dear. Go ahead, open the door.
Chance, will you? Marcella, what's wrong?
Oh, Mark, I'm so glad you're here. Something's happened to my father. Oh, gollies. Is he dead? No. Somebody struck him on the head. He's unconscious.
Oh, that's a mean bruise.
Oh, the lights. The lights.
What's this coming to?
The northern lights. They keep going on up in my head.
Easy now, Mr. Rousseau. Who hit you?
The floor. I was sitting back in chair. And you know what I am find? No back. She fall right through.
And your head hit the floor.
How could it miss? The floor is all over the ground.
Uh-oh, looks like another one of those accidents. This chair's been tampered with.
Oh, I wish we knew who was doing all this. If we don't find out pretty soon, one of us is going to be killed. One of us has been killed already.
What you say?
In the hall, Miss Rousseau. There's a man lying on the floor with a knife in his chest. And the murderer is still on the loose.
What murderer?
Oh, Bill, you frightened me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I didn't realize a murder had been committed between now and the time you called. Where's the body? Down the hall, Bill. He was killed right in front of Marcella's dressing room. Oh, what's his name?
Gallagher. Roy Gallagher.
The millionaire gold miner? That's right. You know him? No, but it seems to me I've read something about his daughter.
Here, Bill. The body's right over here.
Only what? The man who told us who he was is gone.
That isn't all that's gone, Jerry.
What do you mean?
The locket that was in Mr. Gallagher's hand. That's gone, too.
Easy now, Miss Gallagher. I know it's an ordeal for a girl to identify her father's body, but since your mother isn't alive, I had to call you.
Well, what more do you want of me? How much longer do I have to stay in the office, Lieutenant Wigan?
Well, she's right, Bill. The poor kid's in no condition to answer any questions now.
We've got to find some clues, Jerry, and Miss Gallagher's the only one who can help us. I'll help in any way I can, Mrs. North. But I told you everything I know. I've even brought you my father's scrapbook. But I'm sure he didn't have an enemy in the world. Oh, but your father must have had some enemies, Miss Gallagher. His scrapbook is just filled with pictures of people he knew. Well, most of those pictures were taken when he was a young man. Up in Alaska, they're just sourdoughs and grub stakers and fur trappers.
And you don't know any of them?
No, I've never been in Alaska. My mother and I lived here until she died. And for a good many years, I thought my father was dead, too. Until he struck it rich and came back to New York.
When was that?
It's about 4 years ago. When I was trying to get a job on the stage.
Oh, yes. There's a clipping about it in the scrapbook. Actress reunited with millionaire father after 20 years separation.
No, please. Don't read that now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
It's all right. Just that I can't help thinking about losing him when it was only a few years ago that I found him.
Miss Gallagher, I don't think there's any need to keep you here any longer tonight. Suppose you come with me and I'll put you in a cab.
All right. I guess I haven't been much use to you, Lieutenant.
On the contrary, Miss Gallagher, you've been a great help.
Poor girl, I can just imagine how she feels.
I know. The way she was dragged down here and then having to identify... Jerry, look.
What's it, dear?
This picture in the scrapbook. Doesn't that man's face look familiar to you?
Huh?
Without the beard, I mean.
Oh.
This man with his arm on Mr. Gallagher's shoulder. Cover up his beard, and what have you got?
Practically nothing. That beard's all over his face.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jerry. Don't you know who this is? Mr. Russo.
Marcella's father?
Yes. He must have been in Alaska with Mr. Gallagher. Don't you see? He's dressed like a fur trapper.
Oh, what are you getting so excited about?
Because this puts a new light on the case. If Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Russo knew each other, Mr. Russo might have had a reason for killing him.
What sort of reason?
Come on, Jerry. That's what we'll have to find out.
Are you sure this is Mr. Russo's apartment, Pam?
Well, the elevator man said 5B, and the name's right here on the... Oh, hello, Marcella. Is your father home? Yes. What's wrong?
Who said anything was wrong? We'd just like to speak to him, that's all.
Well, you can't come in now. My father's asleep.
Who it is, myself?
Oh, he's asleep, is he?
Well, I thought he was. He wasn't feeling well when we came home, so I put him right to bed. With his clothes on. What? Well, I can see him standing right there in the living room, and he's fully dressed. Why are you lying to us, Marcella? What's happened?
Nothing. I just wish you hadn't come here.
Why not?
Marcel, you not tell me who is?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Russo.
Well, Mr. North, you picked pretty late time to call on somebody, no?
We had a late idea, Mr. Russo. May we come in?
No good to come in now. Marcel and me have to go out.
At this time of night? Where are you going?
Marcel have new job in ice show out west, and we make plan to go there.
Well, before you go, you'd better tell us how well you knew Mr. Gallagher.
What you talk about? I never hear of him.
And what's your picture doing in his scrapbook?
What picture?
The one of you in a beard. It was taken in Alaska.
Now I know you crazy. I never have beard, and I never be in Alaska.
Now, look, Mr. Russo, if you'd rather we call the police and have them ask you these questions...
No. Please, do not call the police. Just go away from here and leave us alone. We'll be killed if you don't.
Killed?
Not so loud, please. He may be watching us. He may hear us.
Oh. Mr. Chadwick, the theatrical agent?
Yes. He just left here a few minutes ago, and he threatened to kill us if we talked to anyone about the murder.
He gave us 2 hours to get out of town and get Marcel a job in California to make sure we leave tonight.
Well, you better not leave. Chadwick's probably trying to frame you.
No, please. Go away and let us get ready. We're supposed to meet him in his office in 20 minutes.
20 minutes, huh? Quick, get on the telephone and call Lieutenant Wygant. Tell him to come right up here.
Wait a minute. Where you be going?
We're going to keep your appointment with Mr. Chadwick.
I don't understand it, Jerry.
Huh?
The door was open and all the lights are on, but nobody's in the office.
Well, maybe Mr. Chadwick stepped out for a minute.
Either that or he's setting a trap for us.
How could he know we're here? He's expecting the Russos.
Well, I don't like it. No matter which way it is.
Don't be silly, dear. This is a good chance for us to have a look around.
Jerry, what are you doing?
Looking around. Go through those files, Pam. If Miss Gallagher was an actress, he may have some sort of record of...
What is it? Did you find something?
I'll say I found something. The locket that was stolen from Mr. Gallagher's hand.
That Chadwick is the one who took it. I wonder why.
We'll find the answer to that
When what, Mr. Noir?
Oh, Jerry, it's Mr. Chadwick.
Mr. Chadwick, in a loaded gun, Mrs. North. What are you two doing here?
Why, we were waiting for you, Mr. Chadwick.
Yes. We knew you were a theatrical agent, and we came to see you about a job. We do an act in vaudeville.
Oh, really? And what is the nature of your act?
The nature? Oh, we're acrobats.
Is that so? Well, suppose you do a few back somersaults for me.
Here? In this little tiny office?
Why not? Move the desk back. There's plenty of room.
Oh, but we don't do that sort of thing.
No? Well, what sort of acrobatics do you do?
Well, we have a high wire act. I balance a chair on one leg, and she sits on my head and spins plates.
I'm just a cheesecake, Mr. Chadwick.
And you expect me to believe all this, of course.
Well, of course.
Then what are you two doing with that locket in your hand? Why did you open my drawer and fish it out, eh?
Well,
Don't bother to explain, Mr. North. I have an act, too, you know. A sharpshooting act. And it goes like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Giving this office the proper look. You see, I'm afraid you know too much. I've got to make it look like you were ransacking this place when I shot you.
Shot? But did you say shot?
I did, Mrs. North. The law allows a man to protect his property against marauders. And in the darkness, I couldn't see who you were.
Oh, what darkness?
Don't worry about it, Mrs. North. When I turn off the lights, you'll both be dead.
Mr. Chadwick, you wouldn't dare go through with it.
Wouldn't I? I have a great deal at stake, Mrs. North.
But you don't seem to understand.
Be quiet. There's no need to prolong this agony. The sooner we...
Arthur! What are you doing?
Oh, you fool, you. Why did you come here?
Miss Gallagher.
So you're the connection we've been looking for.
I told you to be quiet. Now keep your mouth shut.
For heaven's sakes, Arthur, put that gun down. Don't you know these people are working with the police?
I know very well what they're doing. They found the locket that I stole from your father's hand. Your locket, Fay.
What?
You were in such a hurry to get away, you forgot the one piece of evidence that would send you to the chair. The locket that your father pulled off your neck when you stabbed him.
Oh, no. I didn't stab him, Arthur, and I wasn't wearing a locket.
You weren't wearing it?
No.
Well, then, you didn't kill him. And I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. You've got to let these people go.
That's quite right, Miss Gallagher.
Bill.
Drop that gun, Mr. Chadwick, and drop it fast.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Russo, you can come in with your daughter now. There won't be any fireworks.
For which I am much obliged. If there is one thing I hate about fire, it is the work.
Father, please let someone else do the talking.
No, Marcella, your father's the one who has to talk. He holds the key to all this.
What key? I am just simple fur trapper with big heart and little brain. I don't want anything from anybody.
Well, then why did you deny that you knew Mr. Gallagher? Well, why did you deny being the bearded man in that picture we found in his scrapbook?
Because I am simple fur trapper. And Mr. Chadwick told me to keep my trap shut.
Go on.
Well, I know Gallagher for a long time. We very good friends. But when I come back from Alaska, I think him die. That is why I am adopt his daughter.
Mr. Gallagher's daughter? Marcella is Mr. Gallagher's daughter?
That is right.
Then who are you, Miss Gallagher?
She's a very bad actress named Fay Revere.
Arthur, no.
Well, you are, my dear. I never would have cast you for the part if you weren't the right age and general description.
General description of what?
The daughter Mr. Gallagher was looking for. He advertised for her in the papers, and I sent Fay to answer the advertisement.
Must you tell them everything,
Well,
Arthur?
what difference does it make, dear? The cat's out of the bag. We can't collect the inheritance now.
Oh, I see. You and Miss Revere had a deal to split Mr. Gallagher's fortune.
And when you found out that Marcella and her father were in town, you tried to kill them both with those phony accidents. That was Arthur's idea. He thought Mr. Gallagher was on Marcella's trail.
And he was. He went to a dressing room tonight.
So you killed him?
Oh, don't be absurd. I haven't the stomach to stab a man. Besides, it's obvious now who did stab him.
Who?
The man or woman who had the most to gain by Mr. Gallagher's death. Marcella or Mr. Russo.
You lying snake. I never kill my friend. I don't even know he is alive.
And you, Marcella, is this your locket?
Yes, but I wasn't wearing it. Mr. Gallagher must have taken it from my dressing room. Then why was the string broken? If Mr. Gallagher didn't rip it from your throat, the string would have been whole. Oh, but the string was whole, Fay. It was? When Mr. Gallagher took it from Marcella's dressing room, it was whole. You're the one who broke the string. Are you crazy? No. You must have broken it, or you couldn't have known that it was broken. You see, the locket has no string on it now, and the only time you could have seen it was when you killed him and broke the string to put the blame on Marcella. You can't prove that. Oh, I don't have to. Marcella's neck proves it.
Why, of course, if that string had been ripped from her neck, it would have left a mark, and there isn't any mark.
Exactly. You killed Mr. Gallagher because you were afraid he'd discover his real daughter and ruin your chance to inherit his millions. With Mr. Gallagher out of the way, you had nothing to fear.
Nothing but the law, Pam. Come on, Fay. It's getting late.
I did it, Jerry. I did it.
What, dear?
A figure 8. Now that Marcella's been giving me lessons, I can practically count up to 100.
Good for you, darling.
Now watch this, dear. I'm going to try a pirouette.
Careful, Pam. That's not so easy.
Oh, I can do it. I'm doing it.
Say, you've come a long way since that first night we were here.
Well, I've been practicing, darling. But I won't be happy until I've mastered a jump turn.
How's that go?
Like this.
Pam, you did it!
Isn't it wonderful, Jerry? Now I'm going to put on my skates and try it on the ice.
Mr. and Mrs. North has come to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Mr. and Mrs. North on Tuned to Yesterday from January 3rd, 1950, a CBS radio broadcast. And that wraps up this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's golden age. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Tuned to Yesterday, showcasing programs from radio's golden era. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. Mystery coming up in this hour. Later on, we hear a Seafarer mystery on Danger with Granger. But right now, it's the Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. This Mutual Broadcasting System episode from September 24th, 1944, with Walter Hampton as star.
All right, mister, your page a quarter. There's the rifle. Take your shot.
Stop. Put down that gun.
What's wrong, lady?
Well, look, behind the target he's shooting at. Running down the side of the wall. See it? That's blood.
Well, there's a dead body behind that target. Police! Murder!
WOR Mutual presents the distinguished American actor Walter Hampton in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Witherall's always getting mixed up in murder.
You wouldn't think so. He looks just like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's the head of an important school for boys in New England.
He also writes the thriller stories on the side, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
But Leonidas is engaged in much more vital business now, isn't he, Mr. Hampton?
Yes. Business that takes precedence over all of Leonidas's regular activities. The neighborhood housekeeper in Dalton, Witherall's close friend, Mrs. Mullet, has entered a contest to determine who makes the finest preserves in the state. The contest is a feature of the annual state fair, and Witherall has borrowed a horse and buggy, in which he's now heading for the fair. Get up there, girl. Mrs. Mullet, you should have no difficulty at all in winning this contest. As something of an epicure, I can say your preserves are perfect.
Well, I'm going to have mighty hard competition, though, Mr. Witherall. That Mrs. Axelbent's not easy to please.
Mrs. Axelbent?
Mm-hmm. She's going to be the judge. Going to taste all the entries. Very uppity she is. Might not like my preserves at all.
Prefers axle grease, perhaps.
Well, don't you know Mrs. Axelbent?
Yes, I met her once. Her face is familiar, but her name is impossible.
She's a divorcee, you know.
Oh?
She was married to that farmer in Berry County, Mr. Axelbent. Now she's going to marry the wealthiest farmer in the county, a Mr. Fribbits.
Axelbent, Fribbits. For a moment, I thought she was making a change for a better name. Wrong again. Oh, come on there, gal. Get up. Go on.
She divorced him about 2 years ago. They say he never got over it either. Still very jealous. And he used to be very pleasant. Now he's gloomy all the time.
Rufus, I haven't time to talk to you now. Come and see me some other day.
You're always too busy to talk to me.
Oh, don't be tiresome, dear. Now, I really must go. I'm due at the state fair. I'm to be a judge.
Well, I'm going to the fair myself, entering a prize bull. Before you get out of here, I have something to say. I won't let you.
Rufus, we've been legally divorced. And it's so painful to go over all of our differences again. I've told you before, you're the most insanely jealous man on earth. That's why I divorced you. That's why you're behaving now like a hopeless fool.
You made me jealous, playing up to every fellow we met.
Oh, you imagined all that. Why upset yourself?
You don't love Fribbits any more than you love me. He's the wealthiest farmer in the state. That's what you're after.
Now, that's very unfair. You've no idea of how I feel about him.
I know how you feel about everything. It either pays off for you or it doesn't. Now, get this. If I can't have you, no other man will. Remember what the minister said? Whom God hath joined together.
You're being very final about something that's none of your business.
Before you marry that man, I'd rather see you dead first. I will see you dead first.
Mrs. Axelbent never did strike me as a very pleasant person, Mrs. Mullet. Possibly because she was always so deliberately pleasant. She has such an even disposition, irritating all the time.
Oh, you turn to the left here.
Uh-huh. Where you going there, you old plug? Get up there now. Go on.
Well, this Mr. Fribbits, the man she's going to marry, he has the best-looking son. Randy's his name. They say Randy's not very happy about that woman marrying his father. He's always been kind of a hot-tempered lad anyway. Doesn't relish having her as a stepmother.
You want me out of the way, don't you, Mrs. Axelbent?
Why, no, Randy. Why do you say that?
Because I always tell the truth. You're not marrying my father because you love him. You want to own this farm.
And you've always expected to inherit the farm yourself. Is that it?
I've worked on this farm since I was old enough to stand up. That gives me a good claim, doesn't it?
Randy, why don't you take, what's that girl's name?
Connie? Connie Maplegrove?
Yes. Why don't you marry Connie and get away from the farm? Earn a living in your own way, under your own steam. Why do you feel content to just sit back and wait till your father dies?
Go away, huh? I'm wise to this dirty game you're playing, but I've one sure way to cut it short.
What in the world are you talking about?
You keep trying to marry my father and take the farm away from me, you'll see what I'm talking about. The ceremony will have to be postponed, because nobody can marry a dead bride.
There's the fair right up ahead of us, Mr. Witherall.
Well, so it is. I'll just tie her up here. You know, only see hitching posts at the fair these days.
There's Mrs. Axelbent, standing by that first booth. See her? Decorated like an admiral's flagship, ain't she?
Yes, decorated when the admiral wasn't looking. Hold still now there, girl. That's it.
Hello there, Mrs. Axelbent.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mullet. Oh, I know you. That beard. Now, just a minute. Oh, of course. The man who looks like Shakespeare. You're Leonidas Witherall.
Yes, Mrs. Axelbent. And how are you? How's every little thing?
Are you going to judge this preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent? Oh, hello, Mrs. Wacker.
Well, Mrs. Wacker, you know Mr. Witherall, don't you? Mrs. Wacker does most of the folks' laundry back in Dalton.
Well, how do you do,
Answer my question. Are you going to judge the preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent? Yes, I'm to be the judge. Well, I'm taking back my jar if you're to be the judge. My dear woman, I hardly think a scene at this time. I don't care who hears me. I'll take my jar back, thank you. I couldn't win if you're the judge. You're set against me. Now, after all... Everyone knows about you and me. They know you're trying to take my boy away from me. Well, merely suggested to the ladies' council that I hardly think a laundry is a fit place to raise a baby. My baby's very healthy and very happy. Well, perhaps we could discuss this some other time, eh? We'll talk about it now.
What's the matter? The women having a fight?
Oh, just ironing out a baby.
Where do they think they are?
Now, you're making a scene, and this is in very bad taste. You wouldn't talk to me in that house of yours, and so we'll talk now.
Come on, Mrs.
Oh, you let go of me. You leave me alone. You wouldn't dare to take away my baby. You sniveling, nosy body. You cheap hypocrite. Your son hasn't a proper home. For what it's supposed to be, my son has the finest home in town. But it's for the boy's own good. You couldn't take my son away from me in a million years. You've nothing in your own life to satisfy you, and so you make up for it by meddling with everyone else's.
This promises to be the most jelly-shaking contest in history.
You meddle with my life, and you'll pay for it. You take my baby from my house and I'll kill you. And God would forgive me, too.
Ah, these country fairs, so peaceful, the hope of a new world.
You know, I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Wecker. Terribly sorry. So many people in your circumstances are blind to what's best for them.
Oh, Mrs. Axelbane.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley.
Could you change your plans a bit? I mean, about the preserves contest.
Why, what's wrong?
We'd rather have you at the war bond booth. It's much more important to sell bonds, and, well, you're so popular.
Yes, isn't she?
And we thought it would be better if someone else would judge the preserves.
Well, who'll judge them? Who could we get?
Why, those little jelly jars are causing one crisis after another, aren't they? Before being eaten, too.
Let's see. Somebody around here could do it.
Well, Mr. Witherall could do it.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Mullet, please.
Oh, would you, Mr. Witherall? Oh, I'd appreciate it so much.
Well, as a gastronomist, I'm afraid I'm caviar to the general.
What's that?
Shakespeare. I thought you said you recognized me.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall.
I'd like him to do it. He looks like a very honest man.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Wacker. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
Hey, what's wrong here?
Oh, just a discussion, Rufus. We need someone to take my place judging the preserves. Do you all know Mr. Axelbane? Well, how do you do?
Hurry up and settle it. I just took Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, over to his pen.
Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, pen name of a writer?
It's my prize bull.
Oh.
Trouble getting him here, too. It's very wild today. See him in the booth with the flag on it?
Yes. He looks formidable, as the English say, doesn't he?
Well, get going here, folks. I've no time to waste.
All right. I'll do my best as a jelly taster.
Hey, what's up? Why don't you get things started?
Well, I'm not going to judge the preserves, Randy. Mr. Witherall is. Do you know everyone? Randy Privet.
Come on, get going, folks.
Everybody over to booth number 3 for the preserve contest.
Booth number 3.
Hey, see my bull, Randy? I bet you we come out on top this year.
You think so?
Yeah.
Here's my jar, Mr. Witherall.
Mine. There's about 2 dozen others already in the booth.
I'll steer the crowd over. You get up on the platform, Mr. Witherall.
See you later, Shakespeare, and thank you for taking my place.
See you later.
By the way, here's our entry, Mr. Witherall. We should walk away with the contest. My fiancée made these. Connie Maple Grove.
Oh, all right, Randy. Let me first hop up on this platform. There we are.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please. Thank you. Here's a clean spoon, Mr. Witherall. You can start any time now.
Start clean, eh? All right, Mr. Bradley. Here goes.
What's wrong back there?
Mr. Axelbane's wild bull! He broke out of his pen. He's heading this way.
Come on down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. Why, the bull's liable to pick you out.
Me? Pick me out? Oh, you flatter me.
Wait, there he comes. Get out of the way, everybody.
Stand back, everybody. Don't push.
Don't get near him, anybody. He's my bull. I know him. He'll claw you to death. Dalton, boy. Go back to your pen. Go back.
Why, that bull's running around like he's crazy.
Crowd pushing so much I can hardly stand up.
Look out, Randy. You'll knock over that jar of preserves.
Oh,
gosh. Your coat. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it, Mr. Witherall. Now you've got that jelly all over your coat.
Well, of all things to happen, spilling preserves all over his coat.
Don't move, everybody. If you start to run, that bull of mine will kill you.
Come down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. The bull's looking at you.
At me?
Well, yes. Don't move now. Don't budge an inch.
That bull's too close for comfort.
Don't run, Witherall. He'll go after you.
Get out of my way, everybody.
Anybody got a gun? Let's shoot him. Hey, don't you dare shoot my bull.
But he'll drive those horns right into Mr. Witherall. Oh, don't run. Oh, good heavens. Somebody save him. Save Mr. Witherall. Or the bull's almost caught him. Faster, Mr. Witherall, faster.
Help! He's got him near that wall. Don't back up against that wall. He'll get you into a trap.
Oh, I can't look. It'll be horrible. Oh. Look, Mr. Witherall's up against that wall. While the bull's going to charge, he's getting set. Do something.
Take off your coat, Witherall. Throw your coat at him. It might stop him.
Might make him angrier, too.
You've got to take that chance. Take off your coat. Throw it at him.
All right. I'll try anything. Here goes.
Why, it's working. The bull's looking at his coat.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. I thought it'd distract him.
The bull's goring his coat.
Well, that's a lot better than going Mr. Witherall.
All right, Randy. You, Joe, a couple of you men. Sneak up on him. Grab him. We can pull him back to the pen. He'll be quiet now. Yeah, he's taking quite a fancy to Witherall's coat.
Yes, lucky it was covered with jelly.
Come on now, slow. Easy, sneak up. Be careful. Okay, I got him. Now, hold on now.
Thanks.
We got him. Right. Easy now, easy, Dalton boy. Calm down now. Easy. What'd you want to break out of the pen and scare all these people for, huh? Come on, calm down, boy.
Well, isn't anybody going to ask about me?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
I'll be all right as soon as I get my heart out of my mouth.
Well, that was just about the most terrible thing I've ever seen happen to you, Mr. Witherall. It was your own fault, though. You shouldn't have started to run.
Yes, I knew it was my fault. In fact, while I was making my 100-yard dash from the platform with the bull's horns flitting with my coattails all the way, I kept thinking of that famous phrase, "Is this trip necessary?"
All right, folks, all right. Come on, break it up. No need to crowd around. Lots of other booths are open here.
Why, look at that bull chewing on your coat. Oh, it's a shame you have to lose it.
Well, let the poor little thing keep it. I'm warm enough now to get along without it. And anyway, those preserves...
He seems to like those preserves a lot. Look at the way he's licking them off the coat.
Quite a judge, isn't there? Well, he's usurped my place. Why not give him a spoon, too?
What's the matter, Dalton boy? You tired from chasing Mr. Witherall? Yes, poor Dalton boy.
Yes, hope I didn't frighten him.
Say, this bull of mine looks sick to me.
He looks sick? My good man, what do you think I've been doing?
Well, chasing after you to wore him out.
Wore him out? No, that's odd. Very peculiar.
Running a couple of yards after Mr. Witherall wore out your prize bull.
Well, now listen to him. Look at him wobbling on his feet.
Oh, too bad I wasn't wearing slippers, too.
You want to lie down, Dalton boy? You're feeling bad, huh? Lie down if you want to. Go on, lie down.
Yes, he's been under quite a strain. Perhaps we could get a chaise longue for him.
Never mind being so funny. My bull's sick, and you made him that way.
Well, he made me sick, tit for tat.
Well, the bull does seem pretty badly off, doesn't he?
You keep out of this, Mrs. Wacker. The very idea. The bull nearly kills Mr. Witherall. Now everybody's feeling sorry for the bull. Come on, Mr. Witherall. Let's get out of here.
Yes, a little relaxation is in order, Mrs. Mullet. They probably won't reorganize your jelly contest for a while.
Well, want to stroll around the rest of the fair?
Yes, a very good suggestion.
If this bull of mine's really sick on account of you, Witherall, I'll sue you.
Yes, serves me right, teasing wild bulls. Bye. Come along, Mrs. Mullet.
Doesn't it strike you as very funny that a big husky prize bull would get sick just from running around a bit?
Funny is not the word, Mrs. Mullet.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm walking over here toward the bull's pen purposely. He did not break out by himself.
What?
I'm wondering who let him out. Mrs. Mullet, that word is murderous, perhaps. Look, Mrs. Mullet, there's a shooting gallery.
Well, you're not such a good shot, are you?
Oh, I'm not, eh? I was captain of the Meredith rifle team. Dead-eye Witherall, they called me. I'm for that shooting gallery. Come on.
All right.
No free shots. Here you are, folks. 10 shots for a quarter. They're all trying it. Every man his own commando. Step right up and test your skill.
I'll try it. Here's a quarter.
Yes, yes, all right. Here we are. Going to win a Cupid doll for your girlfriend.
What did you say?
Oh, never mind him, Mrs. Mullet. He means to be complimentary. Say, fella, what's the most difficult object to hit?
Well, now, that clay pipe way over on the left side there. You see it? You hit that thing and you get a free round. Yeah, plus a gorgeous, rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
Get the doll ready. Dead-eye Witherall is about to perform. Now, here we go.
Well, I'm glad you're shooting blanks.
Oh, lady, you couldn't knock anything over with blanks. Those are real bullets. Go on, mister, go on.
Right.
Did you say dead-eye, mister?
I'm merely warming up.
Still warming up.
Mr. Witherall, stop shooting. Put down that gun.
What's the matter?
Why, what's happened?
Well, look on the curtain behind the target. It's trickling down the curtain. It's blood.
Why, she's right. Someone's behind that curtain. Someone's been shot back there.
Come on, let's see. Hurry.
It must be between the curtain and the steel wall. I got a reinforced steel wall behind the target curtain. Holy smokes.
It's Mrs. Axelband.
Why, she's dead.
Yes, standing up.
Here, look at all that blood. Must be about 15 bullets in her. Blanks, indeed.
Gagged and tied to this pole back of the curtain. No one could see her, but nearly everyone who took a shot was likely to hit her.
Oh, good gracious. I've never in my life seen anything as awful as that. Oh, that pool of blood.
Say, you were the last guy to shoot, mister. I think the cops will want to talk to you, you murderer.
Me?
Oh, just can't stand looking at it. Take me away. Take me away.
Take her away. Help. Police. Murder. Murder!
Take it easy, little man, or you'll wake the dead.
You were shooting to the extreme left of the target curtain, huh, Bill?
That's right, Sergeant McCobble. None of the bullets from my rifle could have hit Mrs. Axelband.
Yeah. Murderer sure was a brute. Taking that woman and tying her to the pole there behind that curtain. You know, Bill, she must have tried screaming, but I guess the handkerchief was so tight that she couldn't make much noise. Oh, by the way, who was shooting here just before Shakespeare? Would you recognize him?
Oh, I know some of them. There was a lady, the one that owns a laundry, you know, over in Dalton.
Yeah.
Well, that's Mrs. Wacker.
Mrs. Wacker, and a young fella, the Fribbit boy, Randy Fribbit.
Go on, who else?
Well, the farmer, you know, the farmer, the bull got loose. What's his name? Axel Grease?
Axelband.
Axelband. A couple others, too. There's a soldier and some sailors. Couple of...
Say, it makes things kind of tough, doesn't it, Bill?
It is hard to pin on anyone, Sergeant.
Is that so? Well, how about him, Sergeant? Do you know this fella?
Shakespeare?
No, this fella right here.
Why, sure. I've known Mr. Witherall for years. Don't be silly.
Well, why couldn't it have been him, if you ask me? He's a fancy-looking guy. Got a beard. He might be a spy or something.
I'm a spy. Bearded men are either spies or philosophers. I'd rather be a spy.
Here you, Mr. Witherall. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Mr. Axelband, I'm afraid we've some very bad news.
Oh, never mind that. Something important's happened. My bull's dead.
Your bull died?
Yes. Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, my prize bull, died a while after you left, after he chased you. It was your fault, Witherall.
He died, eh? Sergeant McCobble, that's the answer.
What are you thinking of, Bill?
That bull was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Of course. Don't you remember His Royal Highness ate something just before he became ill?
He ate your coat?
No, he licked the preserves off my coat, Mrs. Mullet. And the preserves were poisoned, you see.
Poison preserves. What's this all about? What's the police here for?
Mr. Axelband, we found your ex-wife in back of this shooting gallery. I should say we found your ex-wife's body. She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Bill, whoever tied Mrs. Axelband up behind this gallery, he tried to kill her first by poisoning the jelly. You see, because they knew she was going to be the judge of the contest, and they'd be tasting each bottle. Isn't that it?
Exactly. Therefore, Sergeant, your problem now is who made the preserves that were spilled on my coat?
Here's the girl who made that jar of poisoned preserves, Bill. Connie Maplegrove.
Oh, Connie.
Yeah, I got her name by checking the number of the broken bottle against the entry list.
Why, she's Randy's sweetheart.
Well, what about it? I don't know anything about this. I did make the preserves, but I never dreamed of killing Mrs. Axelband.
Connie, darling.
Oh,
just
Randy, it's awful. They think I killed Mrs.
Dear. And I know you're perfectly innocent. You've got no right to keep her here, Sergeant.
Mind your own business, Randy. I'm running this. They tell me, Connie, that if Mrs. Axelband married Randy's father, your boyfriend would never inherit that big farm his father had.
That's right. But Connie had nothing to do
I'm
with it.
asking Connie the questions, not you.
Well, it's true, but she didn't have any right to get the farm. Randy deserves it. He worked on it all his life.
With that woman out of the way, while you marry Randy, he gets that tremendous farm, and you're sitting pretty. Is that correct?
Well, I never thought of such a thing. Besides, there's something else you didn't think of.
What's on your mind, Connie?
Well, it's very simple.
Yes, I know, but what's on it?
Why do you accuse me? Anyone could have poisoned the preserve somehow. It might have been that laundress, Mrs. Wacker. It might have been Mr. Axelbent. He's very jealous.
Strangely enough, Connie, we've already realized there are quite a number of prospects and suspects, too. But you're here for a specific reason.
Besides, the jar of preserves was sealed with paraffin, wasn't it? How could anyone else get poison into that bottle? You're the only person in the world who could have done it, Connie. And you're going to sit there until you tell us the truth.
Yes, we've got the goods on you, all right.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Now, go on, Connie. Go on. Start talking. Well, go on.
I tell you, I don't know anything about this.
Okay, then we'll just sit here till you change your mind and quit lying.
Yes, we're waiting for you to tell the truth.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Go on, Connie. Now, it'll be easier for you if you don't stall. You killed Mrs. Axelbent, didn't you? You murdered her, didn't you? You tied her up behind that shooting gallery, and then you went out front and you paid a quarter for enough bullets to commit cold-blooded murder. Now you're going to hang for
No,
it.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Come on now. It'll be easier for you if you don't stall.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me.
I don't know anything about this. I never wanted to come to the fair. I was afraid something would happen. I didn't want to enter the contest. I really didn't want to come here at all. That's why I sent Randy ahead with my jar. I wanted to stay home.
Just a minute. Didn't you come here with Randy?
No, I came much later. I only been here about 10 minutes. Like I said, I didn't want to come at all.
You weren't here when the contest started, when the bull broke loose?
What bull?
Ah. Sergeant, our problem is not who made the preserves. The murderer is the person who let that prize bull out of his pen.
Let the prize bull out?
Certainly. The killer planned to dispose of Mrs. Axelbent by means of the preserves. Originally, that's obvious. But at the last minute, there was an unexpected change of judges. I took over the role. The killer wasn't after me, thank heaven. So she, or he, had to get rid of that bottle of poison jelly before I tasted it.
So whoever it was let the bull out of the pen as an excuse to start a panic, so as the bottle could be broken.
That's it. The murderer is the person who deliberately broke that bottle of preserves and spilled it on me.
Why, that was...
Grab him, Sergeant.
All right, you stay right where you are. Just stay here,
Randy.
Randy. Let go.
You killed Mrs. Axelbent.
Fiendish way to kill, Randy. Fiendish. Tie up your victim and then deliberately buy the bullets. 10 shots for a quarter. 10 bloody, fatal shots.
Ow!
Either you stand still or this blackjack of mine's going to make you... Take those handcuffs, Bill. Slip them over his wrists while I hold his arms. That's it. Okay.
I swore she'd never marry my father and take that farm away from me. Well, she didn't. She didn't get it.
No, neither of you will get the farm. That's even-handed justice, so my poet phrased it.
There's just one thing, Bill, about getting the poison into the jar, I mean. It was sealed with paraffin.
Oh, that's easy, Sergeant. An ordinary hypodermic syringe and needle would do the trick. Inject the poison through the paraffin without disturbing it. How about that, Randy?
Did you throw the hypodermic away, or is it still in your pocket?
Well, it's in my pocket. The left-hand pocket.
I'll get it. I'll search it.
Mr. Witherall, he hit the sergeant on the head with a handcuff. There he goes. Stop him. Stop
Still.
him.
My gun. Take it. Stop him.
Don't shoot. You'll kill him. Randy! Randy!
You got him, Mr. Witherall. Looks like you hit him in the leg. And with just one shot, too.
Of course, just one shot, Mrs. Mullet. Remember, Dead Eye is my middle name. Now let's find another shooting gallery, and I'll get you a rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
WOR Mutual has presented the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall, on Tuned to yesterday from September 24th, 1944 on the Mutual Broadcasting System, pairing producer-director Roger Bauer with writer Howard Merrill. For the first of many broadcasts, they would work together, like 1943 and 1945 in review, the program For Americans Only, which was about the dangers of atomic warfare, and the Secret Missions series on Mutual. It's an hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. I'm your host, Mark Lavonier. And now another Mutual Broadcasting System episode. It's Danger with Granger. This called a Seafarer mystery from 1956.
Danger with Granger.
Come in.
You're Steve Granger.
Yes, I am.
I'm Marcia Kendall. I want you to do something for me.
Sure, but you'd better sit down, Mrs. Kendall.
Oh, I'm tired. I feel dazed. Things go around.
Here, sit right here.
Thank you.
Well, then, what's this all about?
About the letters. I have your confidence, do I not?
Of course you do.
I minded the letters, but they weren't quite as bad as the telephone calls. At 6 in the morning.
You've been receiving threatening calls and letters, is that it? What do they say?
Always the same things. The letters, the voice on the telephone. I recognized his voice, his handwriting.
Do you know this man? He's blackmailing you.
Certainly I know him. He's my husband.
You mean your own husband is sending you threatening notes?
Yes, he is.
Well, that certainly should be easy to stop.
I don't think so, Mr. Granger.
Why not?
Because my husband died 3 months ago.
This is Granger. It came as quite a shock when the woman who was my client announced she was getting notes and telephone calls from a dead husband. But it seemed like it was more of a shock to her than to me, because as soon as she'd got that much out, she keeled over in a dead faint. And just to make matters worse, that was the moment my newspaper pal, Cal Hendricks, picked to pay a call.
Whoa. What's this? The Steve Granger method for captivating beautiful women? Oh, what you do, Stevie boy? Knock 'em cold to make sure they fall for you?
Look, go peddle your wisecracks to television. She fainted.
Yeah, one good look at your homely puss, no doubt.
You'd faint, too, if your dead husband had been writing you letters and calling you on the phone.
Her dead husband? Well, that's a new twist.
Yeah, she's coming out of it.
What happened?
You just fainted. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thank you.
There. Well, this is a friend of mine, Cal Hendricks, Mrs. Marcia Kendall.
How do you do, Mrs. Kendall?
Maybe you better go home and have a rest. Would you like me to call you doctor?
No, I must settle this thing. Now, Mr. Granger, do you remember a man named Clark Kendall?
The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Sure, Stevie, I remember the story. He was drowned.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks. And I'm his widow.
Of course. He fell overboard off his boat. You tried to help him. The police had you in custody for several days.
That is correct, Mr. Granger.
They finally agreed that it was an accident and let you go. And now your dead husband is writing you and telephoning you. What's this all about?
I married Clark 2 years ago. We were very happy in spite of certain obstacles.
What do you mean by obstacles?
Well, some of Clark's relatives didn't like me at all. Clark and I loved boating. We spent most of our time aboard the Seafarer, our 50-foot sailboat.
Just how did your husband die, Mrs. Kendall?
It was about 3 months ago. We were below in the cabin. The storm was coming up, and the Seafarer was straining at her moorings.
Darling, there's quite a blow coming up. I think I'll go topside and check the line.
Oh, but Clark, you've been on deck twice. Surely you must have taken care of everything.
Well, I just want to make sure, that's all.
You act like you're afraid of a little wind, darling.
Well, I am. I am. Uh-oh. I wonder what that was. Something bumped the hull.
I do hope another boat hasn't slipped its moorings. You want me to go along?
I'll call if I need you. I'll be right back.
The wind's come up. Be careful.
Don't worry.
I'd better close that hatch. It's beginning to rain. Clark, are you all right? Clark! Clark, where are you? Oh, did that boat come loose? Clark, what are you doing in that boat? Answer me. Clark, where are you? In the water. The life preserver.
Here! Catch! Clark, I got it! I got the boat hook! Clark, I can't see you! Where are you?
I never saw Clark again, Mr. Granger. I got in touch with the Coast Guard on the boat's radio. They came out and searched the entire area, but it was too late.
But his body was found, wasn't it?
Yes, a week later.
You identified him?
Yes.
Look, Mrs. Kendall, don't you think you better go home and get some rest? You're obviously unwell.
Why go home? I can't sleep. Got to find out about those letters and telephone calls, and I need Mr. Granger's help.
Very well, Mrs. Kendall. I'd like to have a look at those letters. You have them with you?
No, they're at the apartment.
I'll pick them up later. And I'd like to have a look at your boat, if you still own it.
I do. You can pick up the keys at the yacht club office. I'll telephone
Now,
you.
which club is it?
The Island Yacht Club.
Oh, yes, on City Island. I'll go out there today.
Here's my card. When shall I hear from you?
Probably later in the day, Mrs. Kendall.
Thank you. And you, Mr. Hendricks.
I didn't do anything.
Goodbye.
Well, Steve, you got yourself quite a deal, haven't you?
Yeah. I wonder.
You wonder what?
How much Mrs. Kendall didn't tell us.
An interesting conjecture, Stevie. You know, I think I'll go out to that anchorage with you.
Cal Hendricks and I got into his car and we drove out to the City Island of the Island Yacht Club. We got the keys to the yacht Seafarer and stood for a moment waiting for a tender to take us out to the boat.
I always loved the water, Steve. Ought to buy myself a little sailboat.
Yeah, it's an interesting sight. Everybody working on the craft, painting, sanding, varnishing.
Oh, here comes the tender.
You, gentlemen, want something?
Yeah, old-timer. You take us out to the Seafarer?
I reckon I can. Ain't nobody aboard, though. You got a key?
Right here.
Okay, I'll have you out there in 2 shakes of lamb's tail. Hey, sit down in the stern here, mister. Boat ride's easy.
Right you are.
It's, kind of surprising you want to go aboard the Seafarer.
Oh, why?
I talk around the yacht club, she might be haunted.
Cal and I looked at each other, and the balance of the ride was made in silence until we neared the slim, sleek-looking yacht. My curiosity got the better of me. Say, Pop.
Yeah?
You said there was talk about the Seafarer being haunted. Where'd she get that reputation?
Yes, them who say Mrs. Kendall just could have pushed the skipper overboard during that storm.
And maybe hit him over the head with a boat hook while he was struggling in the water?
Could be.
I thought the Kendalls got along pretty well.
There's them who said they didn't.
Like who?
I'm not saying, mister. I'm just a man who runs the tender at this yacht club. This is a Seafarer, mister. Grab a hold of that rail there. Hold us fast while your friend climbs aboard.
Okay. I got it. Go ahead, Cal.
Thanks. Now then, you hang on to this boat. Right.
Say, how do I get you back here, Pop?
They got a kind of electric horn on the Seafarer's deck. When you want to be picked up, just sound her. I'll come out and pick you up.
Thanks, Pop.
How long you intend to stay aboard?
Oh, not too long.
Well, you just sound that horn.
Nice old character, isn't he, Steve?
I'm thinking about that haunted stuff. Somebody's been shooting off their mouths around here.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's go below and look around. Pretty musty down below. Coming along, Cal?
Yes, certainly.
Wow. Nicely arranged little craft. Say, look at the navigation aid. Shipped ashore radio telephone. Everything a man would want.
Steve.
What?
That bunk over there.
Somebody's been aboard this boat. Very recently, too. Cal and I got curious, and we went over the Seafarer from stem to stern. The burner on the galley stove was warm, so was the coffee pot. There was pipe tobacco on the ashtray, but that was all.
Well, Steve?
Yeah, that's it. There's nobody aboard.
Unless they're cleaning the bottom of the hull.
You go up on deck, Cal. Find that boat horn gadget. Give it a quick blast when we get back to shore.
Right.
You find it?
How's that?
Good.
What are we doing down below, Steve?
I just opened a couple of portholes of ventilation. Whoever was here last had them all closed. Down, quick! Cal, are you all right? Cal! I crawled over to Cal Hendricks, looking around to try and discover the source of the mysterious shot. I saw no one. The newsman lay on his side, curled up like an unnatural kitten. There was no wound, but there was a bullet hole through the brim of his hat. Cal! Cal, come out of it!
Sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to pass out.
If somebody punctured my hat with a bullet, I'd do the same act. You okay otherwise?
Yeah.
Hey, here comes Pop. Wonder if he heard the shot.
Did you notice where it came from?
No, sound travels in circles when you're on the water. Imagine it came from the shore, due west. Hey, look. The man running the tender boat. That isn't Pop.
So I noticed. Probably a relief man.
Yeah, maybe.
You fellas want to go ashore?
Yeah.
Climb aboard, then.
Right. You first, Cal.
I'll hang on while you get in, Steve.
Right. Right, all set, fella.
Okay. Here we go.
Say, mind if I ask you a question?
Go right ahead.
Where's the old timer who brought us out here?
You mean Pop. He gave me this $5 to come out here and get you. He said it was worth it not to come back out here.
I asked the new boatman if he'd heard any shooting, which brought a negative shake of the head. At the dock, we asked for Pop, but no one seemed to know where he'd gone. From there, we automobiled it back to Manhattan. Cal had to finish off his story, and I headed back for my office. When I reached the door, I stopped. Through the frosted pane of glass, I could dimly make out a figure, bent over, as though it could be going through my desk. I got out my gun.
Mr. Granger. Why the gun?
I thought you were going home to rest, Mrs. Kendall.
I tried. I became terrified. I thought the phone would ring. I couldn't stand it anymore.
So you came down to my office. You make yourself at home.
After all, the door was unlocked.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong, Mr. Granger? Why are you looking like that? Have you found out something?
Yes, Mrs. Kendall. How long has it been since you've been aboard the Seafarer?
Not since the police made their investigation. Why do you ask?
Do you permit anybody aboard your boat?
Of course not. Why should I?
Cal Hendricks and I went out to the Island Club. We were aboard the Seafarer. We found a warm stove plus a warm coffee pot. Also some tobacco in one of the ashtrays. You got anything to say?
No, I know nothing of this. Who would go aboard the Seafarer without permission?
How about some of your in-laws?
Oh, I don't think they'd trespass.
Who are they?
They're Clark's sister, Anne, his brother, Paul.
They live in New York?
Last I heard, Anne was in Canada. Paul's in Mexico, Veracruz.
Just loafing, is that it?
Paul runs a commercial fishing fleet. It's called the Kendall Company.
Mrs. Kendall, why don't you go back home?
I can't, Mr. Granger. I'm frightened. I keep hearing Clark's voice on the telephone.
You gotta get some rest. I'll telephone a hotel nearby and get you a room.
But, Mr. Granger...
By the way, Mrs. Kendall, there's an old boatman down at the Island Yacht Club. They call him Pop.
What about him?
What reason would he have for saying that the Seafarer was haunted? What do you know about that?
Nothing, Mr. Granger. Absolutely nothing.
I conducted Marcia Kendall to a nearby hotel and fixed her a room. If the letters and telephone calls from her dead husband were bothering her so much, I figured she ought to be safe from them for a while. But the look in her eyes at the reference to Pop, who'd taken Cal and me out to the Kendall's yacht, sent me in search of the old boatman. I was told he might be found in a bistro called the Crossed Anchors. This was quite a hangout that evidently was not frequented by the upper classes. It had an odor which reminded me of bilge water, which wasn't bad when you got used to it. The old-timer was seated at a back table. There was another man with him, a sailor, complete with dungarees and a beard. When he left, I moved over. Hiya, Pop.
What do you want?
You took me out of the Seafarer a couple of hours back. I might want you to do it again. Now.
Get my relief man.
The relief man doesn't know anything about a shot that was fired at us. Would you?
I got nothing more to say about the Seafarer, and I don't know nothing about no shooting.
Even over a drink?
Even over the whole Atlantic Ocean.
Clark Kendall was drowned off the Seafarer, old-timer. I'd like to ask some questions.
There are those who say that Mrs. Kendall can answer a lot of questions, if she wants to. Ask her.
Ask her what?
Like, did she hit Kendall over the head with a boat hook instead of fishing him out of the water?
You said they didn't get along.
There are those who say she married him for his money.
Who is those who say, Pop? I could mention your remarks to the police. Then what?
You're a policeman?
Nope.
I thought not. Hey, Charlie, come here a minute.
So, you are having a drink on me.
Yeah. I'm having one on you right now.
What's yours, Pop?
This fella here. He's been sort of threatening me. He says he might tell the police I was talking about the Seafarer.
Get up, mister.
Why?
Never mind why. Get up and get out. Okay. I'll go along with you and make sure.
You don't have to guide me, bartender. I can find my way to the door.
Yeah, I know you can. Only don't find your way back in here again.
I might have argued with that bartender, but he was out of my weight class. He'd have tipped the scales at about 210. I went back to my office and put in a long-distance call. As I waited for the connection, I made a quick call to Cal Hendricks.
Hendricks speaking.
Cal, this is Granger.
Oh, yeah, Stevie. What's new with the haunted lady and the haunted boat?
I want you to do me a favor, Cal. Clark Kendall was buried in Lawntier Cemetery. Check for me. See if he was actually interred, will you?
Why, you think he was never buried?
Just check. I'll take it from there. And when you've done it, come around here and pick me up. I hung up and waited for a reply to my long-distance effort. When it came through, I knew a lot more, but still not enough. I sat thinking till Cal Hendricks showed up, and then we beat it around the corner to the hotel where Marcia Kendall was registered.
Took me a little longer than I figured, Steve.
What'd you find out, Cal?
Facts. Coroner's jury listed Clark Kendall's death as accidental. Marcia Kendall was exonerated of any suspicion.
Yeah, I know that.
He was in Lawntier Cemetery.
Was he definitely identified as Clark Kendall? When a corpse spends a little time in the water, they change appearance.
His dentist identified him definitely. He'd had some special bridge work done.
Well, that really fixes me.
Ah, now don't tell me you believe that Clark Kendall is still alive.
Right now, I'm believing nothing. Here's a room. 504. I only hope she hasn't taken a powder.
Mr. Granger, I've been so frightened. Come in, please.
Thanks, Mrs. Kendall. I don't know what you're scared of. Nobody knows you're staying at this hotel outside of Mr. Hendricks and me, unless you told someone else.
Why should I tell anyone else?
I'm going to be very blunt with you, lady. Is it or is it not true that you could have pushed your husband overboard that night? And when he tried to climb back aboard the Seafarer, you hit him over the head with a boat hook.
How can you say such things? Why would I employ you to find out who's been making these telephone calls and writing these letters?
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Kendall. I want to look at those letters you mentioned.
Very well. I have them right here.
Take it easy, Granger. She's in no condition to stand too much of this type of
I'm in no condition to stand this kind of malarkey.
Here, Mr. Granger. These are the letters I received. And any number of people will identify them as Clark's handwriting.
Yeah. You can prove he actually wrote these?
I can.
Mrs. Kendall, it's impossible for a man buried in a cemetery to write letters.
That's what is so fantastic, Mr. Granger. That's why I came to you. Oh, you've got to believe me. I did not kill my husband.
Another thing, Mrs. Kendall, you said these letters were at your apartment.
I picked them up when I went home, before I registered at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Granger, you're thinking horrible things.
Go easy, Steve. Shall I answer it, Mrs. Kendall?
I think she'd better do that, Cal.
Hello?
Marcia?
It's my husband.
Hold the receiver away from you so I can listen.
I want you to meet me tonight aboard the Seafarer at 10 o'clock. And if you're not there, I'll come after you.
That was your husband?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Mr. Granger, what shall I do?
Be aboard the Seafarer at 10 o'clock like he told you, because Cal Hendricks and I will be there, too. and we'll prove whether your husband is really dead or not. Cal Hendricks stayed with Marcia Kendall to make sure that she would be aboard the yacht Seafarer at 10 that night. With a few hours on my hands, I ran an errand, one which took me back out to the Island Yacht Club and the old gent we knew as Pop.
You back again? What do you want now?
From you, I want nothing but the truth.
I ain't talking to you.
But you are, old-timer, and right now. This was 10 o'clock. Marcia Kendall had come aboard the Seafarer by herself. Cal Hendricks and I had rowed out from an inconspicuous spot. We were huddled in the forward cabin, waiting for a dead husband to come alive.
Granger, did you hear that?
Yeah, small boat just tied up alongside.
Think that's our man?
Yeah, must be.
Well, my dear, and how are you?
Paul. Not Clark, but Paul.
That's right, I'm Paul.
But you're supposed to be down in Mexico fishing off the coast. It was you. You who sent those letters and made those calls. You copied Clark's handwriting. You imitated his voice.
That is correct, my dear. I also trailed you to the hotel where you were hiding.
But why? What have I ever done to you? What do you want?
I wanted you on board this boat. We're going to sail out of this harbor together.
Paul, you're insane.
I don't think so.
You were around the night Clark was drowned. You must have been hiding on deck. You pushed him over the side.
Did I?
And it was you I saw huddled in the small boat that night. I had dismissed it as imagination.
Very shrewd, dear sister-in-law.
Why did you do it?
I hated him. And you.
Going to notify the police.
On the ship-to-shore radio? It's disabled, darling.
Let go of me.
Oh, no. First, I was going to take you with me. I still am, but I don't think you'll complete the entire trip.
You're hurting.
I'm going in there and get that character.
Okay.
Help! Help!
You're wasting your breath, my sweet. There's no one to help.
That's where you're wrong, Kendall.
What? The detective?
Get away from her, Kendall.
And give up my shield? Oh, no, Granger. You won't shoot so long as I hold her in front of me.
Be careful, Mr. Granger. He's out of his mind.
Oh, I am I? I'll show you. All of you.
Mr. Granger, he got a gun.
Paul Kendall started backing towards the hatch, but exposed one shoulder just enough for me to puncture it. That made it easy for Cal and me to overpower him and deliver him to police headquarters. The whole story came out a few days later.
I didn't know that Paul was up here. He was supposed to be down in Veracruz.
I had a run of bad luck. Came up here to try to get money from your husband.
How'd you find out about that, Steve?
I telephoned the offices of his company in Veracruz. They couldn't produce Paul Kendall on the phone. And I remembered the man I'd seen at the crossed anchors talking to Pop.
It was Paul?
Yeah.
What was he doing with Pop?
Now, Pop confessed that he'd been around the night of the killing. He saw your brother-in-law push your husband off the boat.
And didn't say anything?
Paul Kendall promised him a job in Mexico, if he'd help him out. It was also Pop tried to scare Cal and me, too, by firing at us when we were aboard the Seafarer. Your brother-in-law will probably go to an institution for the criminally insane.
Insane? Oh, it's...
Catch her, Cal. She's passed out again.
I got her.
Good. Take care of her.
Hey, where are you going?
Home, old boy. This is one time where you're left holding the baby. Steve Granger again. You just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
Danger with Granger on Tuned to Yesterday, a Mutual Broadcasting System episode from 1956. Bringing to a close this hour of mystery on Tuned to Yesterday. Be sure to be with us next time for more great programs from radio's golden years. Until our next hour together, I'm Mark Lavonier. Thanks for tuning in.